Push the button.
There we go. And just like that, we are live on Earth Day for the Global Student Showcase. I'm Mary Alice Curran, joining in live from Connecticut with my colleague in New York, Lori Guion. You want to jump in?
Yes. Hello, I'm Lori Guion, and I'm joined here with Rob Kirker. We are live from the Adirondacks at Minerva in New York, and we're really excited to be here today.
Yes, thanks for having us.
Yeah, and we are really excited because we're kicking this event off with Lakeshore Central as our opening, and we've done so much incredible work with this school community. And Michael Drezek, we're so happy we're joining you live from your esports room, but you have an incredible group. You got another group of students in your esports room right now, and so Lori and I are just going to go in the background, and we're just going to let you take it away. We're really excited to hear about Same Here. And all the incredible work around how your school community uses tech for good.
Sounds good. Thanks so much. All right. Yeah. Hello, everybody. I am Michael Drezek. I'm here from Lakeshore Central High School in Angola, New York, and I have the Eagle News multimedia production class with me, led by their teachers, Katerina Kusadreas and Mr. Mark Goff. So, we saw that there was a global student showcase happening. We knew that this event has happened before. We've done it with Mr. Connor's group when we spotlighted the CPR for school session. We like to tune in and learn what other classrooms are doing around the world. As a tech integrator, I know that there's a lot of different ways to use technology. And sometimes it's just, using tech for using tech. But I love that there's a use tech for good hashtag associated with this event. And I thought what this class is doing in a lot of cases is using technology to spread good. And they may not realize it all of the time, but some of the stories that they're getting out there and through their storytelling and their media production is really helping others become good digital citizens. And again, it may be indirectly, they may not even be thinking about that. But we started this journey. How many years has this class been running?
With us too.
So this is the second year of this class. Before this event with Same Here, we had a chance to connect with Eric Kusin from Same Here and Michael Schwartz from WKBW Channel 7 in Buffalo. And they kind of talked with the students about, what makes a good story? What do you want to look for when you're capturing things? And these students have already been doing that, but it was neat to have that authentic real world connection with somebody doing it as a professional. So, this digital storytelling journey, we wanted to share with you their work. They're always trying to grow and get better. We know that there's schools that have these types of news programs, but this crew does a really good job of just taking it beyond, today is an A day or a B day, and today's lunch is this, and here's the sports schedule. Well, all of that stuff is super important in terms of letting the schools and the students know what's happening throughout the week. They also do some pretty powerful storytelling through media. And the topics are wide ranging from beyond the Same Here stuff. So I'm going to actually start with having them share some of the projects that they've worked on that weren't Same Here, kind of leading up to where we're taking this to make some continued impact. So if you see the screen here, and I don't know if any students want to share related to this, this was one of the recent events that we held here at Lakeshore. Anyone want to speak to Ball for Bucks?
I think that for Savannah and London should probably take this one. Savannah kind of worked on a lot of stuff on the front end of this with advertising and getting people involved. And London kind of worked on the back end of it with sharing, the end result. So
I also got a chance to actually go to the event and take pictures. I also got to participate in getting my head shaved.
All right, so you see London there. He went to the event. He took pictures. He also got his head shaved after raising money for Bald for Bucks. So I don't know if you can see it on the logo there. It says Bald for Bucks, cut, style, and shave to end cancer, benefiting Roswell Park Cancer Institute. But it's really important. We did this event last year, kind of coming out of the pandemic. They tried to do a virtual event, and we raised about $1,500. Now, that may sound like a lot, but Lakeshore was one of the founding schools where this started back in 2012. And has typically brought in tens of thousands of dollars. So when we saw last year, oh my goodness, the school only brought in $1,500. What happened? Why the drop off? Part of that was because, the word just didn't get out as good. We hung some posters and it was a remote event. I would like to credit this group for really helping spread the word. Does anyone here want to share about the video that you made?
have Savannah and how she went about getting the
Interviews, like how you
everything
put
she
your
needed.
piece together.
Well, I went to a couple teachers that I know and asked them if they'd be willing to participate in Ball for Bucks, because it's something that benefits something close to my heart. So I wanted to get people involved, and I was able to get a couple teachers who were really serious about participating. And then, Eagle News decided to do advertisement and stuff, so I took the reins on that, and got the information and got the word out, because that's the most that I could do to participate.
So while they produced this for the high school, it was also shown in kickoff assemblies at each elementary school, the middle school. Those other schools were able to use their efforts to help spread the word. So when we talk about ripple effect, that was, I don't know if they had knowledge that it was going to spread beyond the high school, but that was really powerful to get that out to the wider Lakeshore community. And you can see here that they've used just different styles of screens. And you want to share about the technology you used to create this? Anybody? No, is there some editing on the back end?
All right, so
tag team in London's pretty good at the editing.
yeah, so me and Travis here, we don't know a lot about the back end of things. We've actually recently got a new overhaul of equipment. We use videos to edit all of our videos, and in our studio we have a massive blue screen. And as you can see here, we were able to utilize that blue screen to get a really nice professional background. And then once videos are recorded, we get to pop into video, where we have access to music. We have access, pictures, video, and anything to make it more personal.
Perfect. And you can see here that their efforts. So this year, I said we had about $1,500 last year. If you look at what the school community was able to do this year, that's a huge part related to their efforts on the media production. They're probably not thinking like that. I don't know if you guys are thinking like my media production efforts are helping to spread this word. I don't know how much credit you guys try to give yourself for that, but it's really powerful to see that kind of outcome as a result of their efforts. Here's another one. I'm just kind of pulling up some different spotlight stories. This one was on the Indigenous Makers Fair. I don't know if anyone wants to share anything related to this event that you guys helped promote.
Savannah and Malia both worked pretty good on this, and then London also did. London and Travis also did a feature on what actually happened at the Indigenous Makers Fair. But Malia, do you want to come and talk about some of these things that you've done with Indigenous Makers Fair, MMIW last year? No.
All right. Well,
she just woke up.
I mean, this is a biggie because Lakeshore, we always host the Western New York Makers Fair, and this year for the first time they wanted to put a spotlight on the Indigenous Makers Fair. This was really important to our school community, and it hosted in November. Right, the regular Maker Fair, the Western New York one happens every March. They trying to do that earlier this year to get people out to it, but the Indigenous Maker Fair was a series of Indigenous makers that had different stations set up, and this crew's responsibility was to help promote it. But then we also tried to capture some of the making happening at the event so that this could build from here. This is just the first year of the event, but it was really well attended and had rave reviews. And they went out and interviewed teachers and leaders of who are hosting this event so people could get a really good understanding of what exactly it was. So I thought that was really neat. Here's another one, MMIW. This is something that may not be well known, on a tip from a typical school news show, but it was really important for our school community to spotlight why students were wearing red in school that day. And what does MMIW mean? Does anyone want to share what it stands for?
So it stands for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women, and it's to raise awareness on so many women that go missing and do not get justice after they are murdered because of jurisdictional issues between native land and non-native land. So Malia actually took this one on last year, but now we're a little dated. We're going to be coming back around on MMIW. But She did a great job in terms of featuring why we wear red in the school community. We do have a big Native American population here, so these issues hit really, really close to home. So this was one that was very important. She interviewed Miss Pupera, who is somebody who represents a lot of our indigenous students here. So it was a really powerful story for our school community to see and to share out.
So I know there were a lot of people at Lakeshore that maybe learned about MMIW from this segment that they produced.
Question, Mr. Drezek. I think I know Malia wrote the story, but I'm pretty sure you edited this one, London. Do you remember this?
I do believe that I edited this one, if I remember correctly. I mean, it was a little while back.
Yeah.
I think I remember working on that.
If you look at the art on the screen, that is all in-house student made as well.
Yeah.
By not our
I
students in
believe
this
it was
class.
graphic design.
Yes, graphic design and students who I think participated in a contest last year. So we featured their work.
So yeah, they had a logo contest, they had an art design contest, they had the students up make posters that could go up around the school. And I think it's neat that, you know, with WeVideo, they're able to pull in that artwork that was created and then add that as a, you know, media piece to their story. This is another story on the Special Olympics.
All right, yeah, Malia can come and take this one. So she's going to come and replace Savannah's seat really quickly and talk about some of your Special Olympics, polar plunge, all that stuff you've done.
So at Lakeshore, we have a very special connection with the Special Olympics in terms of sports. We have 2 teams, hoping to get maybe another one. We have a winter bowling league or winter bowling team, and then a spring unified basketball team. And the unified sports is half of our life skills students, along with half of our regular varsity athletes, and they compete at the varsity level against other schools. And they're all together as a unified sports league. It's a varsity sport, but they only compete against other unified sports. Where then the Special Olympics do things away from, they have the polar plunge, which is like a branch off of, it raises money so we can still have unified sports in school districts. So the polar plunge is a fundraiser that they do for December. You raise money and you just run into the lake, like you plunge into the lake, and it's truly a lot of fun. So many schools come, thousands of people go to, the one near Buffalo is in Woodlawn Beach. And I remember our school was like in 3rd place last year. We raised over over $6,000, I think we raised. Where we got our athletic director to plunge, teachers, so many students, and every year it's just growing and growing.
So it's a really neat way to spotlight all of our athletes and not just our junior varsity and varsity sports here at the high school. You know, there's a place in everyone's hearts for unified sports, and you could see the efforts that were made through the polar plunge and really trying to lift up the work done by the Special Olympics. Here's another one that they did. Anyone want to talk about Buddy's Second Chance Rescue?
You did this one too.
Yeah. Okay, so this one was, we have a Green Eagles club here at Lakeshore, which is just an environmental club. And they host fundraisers throughout the year. And February's was, we have is it a kennel, like a dog kennel?
Yes.
So we have a dog kennel near us that was in need of, like food, blankets, towels, just some things that would cost a lot to buy brand new. So they went to the school and asked us if we could help fundraise and donate a bunch of things, and we did. The turnout was great at the end of the month. It lasted all of February, and the Green Eagles continue to host many fundraisers and donation events. I think we just had a clothing drive, a spring clothing drive for the school.
This one gained a lot of traction, especially because if you look at the dog on the advertisement, it's our school resource dog.
Oh, yeah.
That goes along with our school resource officer. So they always host it around the time of that dog's birthday, so that everybody in the school community really cares about it, wants to donate. And so it's always good to be able to use this to remind everybody that this is going on.
Sorry about Unified Bowling slides out of order. That was supposed to go before. You can see the interviews that take place. So they interview students, they interview teachers. They had another piece on amplifying the program on their student-run business at the high school called Eagles Manufacturing. You can see here, and this was a story that kind of came up as well, was I don't know if any students went on this trip that are in this room, but they talked about their journey going to Belize and getting to work with students from another country. I thought that was a pretty powerful segment to show on your newscast. Does anyone want to talk about that?
London edited that one, put that one together. Savannah was on the trip. She just had to run out for a second. And then Travis, the slide before, took the lead on the Eagles Manufacturing. Travis and London kind of tag teamed that one.
Yeah, I can talk a little bit about these if you want.
Sure.
So first off, with Eagles Manufacturing, I think it's really important that new student groups get the same full opportunity to really kick off and have public attention, because I mean it's important to have a sustainable, student base if you want it to be a student-run business. As for the Belize segment, if you want to skip over, I did edit this, and I also was able to kind of interview Mr. Tomasic. He's our director for the Flying Eagles Club, and he was able to give us some more inside looks, like if I can get Savannah or someone who might have went on the trip.
I can speak a little bit for Savannah because she told us about it. She actually, London did an interview with her for this video, but like I said, she had to run out for a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, you interviewed Savannah, remember?
Yeah, her and Mr. Tomasic.
Yeah. So something that she gave him insight on was specifically this. Do you remember what she told you about this kind of experience they had?
So they had the opportunity to, go to other schools in a country that has different, customs than ours. And they were able to kind of learn from each other. Like, we got to show them some of our games and our way of learning and our way of life. And they got to teach us some stuff about them. And I feel like that diversity, being able to kind of come together in a peaceful place, is important for just understanding each other.
And one of our students even, kind of figured out their future plans on this trip. They plan to go abroad and teach English to children in other countries. So it was a really eye-opening experience for a lot of our kids.
I know as a tech integrator, I get to have a lot of these experiences virtually where I connect with classrooms around the world, and we try to connect our classrooms. But I imagine this was infinitely more powerful by being there in person as well. So that kind of takes us to like our next impact, use tech for good, right? Where are they taking it from here? And that is related to Same Here. And Same Here came to our school a couple of years ago. It was really our first assembly coming out of the pandemic, and really getting to learn about that work and their work around mental health. And there was an event that they hosted here in Buffalo in partnership with the Buffalo Sabres called The Conversation for Us All. And they had a mental health awareness pregame event with a panel of professionals and educators before the game. But what happened actually during the day was that they came here to the Lexus Club at the KeyBank Center and spoke to over 200 students. The students in this room were a part of that. So going back to them connecting with Eric and Michael Schwartz from Channel 7 News was, how could they take what they learned as a select group of students that got selected to go watch the Sabres open practice and go listen to this story, but also, spread that news to the rest of our school community so that we can still have that continued impact. So it just wasn't a group of 30 Lakeshore kids getting to learn about this. We want really everybody to understand this conversation around mental health. So you can see here from the photos they took in a practice. We had Travis taking over 300 photos from the event. You can see here that they also interviewed other students from other schools to gather their takeaways. I don't know if anyone wants to share a little bit about that experience while they were there, or anything that you maybe learned, or Travis from capturing the media.
So the photo aspect, I'm a big photographer in doing journalism, and it's just the aspect of capturing these events are very important to hold on to, but to tell a story. And as me doing my media stuff throughout the school, it just brings me that pride and joy that I can be able to show people what we do here at Lakeshore, but what this event has offered to many people and the opportunities that you can get from this event.
So this took a lot of work and planning on the back end for production and taking all that media and organizing it into something that was powerful to tell the students. So they haven't shared it yet with the school community.
No,
But
this would be the first time we show it if we do.
It's coming up. You can see here that there's our group with Eric doing the same here sign. And I like about this one is a stigma that everyone talks about doesn't go away by telling others to stop it. Instead, it goes away by showing others how it applies to all of us, 5 and 5 with mental health, not 1 in 5 with mental illness. Storytelling is the key to inclusion. And that's exactly what this crew is doing here is they're being inclusive through storytelling.
Cameron really had to take on a big challenge with the storytelling aspect here because we did have to meet. We met with Eric in the morning, both the Erics, and they talked about what their vision was, what they wanted. And Cameron really had to take a lot of time in order to compose this really long video that told the story of our day and that experience. So I don't know if you. Yeah, and the idea this isn't going to just be this. This will spread beyond Lakeshore too. The idea was that this would be a school video that other schools could use to learn, about Same Here. So a lot of our stuff stays in house here at Lakeshore. This is a piece that could go beyond Lakeshore. So we're going to be working with the Same Here scale. This class is going to have a chance to test the app. They're looking to produce some segments on the STAR exercises, what we know as Gym for the Brain. You can see an example of one here where they may just demonstrate, here's an example of a STAR exercise and why it can benefit you in your mental health journey. There's the app that we're going to have here, Same Here Teacher, Same Here Student, that all kind of funnels into the Same Here scale. And they're going to help students kind of learn how to use that and really why we should be using that. There's just kind of a picture that just shows the amount of media that was brought in. So, Travis here shared 317 items and then, Cameron, right, had to work through all of this media and try to piece it together. Do you want him to briefly talk about that experience?
So we had Eric here back in high school. I'm pretty sure it was when most of us were freshmen. Now that did see him were seniors, so that's 4 years later. So everybody who previously saw him is gone, graduated, moved on. So it was a nice chance to kind of reintroduce him back at Lakeshore because the message is still the same, but it's changed over the years, and especially how much people are needing it now. During the pandemic, there were a lot of mental health issues and struggles that everybody was having, so it was nice to kind of have that be presented and make us not feel so alone. For this event, we did, how long was the trip? 4 hours or something like that. So London and Travis had video and photo coverage about pretty much the whole field trip. So by the time we got back to the school, the 317 items on the screen, those were all photographs. Those were just a small portion of the photographs. There were still more. There was about, maybe 100 something videos I'd peel through, watch footage to create. And I think the story was about 10 minutes long, but it covered all bases about us going on the field trip in general, why we were there, Eric's message, how that impacted us, what we were doing to help spread that message. It was a nice chance to kind of go out into the community for the first time, maybe not the first time, but as a major point into, we've been able to practice our journalism in school and throughout the school community, but it was a different setting, and for us to do that in the real world for once and kind of bring it back with us and get the message out. I don't know what else.
I don't think they can see that timer that I have accidentally hit a button and pulled up on the screen because we're sharing the tab. But here, I'm going to go ahead and share to you the story here. We won't play the entire thing. Let's see, share to this tab instead. I don't know if you can. Yep, I think you can see that. And I'm going to just go ahead and play this here for you.
Hello and good morning, Eagles.
Recently, your Lakeshore Eagle News team had a field trip to the Key Bank Center to go see the Sables.
This was just a chance to watch our favorite hockey team practice, but it was also a chance to attend and report on the hashtag #SameHere movement conference.
Some of you may or may not remember the founder, Eric Kusin, who came to our school a few years back to talk with us about his struggle with mental health.
And for those who don't remember, Eric was a professional sports executive for 15 years, a successful career at the NBA league office, moving to senior management positions, managing a number of professional sports teams. But when his mental health took a sudden turn and a rapid decline.
Due to unresolved personal life problems he failed to appropriately address when he was young, They were suddenly affecting his mental health. Seemingly out of nowhere, Eric had developed severe PTSD along with anxiety and depression.
And this left him almost permanently in bed with severe cognitive impairment for just over 2.5 years. And once he found a way to climb out of the abyss, he vowed to spend the rest of his life focused on changing the global conversation through mental health advocacy.
This led him to founding the hashtag Same Here movement, a global phenomenon focused on using Eric's personal story as well as those of professional athletes to help bring awareness and attention to mental health issues and the need to normalize them and how it's important for people to be open about their mental health.
And remember that if you're going through anything and there is support, same here.
Bright and early in the morning, it was time to set out for the Key Bank Center.
It wasn't just your Eagle News team, but we also went with kids from Mrs. Reed's as well as students in Mrs. Cromer's class. When we arrived, we all went inside of the lobby and waited until the practice started.
Lakeshore was not the only school who attended this event, as there were kids from Gowanda, North Collins, Eden, St. Joe's, and more.
We're all ready to go, and now is the time to go inside the stadium and watch the team.
Some of these shots.
Owen Power is so tall. Guys, say hi. This is me and JJ's wedding footage. We're waiting for you. Cameron's gonna be our officiant.
What does that mean?
You're gonna be the priest that stands in the middle and marries us.
Yeah,
During his presentation, Eric was very candid with us about his experiences with depression and anxiety. He dove into the seriously negative psychological, emotional, and physiological effects that poor mental health can have on an individual. He made it clear that often, without us even realizing it, stress and trauma can build up in our nervous system and push us to our breaking point. That is why it is so important for us to have a way to check in with ourselves, seek help, and learn ways to cope. Hashtag Same Here helps people in that they are not alone in their mental health struggles and gives them a concrete way to check in with themselves daily using a simple sliding scale. Using practices like the ones developed by Eric and his team, it can help us normalize the struggles that come with mental health and help us feel more connected to ourselves and each other.
That what happens over time is the buildup of stress and trauma in our nervous system cumulatively, like plaque built in our arteries, makes those thoughts go down a different path. And we become overcome where we don't have the means at the time to fight those thoughts. Does that make sense? Our life. And think this topic doesn't apply to us. And then we go through these challenging life events and these challenging thoughts. Everyone who lived through COVID remembers having thoughts of, what if we never go back to school? What if we can't take these masks off ever? What if this thing never normalized again? What if? And eventually, we teach in schools all over the country, stop, drop, and roll for fire safety. The number of people who catch on fire in the US every single year is not 3%, it's not 0.3%, it's 0.03% of people. Yet we're teaching every single person on the planet what to do in case you catch on fire. Why are we not doing the same thing with suicide prevention? So if you look at this chart, it's the higher the anxiety when the ideations start. Me, I didn't have this conversation like this the first time I had the ideations. the momentum of those thoughts are really strong, leads to the more momentum that the anxiety has. And if you look at the graphic on the end there, it's that person trying to stop that boulder from going off. Because people don't want to die by suicide. The thoughts start to overcome them because they don't have the means at the time to stop them. What goes through my mind when I had those thoughts about those bottle of pills, my mind went, I'm an alien. I'm a weirdo. My brain broke. Why is my brain thinking these things? I've never had these thoughts before. It made my anxiety even higher. And instead of someone having an assembly program like this and talk about it first person, say, Eric, 15 million people every single year have these thoughts. You're not that crazy for having them. And over the course of a lifetime, most people are going to have them. All you need to do is find help. Let's figure out a way to find help. It would have normalized that, and my anxiety wouldn't have been as high. My sympathetic nervous system response wouldn't have been as high. And I wouldn't have freaked out as much about the thoughts happening, making the thoughts even that much more intense. Stand up. Sing first, then here we'll do next. Right? Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Sing, here, sing, here, sing, here, sing, here.
Awesome.
All right, Lakeshore, and now I'm here with Kenya. And Kenya, we just finished the presentation, and how did you like this?
I feel like it was all right. I mean, I really liked it because it was very fun. I've never been here before. My first time ever here. And it was this year.
And you got a book.
And I know the puck. Puck is very cool as a whole. I mean, I've never heard of the puck before, so yeah. One of the fun things.
All right, and now this is Tyler. And Tyler, did you like the presentation we had today?
Yes, we did.
And what did you like about it?
About
the same here?
Yes.
Was that fun?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Tyler. Okay, Lakeshore, and now I'm here with Robbie. And Robbie, how did you like today's presentation?
Presentation is from the
same here.
Same here.
Did you like it?
Yes.
Did you like listening to the guy? Wasn't he really good?
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. All right, and now I'm here with Joey Madison. And Joey, how did you like today's presentation?
I really liked it. It was a lot of fun to watch the Sabres practice and everything. And I think the presentation was very informative. And it's always good to spread this kind of news.
Awesome, thank you.
Hey, Brandon, what's up? I think this presentation really impacted me a lot, actually. I think he hit very specific parts that usually people wouldn't dive much in depth into, and it really made a lot of sense to people, especially the ones that were truly listening to it. So I thought
All right, so I hope you enjoyed that clip. That was the first time I had a chance to see that, so it got to debut here. I think they did a wonderful job. I guess just in closing is just, we're hoping that this creates a ripple effect of positive impact through using technology. So from here, it's just a matter of, staying consistent with some segments related to it, right, through the STAR exercises, different ways and tips to continue to use the app and how that app can benefit you. So again, that idea of taking something beyond an assembly, a one and done, to something that can carry on, and have that ripple effect of good. So we're nearing the end of our class period. So thank you so much for tuning in and spending some time with us.
This was great. It was so good to see all of you. Your room is amazing. So thank you for letting us get a window into that as well. That was wonderful. So many great things that your school is doing. I'm sitting here with a teacher from a very small school, and we were talking about all the opportunities that you all get to have. So what's one thing, as we're kind of wrapping up, I know you said you're about to move on, but what's one thing that you can share to maybe help another school out to do some of the great things that you do?
I don't want to take that one. Any advice for
I
another
can jump
school?
in. So like when I got hired here, like I said in my interview, I wanted to be part of the news show. Like it was a passion of mine. And so like all it takes is a camera, can of green paint, and WeVideo. And WeVideo, Mike, you would know more about the licensure stuff with WeVideo, but like it's what you need is not the technology, it's just to get the students. And I think we have an awesome group in here that like bought into what Miss Kay and I have been trying to do the last 2 years. And so as a small school, if you can find those 3 or 4 kids that want to do a news show, I think anything's possible.
We're obviously transitioning here too as well. So sorry that you can hear the bells going off in our school as well.
Oh, I couldn't tell. That's so funny. I couldn't tell which. I was like, is that the end of the class? But I just have to say, like, that was incredible. Like, what your course, like that class, what you're doing, like this is applicable. This is like things that are going to make such a difference, not just currently, like making those ripples, for your entire community, but individually, each of the students, those skill sets that you're going to be able to carry with you, no matter what that next chapter, that next year might look like. And so I really I'm hoping we had a really great live audience. Not necessarily, I can still see we've got a great group joining us. Not everybody's been vocal in the chat, but I feel like you are inspiring and empowering other school communities to want to say, hey, you can go way beyond just doing announcements, or like you really added a layer of community service. And that I just have to commend you. I know, yeah. Elizabeth, thanks. We got that comment up there. Elizabeth is joining in from Florida. I know that Frank is joining from Pittsburgh. Oh, here it is. You want to pull up Frank?
Exactly. Like I don't think when someone signs up to take this class, they really think about the impact they can make. But the types of stories they're creating is proof that, they can change and have use tech for good through tech. So we're off to second period. So thank you for
thank you so much for joining us live.
So good to see all of you. Have a wonderful day.
I'm so inspired.
I am too. Absolutely. Yeah, we were saying all the real world skills that that class is able to take on, the public speaking, the interviewing, the organization, creating digital media. There's just so many skills that they can take to whatever they do after they leave your doors. It's just inspiring.
Yeah. And can I jump in?
Oh, yeah.
And so one of the things I'm Mark off. I want to give Miss Kay credit for everything. She put a lot of that together. I was out on paternity leave, so she deserves credit for the same here stuff. But Miss Kay and I, when we got assigned / volunteered for this class, wanted to create like something, because Eagle News existed before us, but it was very outdated. Like we found floppy disks and VHS cassettes in the room when we were clearing things out. And so we're hoping to transition to like next year live announcements with like a lot of what we do is announcements plus a featured story. So
wonderful.
That's wonderful. Can you see this comment from Ghana? This is just really wonderful. Also joining in live, will you let the students know that, this is going beyond what Mr. Drezek showed about that last image about the ripple effects. Obviously you're making a huge impact in your own community, but just your willingness to share today and let us celebrate you. Those ripples are far reaching, going way beyond just Lakeshore Central community.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you. I got to run.
Yeah.
Thanks so much.
Okay. Terrific. Thanks.
That's okay. Yeah. Thank you. I'm glad that they had a chance to share a little bit. They work so hard behind the scenes. And like I said, they never really know. They think their stories just impacting a couple of hundred Lakeshore students. And they don't sometimes think about the bigger picture. So it's neat to be able to use the announcements in that way to share those important stories beyond just, get through the school day and year.
Yeah. It's the news we want to hear. That's for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, and guess what? That we all need to hear, like that positivity. Because if you read headlines, it's all the gloom and doom. So you, of course, Lakeshore, no surprise there, focused on the positive, the proactive, and really what Use Tech for Good looks like in action. So this was a really wonderful way to kick off Earth Day. And as always, we really just love celebrating everything at Lakeshore, what you guys are doing. So thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah.
Where is your class? Are you off? Where are you off to
So
now?
I'm off to AP Computer Science Principles. They're preparing for their final exam, and their Create project is due in May. So they're working on their code and their program. I got some kids making some fun stuff right now. Then I'm off to AJ Schmidt Elementary. They're doing the Spring-Based Studios League for Green Leaders competition for Earth Day. We have our Hoop Club, which stands for Helping Out Other People. They'll be traveling to our high school Hoop Club. We'll be traveling to one of the elementary schools to be doing some Earth Day activities around coding with the elementary students. So we got kids teaching kids later today. That's exciting. Yeah, there's always something. I'm just traveling between 5 buildings. I get to have all the fun. I don't know.
I think it's fantastic. Well, thank you so much. And I want to thank, I don't know Sarah personally, but Sarah, thank you so much for joining us live from Ghana and your comments. And Michael Drezek, have a wonderful day.
Yes, enjoy.
And thanks so much for kicking it off with us.
All right, you got it. Thanks. Have a great Global Student Showcase Day 3.
That's right.
Terrific.
So great.
Oh, what a way. Like, that was really fantastic.
Yeah, it's amazing what one class has the ability to do, when you're thinking of, like, it's not just the morning announcements. It's all of these stories. It's all of these, like you said, the ripple effect of what is happening beyond their school. I don't think they realize how important it is that they're spreading that positive message.
And really topical issues too, like dealing with bringing in diverse voices, and also obviously mental health issues, like really tackling things important as well.
Yeah, that community service, that layer of community service, like embedded into what you're already doing, to like solve real problems in your community. To address them. I think it's fantastic. I know that we were supposed to have our next session was going to be coming in from India. And I don't know, Lori, anybody that knows me personally knows that I'm always going the wrong way when it comes to time zones. I'm either going forward when I'm supposed to be going backwards or what have you. So Parishi was supposed to be joining us from India. And she was representing herself. She joined us last year as well. Which I just love that, she would have been joining just as a student because of the time difference. It would be in evening time in India. She's a massive fan of the SDGs and that combination of digital citizenship and the SDGs. But today she was going to be sharing about AI. And so I'm really sorry for whatever reason, and I'm going to blame myself because of time
zones are always difficult. I know when you always list them out, and I'm always like, wait, do we go one way or the other? I'm right there with you. Do you remember what you did last year? I don't know if I was able to see her present last year. Do you remember what it was about?
Yeah, she came with another student. It was 2 students, and it was always she's a SDG warrior, student warrior. So I've sent a message on a DM, but I haven't heard back. So I'm blaming myself for the time difference. But what's coming up next in 10 minutes? And Lori, you and I, we could certainly show something. And even if we wanted to show last year, highlight anything from last year, our Global Student Showcase.
Do you want to know a little bit of what Evo did last year with his students? That was the vampires, right?
That was really incredible. In fact, if you wanted to, do you have access to that as I just kind of quickly share that coming up next, we're going to be in the UK. And we're going to be with Evo Hanna, and he is celebrating for the entire week. Obviously Earth Day today, but Sustainability Week. And each day he's going for this week. Each day he's going to be in a different school community. But last year we got Evo to celebrate with us, and he had 2 students. And I know that Lori's pulling up this video clip from last year, but it was incredible because it was a term I'd never heard of called vampire devices. And and it was the idea of how many devices, how many things do we have that we're not using that are plugged in and are draining, and that idea of the vampire, like taking the electricity that's unnecessary. And it was a really incredible session. So I feel like Ivo, Michael Drezek, a lot of the people, even Parishi wasn't able to join us today. We have a lot of people that are continuing to join us, where we get to celebrate. Jen Williams, I know, joined us last year, will be joining us again. Here we go. Oh, I love it. Sarah, I really thank you so much for joining us live. I'm really sorry you're not, for whatever reason, that Parishi wasn't able to join us today. But today was intended for you to pop in or pop out, and to be inspired and, want to connect and collaborate with other classrooms. Any luck, Lori, finding it?
I didn't find the clip. I found the whole video, so I figure we can at least play the beginning to kind of introduce it, and then we can go from there. Does that work?
That's perfect. That sounds really great, because was vampire devices a new term for you last year?
It's completely a new term for me.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, hang on. Sharing screen, entire screen. I'm only on my laptop today. To share auto, share tab instead. Okay, so I am hoping I do this.
Look at this, Sarah. This will be really fantastic. Yes. We would love to, because all we really like to do is we like to celebrate how students
and we are
in
live.
classrooms are using tech for good.
Awesome. Can you see the screen now?
Yes, it's perfect.
Okay.
A total month of celebration, of good news, of bringing students into our screens and sharing what they do, all the good things that they are doing at classrooms along with their teachers. We've been so happy during this month sharing a lot of experiences. And now here with me is Laurie Guyan. She's gonna be co-presenting with me, because we have a really special session right directly from the UK with Ivo Hannan. And his session today is called Design for SDGs, Changing the World with Your Ideas. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, good night, wherever you are joining us. Welcome.
Hi, guys. Just say hello.
Hi. How are you? How are you? So we're absolutely thrilled to have you here and to hear what you are going to share with us today.
So thank you for inviting us here. Hello, everyone who's joining us from across the globe. My name's Ivo, and I've had the absolute pleasure to be part of a joint venture partnership with BET in London to showcase student innovation and student agency. We held a competition called Design for SDGs UK Design Challenge, and we had students from across the UK competing in challenges that represented 3 of the SDGs: good health and well-being, SDG 3, SDG 4, quality education, and SDG 13, climate action. From that, we ended up with finals that were live on this huge stage at BET, and we are joined today by one of our winners, who are going to be talking a little bit more about their idea. Guys, would you like to introduce yourselves?
My name is Mariam.
I'm Hafsa. And I'm Rakeya.
And we took part in the BET show like a few weeks ago, and we won with a campaign. So yeah, it's about vampire devices, which is really important. And so that's why we won.
Awesome. And how was your experience? Tell us a little bit more. Were you nervous? What did you share? How was your, I don't know if it was a session, it was a project. How did you went into BET?
Yeah, so explain your journey about how you started from the moment your teachers introduced the challenge to you, and then your research that you did, some of the facts you found out, and then the solution with the great design that you've got, guys.
So we started off in year 7 with Apps for Good, where we started with an app that was not as complex as our website. So we won Apps for Good, and then Miss Darcy, our teacher, she told us that there was another opportunity called Design for SDGs, where we took our app and turned it into a website for schools, mainly schools, to use to like bring down their CO2.
Oh, wow. So you were developing like an app to check your track on CO2?
Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing. And you share it along at BED, right? I'm understanding this right.
Yeah.
And what are going to be the next steps? Are you going to share it alongside with the world or to your community? Is this app going to be available for everyone?
I mean, like today we were talking with some of the people from the Oval company, and like they said that they would sort something out, and like we don't really know what's gonna happen next, but I'm pretty sure like it's gonna like something's gonna happen and it's gonna be big. So hopefully we can continue with this idea.
Yeah, we've started out by sending out the website to our schools in the trust. So we're part of a trust of 16 schools. So we're like gonna send out to all of the schools in that trust.
But I think they're doing a bit of a disservice, guys, to their ability to innovate, because what they've actually spoken about is a project they did with a company called Apps for Good, and that led to another project that was the one that they showcased at BET. So do you guys want to talk about how you transitioned from the app to then go to the project that you showcased at BET?
So the app wasn't as big as what we're doing now, but the app was like for the public to know, but now it's a campaign where we spread awareness, especially to schools, and it's been a major change. So it's a bit hard for us, but we did get there.
And tell us a bit more about Team Vampires and the ethos of Team Vampires and what it is that you're trying to change with some of the, some of those statistics that you showcased in your video.
Probably Team Vampires was originally like a Team Electrosaver, but like since then we like decided that like it would be a good idea to just focus on the vampire ideas and then like make a campaign out of that. So I think that's what happened. It's kind of like we didn't know that was gonna happen, but like I'm glad it did because like, it was a good idea.
Okay, and for people out there, because not everyone at BET even knew what vampire devices were. So the girls identified these vampire devices and how you can use your own ideas to try and reduce the amount of electricity they use. So do you want to share with everybody, what are vampire devices? And then what is your idea and your campaign going to do to help make a change?
So vampire devices are basically at home where you have your devices plugged into like a socket. It's where you take electricity even when left on standby. And so our whole campaign is based upon vampire devices, as well as like it's vampires, so based for little kids, but also because it's actually a major problem because it takes electricity and electricity does release a lot of CO2 emissions. And yeah, so we try to base our whole idea around vampire devices.
And what was
Okay, this was really great. And right in the background joining us is Evo and some students celebrating both Earth Day and Sustainability Week. And before you came, we wanted to show, we were kind of highlighting what happened last year. And so how was that to come on stage and see that reminder, that really great memory?
I actually thought that we were in the wrong YouTube stream. And I was like, are we in the wrong one? Because they're playing something that's already happened. And I had to go back in and I was just, but anyway, thanks for the confusion, guys.
You're welcome.
It worked. But yeah, awesome. Guys, how are you guys doing?
We're doing good.
Fantastic.
We're
You're
really
further
excited.
ahead than us for the time zone too. So tell us, you've already been celebrating Earth Day. Where are you? Who are the students joining you?
Okay, so yeah, so we've been hosting a Earth Day Global Conference here in the southeast of England, very close to the centre of London, with Leo Academy Trust schools. In the morning, we were in a school called Hurst Park, and we discussed the ecosystem in Australia and the ecosystem in New Zealand with some people who tuned in live from New Zealand. Then we went over to Cheam Fields and we were discussing carbon footprint, and we had someone who you know very well being the main speaker, which was Namya Joshi from India. So she was our main speaker, sharing her experience as a eco-innovator and ways to reduce your impact on the environment by reducing your carbon footprint. We had an Earth Day quiz that was really fun, and there were kids from all over the world who took part in that. And then we're over here at Cheam Common Junior School. We've just done a session on wildlife conservation. And this is the last part of the day. We are wrapping up the global conference globally by tuning in and being part of this global event that you guys have wonderfully put on for the community. So thank you for inviting us.
Well, we're really happy to always celebrate with you. And in fact, Lori and I, we're just so that the students next to you know that we're joining you in from the United States. I happen to be joining live from Connecticut.
And I'm next door from Connecticut. I'm in New York.
And so we just kicked off. We just had a session with Michael Drezek, and it was really fantastic. So you're our second session for the day. And I feel like we'll just go behind the screen and just let you, if that works for you, and just let you inspire, let people know how they can continue to learn with you all week long too. Does that work?
Yeah, that works. Are we, can you hear us okay?
Perfect.
I hear you perfect.
Yeah. Be good. So, yeah, I mean, first of all, I'd love to introduce the student team around me. I'm going to let them introduce themselves to you. They are one of our winners from our recent Design for SDGs UK Design Challenge, and they're going to share their actual idea with you and what it was all about. Guys, take it away.
Hey, who's doing it first? I am Finley. I'm Atov. I'm Orla. I'm Sam. I'm Avi. Our idea was to make a more gender-friendly sport, and it's combining football and netball, which are very popular sports, together to make a sport that everyone can join in with. Our sport is called Footnet Fusion.
What's Footnet Fusion about, guys?
So Footnet Fusion is a game where both genders can join in, and also they can have fun between two genders. Because normally, let's say for football, you would have one team of a boys team, and the other a girls team. But we're combining this game to make both genders have fun together.
Okay, so Footnet Fusion. Okay, so netball, football, describe to the world how you play it.
It's on a netball court, and it's so you have football and you stay still when you're doing it, and you pass. And you can intercept, but you can't tackle. But you only pick the ball up is when you're about to shoot.
So the goals on football goals, they're the netball goals. Okay, so is it a D shape area?
Yeah, and you have to shoot inside that D shape.
Okay, so could somebody be waiting in the D shape area and you could like volley it to them and they catch it and then they, could you do that?
Yeah.
And that's what you're trying to aim for.
Yeah,
You're trying to get
yeah.
it so as you get closer to the net, you technically lift the ball off the ground with your feet, chip it to somebody, they catch it and they shoot, and that's what's going to give you. Okay, this is cool. I would love to know who came up with this idea.
All of us.
us.
So I thought of the idea and then we added on to all of it.
Okay, so you thought of the original idea and then you added on to all of it.
Yeah.
So what made you come up with this idea, Avi?
I wanted to do SDG 5 because I think gender equality is extremely important and I love sports. I was like thinking of the two most popular sports in each gender. So I did some research and I found that netball and football. So I tried to find a way to combine them together, and that's when the rest of the team came in to help.
That's awesome. And funnily enough, even though John's off the screen, part of our team today, we have John Casey, who is a sport innovator, and he would very much, I'm pretty sure he'd very much like to hear a bit more about your story once we finish this YouTube live. So now you've created it, you shared it with people on a bet stage, one of the biggest stages in education in the world. You won your category. What is next for Footnet Fusion?
So we have yet to speak to our PE teacher about promoting this sport in our school. We're planning on having a meeting with him very soon.
Yeah. And then afterwards, we're going to see if we can encourage other schools to maybe join in, and from there, we'll make it go further.
So it's going to go from our school to Leo schools, to all of the schools in the UK, to England, I think. No,
And then,
UK and then the world.
Okay, so nice, like you've got stages, scaling up is what you call it in business. Okay.
We're like, so when we were presenting, we researched our kit colours. So originally we thought, we're going to have blue and pink, but we realised that was making it more stereotypical. So we researched the least stereotypical colours, and that's what we used for our kit colours.
Purple
and green.
But different teams will always wear different colours, so it was just for our team as the SDG, like what we're doing, so like to encourage other people. But other people, if they want to make a kit, go ahead, do one.
So, how many people are on a team?
10. Yeah, it's
Okay.
10. It's somewhere between 8 to 10.
Okay.
And also the numbers will go up and down depending on the age group.
Yeah.
Okay. So you start smaller.
Yeah.
Okay.
And smaller. So we'd maybe for ages 5 to 7, maybe be a 5-a-side, and then from ages 8 up, 8 to let's say 12. It could be, let's say, 9-a-side.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I've got another question, and maybe other people who are watching might be thinking about this. What ball are you going to use?
Well, we did football, yeah. We did create a ball. Miss Shirley helped us create our own ball, and we used that ball for our presentation on the stage.
So we have our own logo on the ball as well. It's totally white.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking, because this is an Earth Day conference, do you think it'd be possible that Footnet Fusion is the first sport in the world where all of the balls are actually created using recycled materials?
That's already.
And all the kits.
And all the kits.
Yeah.
So it very much promotes.
And maybe the goals, the net. Yes, the net. We could any spare string we could tie them together, and then we could stick them onto a basketball hoop.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're reprocessing, you're reusing, you're repurposing, making sure that you're consistently sustainable as you play the sport, right?
Yeah.
In regards to well-being, because obviously there's a big part of well-being, which is SDG 3, good health and well-being. So you've served SDG 5. What do you think the effects of people playing this fused sport, netball and football, how do you think socially they will feel, and how do you think it'll affect people's level of joy and happiness, knowing that it's, you know, mixed between males and females, or it's mixed genders, or whatever it is? How do you feel people would feel about that?
I feel the community would feel more apart, like more one.
Like inclusive?
Yeah, inclusive. Yeah.
Like yeah. A whole. Yeah, and that's what we want, isn't it?
And everyone, all genders, be equal.
Exactly.
And people can, when maybe they don't feel like they can do anything, you can just go ahead and play it, and get someone to play with, and just go ahead and play it, because it will boost like how you feel in the day, and just.
Okay, so we're thinking that it's going to be part of our PE curriculum.
Yep. Yeah. And we're going to try and make an after-school club for it.
Yeah, and we could
which will be run by us.
Yeah.
Yeah, good leadership qualities. Good.
We were planning to have like a school team. So then, like, we have loads of different sports teams. So then we could, a lot of other schools, first in the Leo Trust, we can make like a mini Leo tournament for education. And then, we can escalate from there and go to a lot of different schools.
Guys, absolutely love it. And you can clearly hear the passion that you have to try and make a difference using your ideas. Okay. Big focus on SDG 5. Big focus on SDG 3. I'm sure there'll be links to some of the others as well. So very much a UN SDGs project. Really proud of you guys. I'm sure other people have got questions. Marilise, over to you and the team. Let me know what you guys think.
Just pulling ourselves back up. I'll tell you, there are comments, Florida, Pittsburgh, Italy as well. I know Ghana was joining, so it's really, really fantastic. Thanks, Frank, making a difference using your ideas. I mean, solving real problems and creating solutions. And I love the idea of, the recycling, repurposing, both for the kits and the actual ball itself. In the background, Lori and I were talking about like, I'm already on board. Like, I'm not even athletically inclined, but I'm ready to let's have a global tournament. The game itself sounds absolutely fantastic. It's inclusive, and it's inviting. And so I can't wait to play. And like I said, I'm not athletically inclined at all, but I feel like I'd be invited to participate.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I'm not athletically inclined either, but if it's inclusive, it should allow for people like Mary Alice and I that we can actually get to play, which would be amazing. How can we get started?
How can we get started, guys? Have you got a website? Social media? Where are we going with this, guys?
Not yet. So
we're only 10 years old. We're planning to make a YouTube channel online, and we tell everyone what the rules are and how to play and what you need to play.
Okay.
We could start off by like having a demonstration, which we could put on our YouTube channel, and then it can go, viral. And then
you know what I think you could do, guys, and this is I'm hoping that the community here can help support this. Obviously, the school, Team Common Juniors, has their own Twitter page, X page, and the Leo Academy Trust also has theirs. So possibly, maybe over the next couple of weeks, whilst it's fresh, possibly you could create a short video. You could post about Footnet Fusion. You could talk very quickly about where it started, and almost like a bit of an instruction video to try and help people who watch it to almost create their own version of it, to practice it. You could tag myself into it. You could tag Dr. Marilise into it. You could tag Laurie into it, the Citizen Summit into it. And by doing that, they can spread the word, and hopefully, even if there's students in other parts of the world who don't have access to a lot, but they feel it's something that they can do, it's helping other people. What do you think about that? That could be a good start, right?
Yeah, that'd be a really good start.
Yeah.
I think it's this sport's really good because for people in the poorer countries, they don't need it for this sport. There's not much material needed.
You don't really need a kit, or you don't really need a football. You just need a ball, and I know, just an old net. You don't need much for it. You don't need a kit.
So what you need is to write to the Football Association and ask for their used balls that they don't use anymore. To use their footballs that have been used in Premier League games, and you can use those, and you could reuse those for FootNet Fusion. That way you're reusing balls that have already been used, and the FA are going to have a lot of footballs.
They
You know what I mean? The FA is the Football Association. Obviously, you guys have national sports leagues. Obviously, our one here for football is the FA, and therefore you could tag the FA into your post and see if they say something, see if they reply. That'd be a good start, wouldn't it? Yeah.
And also, we're definitely sure that people with disabilities can definitely play it. Because anyone can play it. It's a sport for anyone.
It's a sport for everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, we're planning to get onto big sponsors. Like, we could write a letter to Nike or Adidas, asking them if they could sponsor our sport. And then, And I know, because my brother's in a wheelchair, he's really sporty, and I'm sure he would love to play.
Yeah. Well, why don't we do that?
We also can make a league for people with disabilities.
Yeah, 100%. Guys, it looks like you got your work cut out over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Are we going to be expecting to see something on Twitter as the first steps to the next phase of this project?
Yes.
Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep you posted. Marilise and Laurie, if it's possible, could you share? I mean, I know you are absolutely amazing at social media. These guys are very big and very good on Instagram and on Twitter. Could you possibly share something about this conversation? Because it's their end of their school day soon. Could you share something about this conversation, tagging in this school, so Team Common Juniors, and this idea, and these guys can then reply to that, and it gives them a prompt to reply to. You know, how would that work, guys? Would that help?
That sounds great. I want to make sure, just because we're across the pond and we've probably changed the English language a little bit. I want to make sure we know how to spell football. Like, is that from the UK perspective? I want to make sure that we know the right spelling of Football Fusion. I think that would be really important.
It's
football. FootNet.
Yeah, so it's FootNet.
Okay.
And then Fusion as a separate word. Is that right?
Okay.
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure it wasn't a U, because I was like, is this FUT? Okay. But FootNet Fusion. I got it. Okay. I really wanted to make sure of that. I also wanted to add, and this goes back a little bit about the colors. Like, I don't know if I would have even thought about, like, let's make sure we research, and the fact that you already know that purple and green, like, I wouldn't necessarily instinctively have known that. I would have had to have done research. Is that how you know about the purple and green? Did you have to do research for that?
We also made sure that none of the colors were like offensive in different languages, and
That's really fantastic that you made sure. I have to tell you, we on our end, we're trying to come up with a logo, and we had to do so much research for hand signals, because something that is a hand signal, here in the United States, we really did all this research, how it could be, it means something different around the world. So I really, really love that you did your research behind that. And then Lori, I mean, I know for speaking from both of us, just the student that has a sibling in a wheelchair, to make sure that this is, inclusive, everybody can play. I know that's near and dear to us. So I'd love to, hear what you're thinking and how we can have maybe a tournament happening, a game happening in the school that you're at right now.
Yeah, I heard you say I'm only 10, but you guys are making such a major impact at 10 years old. So the power of 10, you have great fresh ideas. You look at it from a different perspective maybe than some of us old people do. So I think you give us an opportunity to kind of look at how we've always done things and find better ways to move forward. And I think playing this game, Footnet, I like the name, Fusion, that's even better, right? That we're going to make sure that it's all inclusive is going to be an amazing opportunity for many. I'm all in. We're going to get a tournament. We will tweet about it. You guys keep doing the research, keep with the positive messages that you're sharing, keep doing what you're doing, because you're really making a difference.
And, to go with your YouTube video that's going to get up and running, like to have as many visuals of like what the game would look like, what is it that we need to do, kind of that step by step. But I think even more important is like the story behind it. Like maybe that's its own separate, is like you start with the why you found this to be something really important, something that the importance of play, the importance of, one thing is you were so comfortable, you're so versed in the SDGs. So telling that story, because that's the stuff that inspires, other classrooms, other students, other school communities to say, just what you said, Lori, look at these 10-year-olds, right? Making such a positive impact. And but just make sure for that YouTube, that would be my only thing, or when you're posting on your social media channels, to tell the why behind it, because that makes me just want to play even more.
Thank you.
All right, guys.
Okay, well, before you leave us, it would be really wonderful. How else, Evo, are you what's happening for Sustainability Week? How else can people continue to learn with you this week? That would be great to know.
Okay, so kicked off with the global conference today. For the next 4 days, we're traveling the whole country. So we've got we're hosting expos, sustainability expos. So we've been working with those 4 schools for the last month on poetry, on innovations using reused and recycled material, on a drama production, and on a fashion show. And we're going to, the first school is just around the corner, actually. That's tomorrow. That's Brookfield Primary, and we're going to be hosting our expo there, sustainability expo there, followed by, we're going to be traveling north 200 miles to Burnley. Then we're going to be doing one there. Then we're going to be close to my hometown where I lived, near Liverpool on Thursday. And then on Friday, we're going to be up near Blackpool doing the final expo. So during those 4 days, whole school communities are coming together to basically take action, develop things, share creativity during an expo showcase, which takes place at the end of each of those days. So we'll be posting things online and sharing what's going on during the week. It's going to be a crazy week.
I'd be curious how many miles you do. I hope that somebody's mapping it on a map so you can showcase all the places you've been.
Yeah, I think I might have to do that. Yeah, it's a lot more than I've ever done before.
I love it. What's the we'll be on a virtual road trip with you this week. What's that hashtag that people can continue to learn with you throughout this week?
So it's just the one that I've used in the post today. So if you look at the post today on Twitter, it's got all the dates and the hashtags are at the bottom. The main one is SW24, so Sustainability Week 24, and then there's an Expo one as well underneath. So yeah, have a look at that, and yeah, let's see what we can do to continue to promote big ideas and sustainable thinking for a better tomorrow, guys, including these fantastic students who have done a great job representing themselves today.
I mean, I want you to know, for American Sign Language, talking about being inclusive, this is applause in American Sign Language. So I want you to know, in a really inclusive way, this is for the students. You are incredible. You are change makers. You are thought leaders in your community. And what you did today, by your willingness to join us today and to break down classroom walls and to connect and collaborate, you have inspired so many people beyond your community to want to get involved, to see how important it is to create inclusive moments and experiences, especially around play, because I feel like that's one thing that sometimes just doesn't take precedence, right? And this is device free, and that opportunity to, to be in community in a game. I'm so proud of each one of you. And I am 100% cheering you on across the pond, here in Connecticut.
Yeah, I am too, here in New York. You are all so inspiring. Keep thinking in a very inclusive way. Keep doing exactly what you're doing. It's wonderful.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for the opportunity to for us and for the students to share our journey. Do you have any final questions at all? No. You want to take it to New York?
Let's go. Come on down. Let's go. We're ready. We're all ready.
That's right.
And before you leave us, I'm going to teach the students one more thing for sign language, American Sign Language. And I always, as a teacher, I always ended every class. And this is, I miss you. I miss you already. You guys were really fantastic. So if you wanted to try that, I miss you already.
I miss you already.
Yep, already. And then the applause. Yay.
Thanks, guys. Thank you so much. Well done, students.
Thank you.
Well done to me. Great job. Thank you so much for having us. Have a great week, guys, and we'll stay in touch, okay?
Okay, we're on your virtual road trip all week long.
100%. I'll keep tagging you in.
Wonderful.
Care,
Thank you.
Bye, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, Lori.
Yes.
Holy smokes.
I know. That was amazing. What a great idea. What a way to cover those United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Just a different perspective than we've heard before.
And I to do that research too around colors, and to make sure that the colors, that was really talk about dotting your I's and crossing your T's, to make sure that, the entire I game is going to be inclusive. So, and I loved
the aspect.
I loved all the comments too there were comments about how much they enjoyed watching the students kind of go back and forth with that dialogue. It was really powerful, and Evo in the center of it, kind of facilitating it. So,
he is so fortunate to be able to work with students like that. And we're so fortunate that he gives us a window into what he's doing. So it was all wonderful.
It was really wonderful. And I'm glad that we got to kick it off to kind of having an opportunity to reflect.
Yes.
Go backwards before we go, forwards, looking at that vampire, device.
We'll have to bring back those students maybe next year to kind of see how it's going with their vampire devices,
Yes. And for people that are joining us, I don't know, especially here in the United States, we go to ISTE, but in the UK, they go to BET. And so the fact that the students last year, as well as the students here with the FootNet Fusion, got to go on the stage at BET and present. I mean,
yeah, I think this would be a good time to bring up Namia again. He mentioned that Namia got to do a presentation for them, and I don't know that if everyone on here knows the amazingness of Namia Joshi. So you want to share about her?
Oh my gosh, yes. I mean, so many things. So I feel like we even tell that story, Lori, it starts with it probably started before that, but it really started during the pandemic when we hosted our global our global impactor cohort. And that was just a group of educators that we met for 6 weeks.
And it was all virtual because it was during the pandemic, right? We would all jump onto a Zoom call and get to know each other.
Yeah, and they were all educators, and then there was Namia Josie, right? Like the only student, and she asked if she could join, and I felt like that was really when I got to know Namia on a deeper level, right? Like just Namia as a learner, Namia as like modeling what like it means to be curious and like open to learning. And I felt like Namia taught us more than, we could have ever taught Namia. And I know that she had at the time connected with Michael Drezek, and Michael was her kind of, I guess, I don't know if I would say mentor, but somebody to bounce ideas off, and what she had created with Minecraft and the and digital citizenship.
Yeah.
And it was that Rube Goldberg. It was really incredible.
For those that don't know Namia, she as a young teen, right? When we started really connecting with her, she was already doing such incredible things using Minecraft to build these worlds. She built one, like you said, the Rube Goldberg machine. She created one on the SDGs. She did one, I believe she did one also on the ISTE and your standards for digital citizenship, right? So she's really done a lot of different things, and she really started for me, the idea of using technology for good, to be able to use your platform in a very positive way. I mean, we've talked about it. I've pushed into classes for the better, last 10 years on digital citizenship, but she was walking the walk, and she was showcasing that it's not just about the do's and don'ts. It's about how you can, showcase yourself in the best life and support others. And she does that with her podcast, right? Each one teach 10 is her hashtag. She has one book out and another coming, right? So
yes, each one teach 10 was the first, and then close to being published now is each one teach 10 in action. And again, just another opportunity to inspire others to want to get involved, and because all it takes is one person. That's her whole mission. All it takes is one person to make a difference, to stand up and make a difference. And then one person becomes many. And so I feel like each one teach 10 in action is kind of that roadmap for other students in other communities to want to do something similar. So I want you to know we are getting ready for our next session, which is with Michael Weasley. And I have sent a message. If it looked like I was distracted, Lori, I was just saying, are we good to go? And I'm just double checking because, that's still Eastern Standard Time. It shouldn't be as complicated for me for this one, but you just never know. And I know, I hope that Michael is able to join us.
I hope so too.
Live, because he's going to be talking about gamification.
But perfect tie into what we've just kind of left, right? We're talking about the physical game. Now we're going to talk about it in the classroom. It'll be great. Where is Michael located? Do you know?
Oh gosh, let me see. Oh, link is not letting me in. Good thing. So let me just go send that to him.
Wonderful.
Let me go here.
Yeah. This is the joy of doing live things, right? You never know when technology is going to work great. And other times,
he is watching. Good. He's saying he's Virginia.
Oh, very cool. All right. So yes, East Coast. We're the same time zone. So
okay. So yeah, I shouldn't mess it up. But here we go. Michael, I'm sending the link. Hopefully that's going to work. If it doesn't work through sending it on Twitter, I can do it via email as well.
Yeah. Or send them the doc again. It's on the top of the doc with the schedule too.
Oh,
right. We can always do that.
This isn't your first rodeo.
We've done this once or twice before, right? We started with the Global Impactor Program back in 2020. That was or 2021, I guess that was. So
yeah,
we've been doing this for quite some time. Is he coming in?
I don't know.
All right. I don't see him yet.
Heard.
So we do have a lot of people that are out there listening. We'd love to hear where all of you are from. We'd like to see how many countries. I know on April 5th, when this kicked off with our first day, we had 5 or 6 different countries that were involved, and several states, and Canada and Mexico. We were all over the world, and I know we've seen some people in the chat. We saw Italy, we've seen Ghana, the UK, Namia's in India. We've certainly talked about her. And then we've had some now in the States as well. So we definitely have a few New Yorkers coming up too, while you're getting Michael on. We have 3 different school districts in upstate New York, so not near New York City. So those of you who are not familiar with the state of New York, there's so much more to it than just New York City. And we're going to be featuring 3 of those small towns that are all about 3 hours and 4 hours maybe from New York City. We're kind of nestled here in the Adirondack Mountains, so it'll be a nice little shift from what you might have seen when we talk about some of the things we're doing up here.
Lori, I'm just going to go behind the scenes. You good to just to get Michael on?
Okay. Yes.
All right.
Yeah. So, but we'd love for those of you that are listening and are in the background to kind of hear us. We are. I'll tell a little bit about the school I'm in today, and Rob, you know more because you work here. But we are in Minerva, which is nestled in the Adirondacks, correct?
Indeed.
And how many students do we have?
Just over 100, and that is pre-K through 12. So we're a very small school. We graduate around 6 or 7 kids a year. So very different from those thoughts you have of New York City with those large school districts. A lot of very small school districts up here in the Adirondacks.
Yeah, yeah. So imagine that when you're thinking of your class sizes. Could you imagine you only have 6 students that are 5 or 6 students that you're with every year as you're going through? But what that allows is this district is able to do some really creative activities. They're allowed to really bring the community into what they do, and really open up some different opportunities that maybe you don't see in other schools.
Yeah, and I'm loving seeing these ideas. We got to see some great technology ideas about bringing the community in with our first presentation earlier this morning, and seeing how the students were able to get out in the community and talk to people. I would love to do some of that in our community as well. Also, the idea of the gamification and the sports and everything. We've been trying to pickleballs become a big thing. We're trying to incorporate into our community using our tennis courts for that. So I can't wait to see the demo of what those kids were doing over in London to see what that sport looks like, and if it's something we can incorporate here in the mountains in New York.
Yeah. So for those of you that are not familiar with the Adirondack Mountains, there are 26 high peaks, right? 26, and that it's like a big feat if you can hike all of them. Not all of them can you do in a day. I mean, it's not a huge mountain like a Mount Everest, but they're pretty large mountains that allow for a lot of hiking, a lot of nature that you get to see up this way. Actually, Minerva for a little while had trail cameras that were outside to be able to see. There was did you work with Andrew at all on that? Or did you hear about that?
Yeah, we have another member of our team that comes in here and educates our kids on the various, bringing the nature into the classroom as well, which I think ties nicely into the SDG goals that you were just talking about, trying to bring the natural world into our classrooms and empower students to know about their surroundings and learn about that as well.
Yeah, so he takes them into the woods behind the school and shows them to look for animal tracks. They were able to set up some trail cams to really capture the animals in their natural habitat. There was, and I don't know that it was your school. There was one school that there was damage happening outside the building and they couldn't figure out why. Was it here?
No.
Oh, okay, it wasn't here. And so they set up the trail cam to see what it was, and they realized it was voles that were coming in and out. They were looking for the heat of the building because it's very cold in the Adirondacks, right? So they were able to come in and out for that. So really interesting to see the wildlife that we have around here. I know I was in with a group of your students at one point, and there was a fox or something that was running through a field in the back. So you get to see a lot of wildlife up this way for sure.
And we finally just got rid of our snow, as a matter of fact, just in time for the eclipse that we had. We had the Path of Totality come through this area. So that was a big event that we had recently in this area as well. People were traveling from all over the place, multiple states to come up here. We had a big event because we had over a minute of totality here, and just a little further north in the Adirondacks, as long as 3 or 4 minutes. So that was another great event we were able to. We had over a minute of totality here, and just a little further.
Mute you there. Hi, Michael. We see you coming in. I just muted you for a second. I'm going to unmute you so you can say hello.
Just a little further.
Mute you there. Hi, Michael. We see you coming in. I just muted you for a second. I'm going to unmute you so you can say hello.
Just a little further.
Hi there.
I think you have
Hi, Michael. We see you coming in. I just muted you for a second. I'm going to unmute you so you can say hello.
Oh, I muted you again, Michael, for a second. I think you have sound on 2 different windows, maybe, or 2 different parts. So I'm hearing you twice. So I'm going to unmute if you've got that other one muted there.
All right. Am I unmuted?
Yeah. Now you're unmuted. I can hear you. Yes.
Well, you
So
know, as a
welcome.
tech people, you always have to do the workaround, right?
That's right. That's right.
So now the last part of my workaround is I need my earbuds because I can't hear you very well because it's on my phone. So the link doesn't want to work today. That would be awful nice if it did. But I sent my slides to Mary Alice, so I can talk about gamification anyway.
And you've got a really good green screen behind you, I see too. So
I'm ready for whatever you want to put behind me.
That's wonderful. So while Mary Alice is working on her getting that slide presentation up, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself for those that aren't familiar with you?
Okay. I'm Michael Wesley, and I'm in Virginia Beach, Virginia, and I'm an instructional technology specialist. I'm in this position currently for 7 years. I started my tech journey probably about 15 years ago and pretty much lived the journey that Stacey Rashan lived and converting what does a tech classroom look like. So one of the things that I always tried to figure out is how do you make it fun? Because you have all this cool stuff coming through and there was a lot of failure. And anytime you're doing technology, there's a lot of failure, such as today. But you just learn how to work with it and you get smart at figuring workarounds. I hope you can hear me okay, right?
I hear you just fine.
Okay. So I've been teaching, this is my 27th year. And after doing the classroom, I was 2nd grade teacher. And then my last 3 years, I did 4th grade before taking this job. And now I feel like I'm the cruise ship director that has the fun and all the cool stuff to do. So I've enjoyed my journey here and in my last several years of education.
That's awesome. And I always consider our what we do in education as a journey. That's the word I use all the time too. It's not a job, it's a journey, right? That we're always taking.
And that's true because if you enjoy what you do and you love it, it's like you don't work a day in your life. And I've had that opportunity. There's been some tough times lately, but it's reinventing your profession. But fortunately, we were prepared for that. When it did occur, the pandemic, everybody here was connected on Seesaw. So closed on March 13th and, we were ready to go. We were already connected to all the parents. So that was a fortunate thing for us here.
Absolutely. Yeah. And you're always willing to pivot, right? If you need to, right? That was always my word during those years was we just need to pivot. And that's what we're doing right now, right? We're working on getting your slides
We're
up.
pivoting. Come on, Mary Alice, bring my slides up. We're ready to go. I can talk this out. No problem.
Okay. I want you to know, I don't see the slides. If you send them via email, was it today?
Yeah, I just sent them. Like, we need me to send them again? Or actually, let me take, it's a bit.ly. It's a bit.ly and it's Achieve 24.
Okay, and it looked like it went to a form, the bit.ly, but let me try again.
I'll make sure I give you the right bit.ly.
Yeah, I just put it into and it came up with Herbalife. So I'm thinking that it's a different one.
Let me. Yeah, that's not the right bit.ly. So let me go ahead and pull up bit.ly real quick.
Awesome.
Nothing like doing it live.
That's right.
Let me see if I named it something else in the panic of the day. The link doesn't work.
Or on your, you have it on your computer, not on your phone. I was going to say you could put it in the private chat.
Oh, I lied. I used up all my bit.lys because bit.ly used to be it's no longer unlimited. It's a tiny URL, Achieve 24. So it's tiny URL. Tiny URL, let me see. tinyurl.com.
.com/achieve with a capital A.
I'm almost there.
Global Student Showcase.
Yeah, tinyurl.com/achieve24. So sorry, guys.
That's all right. I'm making a copy. I'm going to pull up the slideshow.
Nothing like coming up with everything that you have in your head when you're panicked.
So I won't be able to see you or the chat because I'm on just my laptop today. So I'm going to share your screen. or my screen. You just tell me when you want to go to the next slide because I can hear you just fine. All right.
Hold on one second. This is a real live show, isn't it?
That's right.
Okay.
That's right. We are
Oh,
live.
hey,
So
there I
can you-
am.
Yeah, there you are. All right.
Okay.
I'm going to.
And then you were saying just tell me to go to the next slide. Okay. So here's my shtick. All right, I'm ready. This is about gamification, and Achieve 3000 is a platform that was purchased by the school system. As far as the school system, you have to have it purchased. But what I'm going to talk about today does not require you to have this program. I'm going to show you how I took a school purchase program and what I did with it, because most of the programs that are out there are going to be just like this one. So next slide, please. So basically, it's a worldwide, platform. They're available all over the world. It was started like 21 years ago, and for the first 15 years, it was developed by a woman in India. So this is just some of their stats. I'm not trying to sell Achieve 3000. I'm just sharing my journey. All right, next slide. And then it's typical. It has a passage on one side, and it has the questions. Questions are very similar to the testing questions that you would receive on a standardized test. And they work really hard on making articles current and interesting for kids. So this is just kind of what the format looks like. You can flip again. Next. And this is what they promise, which was, I thought, really cool. They promise that you can have your student grow a year of growth of Lexile growth in 1 year. And there are 3 bars. And then the first bar is just the yellow is like the average expected growth. But if they get 40 articles with a score of 75% or higher, they're guaranteeing that first year. And that's what the red bar is. And then the last bar is if they did like 80 articles. So if you do 40 articles, it shows that your readers with the lowest the lowest readers benefit the most. So it's a really cool. Let's say, okay. And then if you go to the next slide and go off my head here, this is how my journey began. So they rolled this program out 10 years ago, and I had just switched to 4th grade, and I was sitting there doing my small group reading, and then all of a sudden they're coming up and interrupting me. The kids are, with these questions that I would be covering in my small group reading, and I was being interrupted. I had a choice. If I didn't stop what I was doing and answer them, the kid was going to hit whatever answer and move on after being frustrated and not care. So what happened is that I ended up having to be interrupted so many times, I just started investing time into it. And as I invested time into that, the kids got excited about it. They were trying harder, and we kind of learned about it together. It was originally one of those programs where they drop into your classroom and it was supposed to be independent work and the kids just do it. It was never that way. So I basically took a chance. I was with great leadership that was looking to develop the technology in the classroom and seeing what it would look like. And I was allowed to break away from the traditional teaching of having those small groups to using this platform to see what it could do. And, I gave more time to that. So that was my journey. If you flip to the next slide, on that slide, you can see, at my school here now, I'm kind of like the person that goes in and launches this. And in January, they had been tinkering with it, the kids, and they hadn't really touched it. But, how do you get your kids from doing this to this? And you can see by those activities, that's how many articles that they've read. They jumped, and you can see it's a solid interest. And if you go to the next slide, it does like a 3-month average. And you can see that the kids not only increased their usage, but their percentages and their averages were working out really well as well. And they were continuing to go up. And then that was kind of exciting to me to have that data. So I've been honing in on this for a while. And how do you get these kids excited about reading? Because the teachers hated it because it was interrupting them. The kids hated it because it was a chore and they couldn't get through it. But when you support them, they really can learn how to use this program and platform. So for me, how do you get the kids to do it? And if you skip down to the next slide, It's kindergarten. Teachers figured out an extreme motivation years ago with a simple song. Kids don't like to clean up. They don't like to clean up their room, but kindergarten teachers are masters of manipulation. They know how to get those kids to clean up with a simple little song. And don't hit the play button, Mary Alice. It's okay. We don't have to hear the cleanup song, but that's what that is. It's the cleanup song. So, I was thinking along those lines. How do I get kids to do something that they may not really want to do? And then if you flip to the next slide, that's the answer. The answer is become the game master. Kids have been gaming for a long time. I'm the Atari generation, original Pong. It just doesn't have the appeal of the games today with everything else that they have. So I came up with a way. It's like, how do you sell this? How do you sell Swampland? So next slide is you make up a cool game with a cool graphic. It just captivates them. And they're like, whoa, what's that? And, I go into a classroom and I go, what games do you guys play at home? What video games do you play? And they tell me about all the different video games they play, and they get all excited. It's like, well, guess what? There's a game just like that here in our school. You could play it every day. It's just hidden. You don't know about it. And then I flip over to the next slide, and I tell them that the game in our school is owned by this big conglomerate. I kind of go off script a little bit and make believe, but it's owned by this big conglomerate of people who have Fortnite and Roblox. Of course, they've just told me about those are the games they like to play and everything. So I tell them that, and they're like, wow. And I say, well, this reading game they're spying on you. They're getting data on how to keep you from leveling up. Because, when you say level up to a kid, oh, they know what that is, apparently. So once I start saying level up, they're like, whoa. And I was like, would tell them that, and they were one kid actually Googled who owned them. But I have an answer for that for the next slide. The people who bought it originally were Insight Venture Partners. And I saw that, I was like, oh man. And then I said, let's look up the word insight, because here I am telling them that they're scraping data from these kids, and it's a deep understanding of a person or thing. And they went, oh, you're right. So since then, McGraw-Hill has purchased this. They even have a psychologist that is part of this company to develop these articles and to kick back on the psychology of the reading. So I was saved on that one with the simple, let's Google the definition. And then I tell them that, anytime you need an answer, like if you get stuck on a level in a game, what do? You go to YouTube to follow somebody else who's watching it, or you go to somebody who's a hacker and knows how to play the game. And if you go to the next slide, I tell them that I'm the master hacker, and I'm the one that's going to give you tips and tricks. And it's like, if you don't believe me about Chief 3000 being a game, let me show you. And then go next. Here's the proof. You can flip again next. And I tell them, look, the thing has points. So, the goal is that they get 75% or higher on their scores. So when they get a 75%, they get 1 point. And then they get daily points just for logging in. So when they get the 1 point, I say, oh, you could just multiply that. That's a superhero point. So like, it's like, what if you got 10 tests or activities above 75%, you get another number. So in this case, it's 8 times 761 points. That's your real points. That's how many you really have. And they're like, whoa. And then it's like, so if you have 761 points and 0, above 75%, you'd multiply that times 0. It's kind of like 0 points. So we get some math in there too. On the next slide, it shows how they can earn badges. And then it even monitors their progress over time. This little graph here will show them exactly where they are at. And then the activities on here, it shows them that they have 7 activities. I call this a bar, and they can break this bar because the first bar has got 40. If they break this bar, they get a new bar. It starts 41 to 80. So they can break the second bar, which is another level of that. So I said, I'm going to prove it to you. Achieve 3000 knows one thing, that kids are lazy. Oh, that sets them off. They don't like that. What do you mean we're lazy? I was like, relax. Let me show you why. Let me show you. And I put up this passage up there about the Statue of Liberty. Go ahead and flip to the next one. And then I have them read it, and they read it. And what do kids do when they read a passage and they get a question? Well, let's talk about that, because this is how. Go to the next slide. I pull up the answer selections, and then here we go. As far as the answers go, I go, okay, is it A, B, C, or D? And then, I raise your hand for A, raise your hand for B. And then, kids vote for every single one. Because and I say to them, see, you guys, if you guys were good gamers, everybody would have raised their hand on the same one because you would have picked the right answer. But you know what? One thing you didn't do, and this is why Achieve 3000 knows you guys are lazy, is you didn't ask me to remove the black box so you could go back and check what you read and confirm your answer. And it's no matter what, nobody ever does. They never do. Unless they heard my shtick before and they said, can you move the black box? So if you go to the next slide, I basically go through each answer and then I show them the highlighting. It's like, see how highlighting can help you? Achieve 3000 is real, popular on changing one word. And if you change one word, if it's 111 feet, but they say 111 inches and you're not paying attention, you're going to see the numbers and you're just going to pick the right answer. So they tricked you. And they go, oh. And then if you go to the next slide, the next tip I give them to start them out with is the not question. Because anytime you get a not question, that means 3 of those answers are correct. And if you're getting a not question, you're getting ready to level up. So on this question, I knew it took longer for them to answer it. I knew that that would be more painful for them to go back and find 3 correct answers than just one. So I made a big deal out of it and said that this is going to be the one question. If you're getting an AI is sending you has been sent a message and sent you this not question because you're getting close to leveling up, then they're trying to block you. So they see that and they start thinking, oh, I better pay more attention to this. So that's how I lay out the game for them to get them interested in it and to connect it to their gaming background because they all game anyway. So on the next slide is just one of the ways that you can work with this. In Achieve 3000, it measures Lexile levels. So it makes a very clear break at 100, 200, 300, 400. So for every 100 up to 1500, there's a club. So if they're at 495, I can say to them, oh my gosh, you're 5 levels away from the 500 club. And, that's exciting to them. That brings, it's not just about the reading. It brings an element of fun to it. And then, they enjoy their reading because of it, because the articles are really current and they're about current events, and they really do enjoy that. So going on to the next slide, it's all about motivation. The student who chooses to undertake work and masters the work will become more intrinsically motivated than a student who is compelled to do the work. Like, how many times have we compelled students to do something? It's like, I don't want to compel students. I want them to want to do this. And one of the best parts about when it becomes a game for them on the next slide, I showed you those different levels, because I call them breaking the bar. Like, I'm going to teach you how to break this game. We are going to break Achieve 3000. We are not going to be those lazy students because I'm going to show you the tips and tricks on how to get into that and how to get past that. So that's where I start, and creating the fun and giving them feedback. I mean, it's really important to be invested in the game and to give them feedback over the data that they're providing you when they take activities. So I pull the data up frequently. I let them see where they're standing, and by being invested like that, they see it. I'm like a constant cheerleader for them. It's like, oh my gosh, you made a mistake. It's okay. Or if they're like in the beginning, a lot of kids make a lot of errors. It's like, it's okay. You're just cracking the code. You're just learning it. You're just cracking the code. It's okay. We're going to keep practicing. Next time you get stuck on a question, come back to me. I'm going to help you get through it. And when they achieve that level of success where they can taste that they can move forward, they start buying into it. And then they start opening, because like kids hold back a lot of times and they are nervous, and that keeps them from just sailing forward and being able to do the best that they can do. So on the next slide, there's a video that plays what I do during their morning announcements. The morning announcements is my pulpit. I like to keep them excited. So if you hit play on that, it should play. Hopefully you'll be able to hear that.
So let's get this party started. That's right. Coming in with 5 level uppers. Mrs. Medeiros' class is on the board again. More players this time, getting better each month. Mrs. Blythe's class, you have Nathaniel, Delilah, Vance, Dylan, Lana, Jayla, and Casey with 7 level uppers. And Mrs. Taylor's class. That's right, Mrs. Taylor. Can you hear Mrs. Martin's class cheering you on? They did yesterday. Give them a cheer, Mrs. Martin's class, because they can hear you. Their door is open. Lincoln, Malaya, Addie, Kennedy, Raylan, but January, 133 level uppers in Achieve 3000. Mrs. Hall, sit down. Sit down, Mrs. Hall, because 16 of your team have leveled up in this month alone. Mrs. Richardson sitting down already, but you are about ready to have a big 900 club in 3rd grade. Achievers, you have 11 days. That's right, including today, 11 more to level up. Everyone in your classroom can be on that Achieve 3000 Level Upper magazine cover outside your door. Everyone can level up. Even if it's by 5, you make the cover.
Like, who doesn't like the Rocky song, right? You know, pumping you up in the morning, first thing, and seeing all this success. And, you know, the students, I mean, I can, with this platform, recognize so many students, 133. I mean, I called out every name. It's like 5 minutes long of just the name calling out. And it all started a few years back when the reading teacher wanted to put these posters outside the door for their reading achievement in leveling up. Now, I've always run the Achieve 3000 game, but she wanted to make these posters. So I took it over and I did it one year. I was like, whoa, this is golden. These kids do that to have their name on the announcements and to put a piece of paper outside their classroom. I'm like, I'm going to do that every month. So it's been fun to be able to reward hundreds of students at a time. And that, I mean, wouldn't you feel like $1 million if you had your name? I mean, I don't know what it is with elementary kids, but they love to be on the news. I don't know if it changes when they get older, but they love, even if they come up and say the Pledge of Allegiance, but just you have their name on it. It's just, it means the world to them because they're seen. The next video is an interview with one of the kids on a podcast, and she's was a 3rd grader and hit the 1,000 club. So if on the next slide, that will go into that. There you go.
Did you like Achievement 3000 at first?
No, not really at all. I just thought that would be another thing that I had to do, which would take 1 million years, and I never get to go to the fun stuff.
And then something happened. What was it that changed your opinion?
So my teacher started giving out rewards for it, so I started trying to do it. But then I realized that I actually kind of liked it.
Oh, so the rewards kind of got you interested in it, and you started reading and playing, and then you realized, well, now you're in 4th grade, and you're still the #1 player. Well, actually, this year you're the #1 player in the building, hands down. Last year you were competing with 5th graders, and they were a little bit higher. But this year at 4th grade, your new level is what?
1,425.
That's right. And I really thought it was over at 1,400.
That's like college level.
But apparently they added another layer. So I think we're going to go all the way through the end of 1,500 now. You're pretty excited about that 1,425?
Yeah, it was insane to me when I realized.
Yeah, and you just leveled up again last month too. So you continue to crawl up that pathway. What's your goal today? What are your goals now?
I want to completely beat this game. I want to get the highest score possible.
What's the trickiest thing with Achieve 3000, do you think, for you?
The fact that they change it so it's at your level, and then they try and add those hard questions that just a tiny word can throw you off.
What's your strategy for taking that down?
Just look in the article, no matter what.
Going back and looking again, and you use the highlighter tools, you said, right?
Yep.
That's pretty important.
Always.
I can imagine. I know you said that it's not about winning for you, that it's about, enjoying it and being excited and having other people join in your journey, right?
Yeah, I love seeing others succeed, so I like helping people out.
That's excellent. And I'm sure that your classroom, there's a lot of people who like to have your help too. Awesome.
And Anna's an incredible reader, but it was the platform she wasn't utilizing and she didn't invest in and buy, and it's measured her success. In that interview, I made her own poster with her name on it because it was like 1,000 in third grade. I mean, there were fifth graders that weren't even hitting thousands. And she even got me off guard because like when she's getting the 1,400 levels, I didn't even know that it went up to 1,500. I thought, 1,400, you broke the game, but she's getting 40 as it keeps going. It's like, oh my gosh. So, usually we have like the highest is 12, 13, 100 in elementary school, but I got educated. So we're still going with Anna, and she is like amazing and is having so much fun. She keeps crawling up. She's going to break this game. I mean, 1,500, it's got to be broken. So the next level is or the next slide is another interview with just a quick interview with another student about his take on it.
Can you hear me, Mike? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. We're just we have to transition to our next presenters. We've got them ready.
No
to go.
problem. No
So
problem.
thank you so much
In
for
the
all
slide deck, I have lots of other gamification, and it goes into where I get my gamification and everything. I like Canva for ideas, and I like Genially for ideas. They have great slide decks ready to make, and I included several activities in the slide deck at tinyurl.com/achieve24, and there will be those assets in there to share with you guys.
Awesome.
We'll share that in the chat too, but we're so glad that you were able to join us. I'm sorry about our tech issues. But it's always great just to celebrate, and you are the master at it, so thank you. And I hope that you're able to continue to join us as the other classrooms join us throughout the day.
Thank you for having me by, and I love a good challenge.
Thanks so much.
All right, guys, have a great morning.
All right, bye-bye.
All right, I'm just going to go ahead and add back right in our next group that we have.
We are on.
Ta-da!
Hey, how was everybody?
How you doing?
Very good.
We're getting so smart today. I mean, inspired, empowered. It's been fabulous.
That's awesome. Well, I'm here with some really, really smart students and a really, really great teacher at Waterford Half Moon School District. And I'm going to hand you right over to Mrs. Horling, the senior environmental science teacher.
Awesome.
Fantastic.
Hi. How
Hi,
are you?
so glad that you're joining us, and we're so glad we get to celebrate how your students use tech for good.
Well, they're very excited to talk to you guys.
Awesome. So we'll actually, if you're okay with taking the lead, we'll go behind the scenes so you can present. If you need us or you want us to ask any questions, we'll hop right on. Okay.
All right. Perfect. So I'll pop our slides up.
And make sure you let everybody know that's joining us live, because we've got a really great live audience. Where you're located and anything about your school community, that would be fabulous.
All right. Perfect. So are you guys able to see our stuff?
Yes, we can see it.
All right, perfect.
Okay.
Well, then we'll go right ahead.
Good morning, guys. Today we're going to be explaining how we learned all about green energy in New York State. I hope you guys enjoy. So a little bit about us is we're a group of 12th graders from a small school called Waterford Half Moon in upstate New York. We're about 15 miles or 24 kilometers from our state capital, Albany, and about 3 hours from New York City. All of the following slides are about our environmental class's 10 works worth of research on clean energy. One day in class, we used a map of the New York State to model various forms of energy being utilized across the state. On the left, we used wind power, which was off Long Island, solar power, which is at the top, which is upstate New York, and hydroelectric power, which is coming from Niagara Falls.
Another thing we did was we used VR to discover hydroelectric power plants, solar fields, wind turbine components, offshore wind farms, and nuclear power plants.
One day in class, a representative from NYSERDA came in to talk to us. NYSERDA is New York State Energy Research Development Authority. NYPA, which is New York Power Authority. New York State Initiatives, Jobs, and Road Trip Nation, which Road Trip Nation is a group of students who traveled around New York State to learn about clean energy and fields within clean energy, and it was turned into a show. Why isn't it going? There we go. Okay, another activity we did was engineering wind turbines, and we basically just investigated different variables like blade size and shape, and we noticed that the lighter blades that we made spun better and produced more energy, and the blades that were heavier or had unique blade size did not spin very well. The last group of things that we'll be talking about is how New York State is using clean energy. One example of this is environmental justice. This is a social movement to address environmental injustice. This injustice occurs when poor or marginalized communities are harmed by hazardous waste, resource extraction, and other land uses. All people should be involved and treated fairly with respect to the development, implementation, and enforcement of environmental laws, regulations, and policies. Some of the key bullets we learned was it ensures that everyone benefits. At least 35% of the benefits are directed to underserved communities. And one of the major things we noticed was community air monitoring, which focuses on underserved communities and lower rates of asthma and other respiratory illnesses.
Another thing we researched was zero emission electricity, which is 70% of the state's electricity will be generated by renewable energy by 2030.
This graphic is showing how New York State plans to become 70% clean energy by 2030. The biggest operating renewable is hydroelectric, while the largest contract renewable will be offshore winds.
Ways that NYSERDA plans to reduce carbon emission using the transportation system is by increasing zero-emission new car sales by 2040 and increase access to pedestrian-friendly infrastructure and public transportation,
as well as using electric cars and increasing the amount of charging stations there are, as well as making the production of them and the price of buying them less expensive. And we also looked at the Charge New York. This website shows a bunch of incentives that you can use or that you can get that will help you go clean. This is just a few examples.
There we go.
Another topic that we researched was agriculture and forestry, which is supported by the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act. And basically, their goal is to eliminate 100% of climate pollution as the result of people. And another target that they want to meet is reducing 85% of greenhouse gas emissions by 2050 and 40% by 2030. And it also just ensures that people are receiving cleaner electric grids, comfortable, affordable, energy efficient housing, and a clean economy for everyone.
Adding on to the slide before, New York's 18.6 million acres of forestry hold 1.9 billion metric tons of carbon. This is equivalent to the carbon dioxide that would be released if we powered all the houses in New York State with fossil fuels for the next 100 years.
Lastly, we have energy efficiency and building decarbonization. By 2050, 85% of all buildings will use clean heating, cooling, 2 million climate-friendly homes, 100,000 new jobs in clean energy, incentives for homeowners to switch to clean energy, and better heating coolings to reduce decarbonization. And here's a link that provides tips of ways to heat up your home.
I gotta share it.
Oh.
Okay, so now you can talk.
Okay. Here is a link that provides tips of ways to heat up your home that are energy efficient. It also has information on rebates and tax credits.
Okay, and that was all that they had, and we'd love to now open the floor for any questions that you might have.
Awesome. This was wonderful. So many topics were talked about. How did you choose which topics you wanted to cover?
Well, Mr. Ferrone helped us with the New York State initiatives part, and that came after the NYSERDA presenter. So research in those areas came after we listened to her talk about all the exciting things that New York State was going to be doing in the next 20 to 30 years. And for me, I thought it was important to kick off our curriculum with clean energy, especially during the wind turbine lab. And Mr. Ferrone was able to bring in that circuit map that you saw at the beginning that Addie presented, where they were able to model where the clean energy is coming from in New York State on a map. And that was like an exciting interactivity that we did to kind of kick that unit off.
That's amazing. What's one of the biggest takeaways that your students feel that they've learned, or big aha for them that they've learned from doing this kind of research?
So a lot of them are pretty shocked to find how polluted we are as a state, but I think they are hopeful with all the incentives that are going on that we can kind of turn it around a little bit.
Awesome. What do they foresee happening? What are the big takeaways as far as what we should do first? Like, how do we get started?
What do you think, guys? How do we get started? So a big highlight that I'm hearing right now is how we need to reduce fossil fuels for sure. And it looks like New York State has already got a big plan for that. We do have Niagara Falls as a great resource for hydroelectric power. They even noticed as we started this unit that all around us, the different solar farms are popping up. It seems like you can't go very far without seeing a cluster of those big panels. So it's hopeful that we can kind of draw our energy more from there and not from fossil fuel power plants.
That's wonderful. Sounds like your group of students really looked at this from many different angles then.
They did. I'm very proud of all the research that they did.
Definitely. Awesome. I'm going to bring Mary Alice up here too, see if she has any questions she wants to ask. Mary Alice, is there anything you'd like to add or ask?
I just think it's great when, obviously in a class, it's like learning, right? Like there are certain things that we need to learn as part of a class, but I feel like what you're modeling right now is like an additional layer that like is applicable, that is really going to change, decisions and actions. And that has that ripple effect. So I don't know if you were able to see when we were in the UK earlier. I don't know if you were able to join in, but Yeah, it's that same sort of thing that, students find something that's really important to them, right? That really matters. And then this like willingness to share it, but it makes such an impact personally, and then it ripples. So I just want to commend your students and the fact their willingness, because breaking down classroom walls to connect and to collaborate. I mean, we have a world audience, we have a really active audience that's joining us. And you're not just making a difference in your community, you are making a difference way beyond your community. And if we can even model anything for your students, it's just to continue to share their learning because it really does matter. It really matters.
We did have a question come in too from Elizabeth. She wanted to know, what advice would your students give to younger students as they're learning about what they can do?
What advice do you have for younger students as they're learning about this topic?
So their suggestion is that they really just take time to kind of absorb it. It's a lot. It can get overwhelming. It can get kind of heavy when you see all the work that has to be done, but it is doable. They are already taking steps to move towards doing it. And their generation is really going to be the one that's going to make the difference. These kids and the kids after them are the ones that are going to have to put in the legwork.
And to put things into context for your students, the question from Elizabeth is, she is an elementary teacher in Florida. So that like another great way to kind of just, model the fact that this is beyond just New York, right? Like what could these, young learners in Florida do? I just love that. Oh, and I love it. Melody, thank you so much for joining us live from Alaska. Melody is a middle school teacher in Alaska. And last year she was able to join us, which was really, really great because she did it alongside her daughter. That idea of that learning doesn't just have to happen in the classroom, how important it is to get, our families involved in this learning process. And Lori, this is really why for the Global Student Showcase in the past, the chat we've seen parents and grandparents and family members and administrators, jump in here and learn with students. So to just let your students know that what they're doing really is making a huge difference.
Yeah, and it's important that you're sharing your stories too. I'm so excited to see Melody in the chat. She and her students went for a walk outside their school this winter and came across some bear tracks. And she tells the whole story of how the students were able to help her to understand what to look for and what to do to be safe. When you encounter something like that while you're out in the woods. So you're looking at that environment from so many different perspectives. You're looking at it from the wildlife. You're looking at it from the environmental, and we're looking at how we can make sure that we're doing what needs to be done to make sure that we're ready for keeping our world sustainable. We had a group on earlier too that one of the girls on the call earlier was saying, I'm only 10, but when you hear all the things that she was doing, you realize that they're already making an impact. So your students are doing the same thing. They're already making an impact. They're bringing awareness to really important issues, and they're able to take what they've learned to make sure, like you said, that they can make that difference. So, kudos to all of your students for sure.
Well, thank you guys so much for letting us be a part of it. It was a really awesome experience.
Yeah, we just put up there for Melody. I love that. Her students, bear and moose experts. Now that's something here in Connecticut that isn't anything you'd hear any students talk about. So thanks for jumping in, Melody. It really means everything. And the fact that we got to celebrate you and your daughter last year. And this is really what we want to do. It's a celebration, right? Like where we get to shine a spotlight on others. And thank you for joining us today because it's got that ripple effect. And we're just so grateful to be able to celebrate what you're doing. And Lori, if I go back to that UK group, I taught some American Sign Language, and this is applause. They were doing something about making sure the game that they created was inclusive. And this is in American Sign Language, that, you know, that applause. So that's what I'm giving right to you and to your students. And also an extra one, really, because you were willing to share and join us today. So that I just have a full heart, Lori, a really full heart.
I feel the same way. I texted you in the middle of all this. I'm like, I can't stop smiling. You know, this definitely fills my cup. It makes me excited. It makes me feel really good about our youth today and all that you guys are all doing to make the world a better place. So we really appreciate all the effort you all put in for this.
Thanks so much. We really appreciate it.
All right. You have a wonderful rest of your Earth Day. Keep doing the good work, and, you know, keep us posted either on social or reach out to us if there's more that your students want to share at any time.
Awesome. And as we say in Boston, I want your students to know they're wicked smart. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Have a great one.
You too.
All right,
tell you
Lori.
now, right? Yes.
I'm telling you, it's just really, and for our audience that's joining, like, I don't even know where to be. Oh, I don't even know where to begin. Right. Frank and Elizabeth and I at FETC, we had a session this year, and it was the power of showing up. And I just want to take this moment to thank our PLN, as Dr. Sarah Thomas would say, our PLF, for showing up, standing up, showing up, speaking up, because the power of showing up really matters. And thank you for joining us as part of this celebration.
Yeah, I couldn't ask for a better way to spend a Monday, for sure. A better way to spend Earth Day than doing things like this, and hearing from the students that are working hard and are passionate about, you know, the important things in the world. So yeah, it's going to be great. And I know what's coming is going to be amazing, because we love whenever Melissa comes to see us. So you know, I'm really excited for what's coming next.
Okay, well, with this is for Elizabeth. Woo! Just for you, my friend, just for you. Yep. And I think that's kind of probably perfect. Whistling in last year for our Global Student Showcase, Mrs. Hayes. They were our closing classroom keynote. And they are massive SDG warriors.
Yes.
And it is with the greatest pleasure to invite back Mrs. Hayes and her incredible scholars. So let's pull them up. Hi, Mrs. Hayes. Hi. And look at those incredible scholars, those SDG warriors.
Woo woo! You all look so excited. We're so happy to see all of you.
We're so happy to see you too.
Oh, this is wonderful. Well, we have a really active and global audience. I feel like we've had Ghana, we've had Italy, all around the United States. Just most recently, Melody was joining in from Alaska, and everybody was like, Alaska's in the house. And we've got Florida, and we've got, where was Virginia? It's really wonderful. Look at that. You're getting a lot of love.
Lots of love. That's right. We love learning from all of you, and we can't wait to see what you have for us today.
Well, we're super excited to be here, right, everybody?
Yeah.
They've worked so hard, and for those listening or watching, my family is second graders, so they are 7 and 8 years old. Our motto is, it doesn't matter the age or ability, they can do anything anybody else can. And they are going to be changing the world just like today and every day, even when they leave me, which is going to be so sad. So our focus is on the SDG 3. Can someone tell them what SDG 3 is? Hudson, go ahead. What is SDG 3?
SDG 3 is mental health and well-being.
So it's good health and well-being. So our focus was on that today. They mixed in crafts or digital. This was their ball game. So they're excited to present. Before they present, we had a child that was absent today, so I want to make sure I present hers. And Savannah made this really cool maze, and she used straws cardboard and tape, and then there's a little bell. So she said that anyone who is feeling sad or upset or angry could focus more on the bell and getting it through the maze. So that's
Oh, that's wonderful. Well, I know that if you're all right with it, Lori and I will go behind the scenes. We'll be able to hear everything if you need us. And like we said, we are so proud that we get to learn alongside your second graders. So we'll go behind the scenes, and if you need us, we'll pop back up.
All right, sounds good. We're just so blessed to be able to present, aren't we?
Yeah.
Who wants to start us off? All right, Hudson, go ahead, honey. Make sure you introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Hudson. My SDG 3 project, Mental Health and Wellbeing, is a soothing coded song on GarageBand. It is for any age or ability that needs it.
Okay, so let me... already. And can you tell everyone what you used again?
I used GarageBand to make this song and the heel.
Oh, and that was the instrument? Awesome. All right, who wants to go next? Birthday girl.
Hi, my name is Tegan. I made a sensory boat. It is for anyone feeling strong emotions like sad, anger, nervous. The materials I used was marbles and more marbles on the inside. I made the boat out of cardboard. This is how you use it. You can feel the outside, and you can touch it. You can shake it, and on the outside it feels bumpy, and and you can touch the hearts and the soft balls. And on the inside there's marbles, and you can feel it, and you can look at them, and there's a straw that you can touch.
Awesome. And when do we use it? When can
We
use
can
it?
use it when you're feeling strong emotions.
To help calm
To
down?
help calm down. Hope this helps your big emotions.
Love this, Tegan. Good job. All right, Allie. You want this one?
Hi, my name is Allie. I'm 8 years old. My SDG 3 Good Health and Wellbeing project is a color by number. You can use it when you're feeling any big emotions. The colors are red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, pink, and brown. The pick is a rainbow. Anyone can use it and create one for yourself. Hope this helps your big emotions.
Love it. Good job, Allie. Who's up next? All right, Liam, come on up, babe.
Hi, my name is Liam, and my SDG project is a pinwheel. Hi, my name is Liam. My SDG project is a pinwheel. If you're mad or sad, you can blow the pinwheel and pick a emotion and read it. And the stuff I used is paper, pen, markers, and a pencil, and everybody can use it. I hope this helps your emotions.
Love it. Can you say what you wrote on some of them?
Yeah.
What were they?
And I wrote, you are kind, you are loved, and you are creative, and you are smart.
Love it, Liam. So good. Good job. Look at that. All right, Robbie.
My name is Robbie.
Where's your project, honey?
I couldn't find it.
Oh, it should be over there.
It wasn't.
It should be. Here, we'll go and we'll come back to you. How's that? Okay. Go look over there. Yeah, Allie can go look. Aubrey.
Hi, my name is Aubrey, and my SDG 3 Good Health and Wellbeing project is a love bug. A love bug can help kids and adults regulate their emotions. You can feel the fuzziness of the pom-pom. You can have them as your little buddy. You can play with them. These love bugs can help you if you are sad, mad, or anxious. I hope my love bug helped you with your emotions. I can't wait to see the love bug you make. What is a love bug? A love bug is a sensory pet.
Love it. I love the love bugs. They're so cute. Anna. Here, I can hold it for you.
Hi, my name is Anna, and my SCG3 project is Common Cupcakes. This is how you use it. You blow on the cupcake, and when you do, you say what it looks like. There are lots of flavors. Pick any flavor so you can pick your favorite flavor. Then you will think about joyful feelings and not think about nasty feelings. I used paper, pom-poms, glitter, glue, heart glitter, and rainbow and lollipop. Here's how to make the Common Cupcakes. First, you crumple up a paper and glue on some syrup. Then you glue on a cherry. Lastly, you put glue all around. Then put a bag of glitter, any glitter you want. Then you put the cupcake holders. Then put them in a tray. Hope this will help you calm down.
So let's recap. So if I'm super worried, I grab a cupcake, and what do? And then what do?
Describe it.
So I would say it's pink, and I would talk about the glitters and the cherry, and then I'd forget what?
You're worried.
Yeah, that I was worried. I love this, Anna. It's so cute. Love it. Good job, sweetheart. Eden. Get this way. Yes, open. Here we go.
Hi, my name is Aiden. My SDG3 project, Health and Wellbeing, is an emotion puppet, and when you're sad, you pop the one colored blue, and if you're mad, you pop the one colored red. I hope it helps. I can't wait to see yours.
Good. So they can make their own, right? Love it. Good job, sweetheart. Colton.
This is my STG3 project on Code Sparkle. It's about a girl who wouldn't eat healthy foods.
Sit down so they can see you. so they can match the amazing project to the adorable face. All right, you're gonna show. Can you say it again? What it is?
It's about a girl who wouldn't eat healthy foods.
And what did you code it on?
Code Spark.
You can make sure it's turned up for me. Make sure that's turned up for me.
Hold on. All right.
And we'll start it.
Okay. Just
1 second.
Hi. I can't stop talking.
You can't stop. You're excited.
There.
All right, here.
It's
I'll
all-
hold it and you. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
I'll take some time. Oh no. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh. Is it going in? Oh.
That you saw nothing.
Oh no, now she's seeing the cool one out there. Now she's going to go on a crazy. I should probably we used before. I guess this gets worse. I don't see all the chaos. Wow, I never knew things would get this worse so quickly in school. This is getting awkward. I believe that. Everyone needs to evacuate the school now.
Are they eating bad food?
It gets crazier every second. Oh my god, she just might have to waste my smiles.
Keep going.
Look at her go.
What are they eating? What's going on?
She's eating all the ice cream.
Oh no, ice cream.
And no one will get, which can't be good.
Oh no, probably get a tummy ache, right?
Right.
Right.
But I'm not gonna spoil it.
Okay. Are we close to the next part?
Almost. Just a few more ice creams.
She's starving. Just a few more ice cream. Oh my goodness, she's gotta eat all those ice creams?
Yeah! Been there.
Oh yeah, we're close. Yeah, making me hungry.
You almost can't even see her.
You almost can't. She just keeps going, right? I'm excited to see what happens next.
There.
Yes, I know. I've got it, top hat. No need to explain. But here, have some water and some cheese.
Which is good for you, water.
Yeah.
And cheese.
Oh wait. Sorry that I did that.
Are we close to the end?
This is the last page.
Oh, okay. Does it talk about eating healthy?
I mean, he'll talk about
what should everyone start doing though? What should everybody start doing?
Yes.
And what else? What was she drinking?
Water.
Water. Good job, Colton. Okay. Marcel. Oh yeah. Here, Mendo. He's got Monday.
I'll give it to him.
Okay. Ready?
Hi, I'm Marcel, and my SDG3 project is stressful. And when you're feeling a strong emotion like anger and mad or anxious, feel free to squish one of the stress balls. Here's how to make it. So first you get some different colored balloons. Then you put shaving cream in the balloons. My teacher, Mrs. Hayes, helped me put the shaving cream in because the shaving cream was slippery.
Very slippery, huh?
And then don't forget to tie the balloons so the shaving cream doesn't get out. And then you make faces for them. And after you get cardboard and then hot glue the balloons to the cardboard. And I hope this helps you with your strong emotions. Feel free to make your own.
Can you squish one? Squish it.
Yeah. Squish it again.
Oh, just one. Awesome. Good job, sweetie.
That was scary. No.
Okay. Tegan and Addie. You both are doing it. You both did the same thing. You're both presenting. Go ahead and say your names.
Hi, my name is Addie. My SC3 project is a simple. While you could take a paragraph and read the possible message, you could take a deep breath and you could calm you down and sign your day.
Okay. You can read yours, Tegan.
Hi, my name is Tegan W. and me and Addie are buddies. Our SDG3 is a sunflower. You take a petal and read it is good feelings.
So you wrote things like I matter.
Yeah.
And today will be a great day. And I am enough. And when they take this off, what should they do?
Read it.
Deep breath and then read the awesome positive message. I love this, girls. Good job. There you go. Awesome. Ben.
Hi, my name is Finn. My SDG3 project is a monthly mood tracker. It is used for tracking your mood. It is if you are sad, mad, happy, frustrated, silly, or scared. It is for all people in all ages. It is a tree with the month's name and face. I used 12 papers and I used 2 dark white papers for the front cover and back cover.
And each one has a different theme, right?
Yeah.
So we have sunshine and people color it in when they're feeling, there's butterflies. See if I can, there we go. Butterflies and hearts for February, I'm assuming, right? And then what's this one for January? Stars. Love it. What a great idea, Finn. Good job. I love that mood tracker. I need to start checking my moods. Soraya.
Hi, my name is Sarai. My SDG3 project is the Book of Emotions. You can go to the page that has your emotion and read the sentence or compliment. An SDG3 project is a good health and well-being.
So you want to explain, like on this page, what you would do, like on MAD, it's red. What would you do on this?
So you would draw how you feel, and then here it's a compliment. You are amazing.
So they can get a compliment, and then they can draw a happy face, and hopefully after they're mad, they can be happy. And then you have other emotions, right? Happy, that you kind of do the same thing. And sad. And tired. That's a good one. Confused. And nervous. I love this, Soraya. Good job.
I'm alright.
There you go, baby. Good job. Okay. Beverly.
SDG project, Good Health Wellbeing, is a exercise bingo. It benefits people who can't control their emotions. Whenever you feel like you can't control your emotions, you should use exercise bingo. You will need a few pieces of paper to play this game. Then close your eyes and take one of the little pieces of paper and take one and place it on one of the exercises. Then do whatever the exercise is. Hope this helps you control your emotions.
I love this. Good job. Awesome. All right, Robbie.
Hi, my name is Robbie, and I made an SDG3 project. I colored a picture for you to look at. Simply look at it when feeling stressed. The way you use it is you have to breathe in 3 times and out 3 times.
As you're looking at it?
Yeah.
I love this. I'm already calm already. Good job, Robbie. Okay, sweets. Mayar and Jace.
Hi, my name is Maya and Jace. SCG3 project is a game on Code Spark. It benefits people that are frustrated. Our story is about a girl that is angry, then she tries 5 breathing and takes a walk.
You want to show them? Is it turned up? Is it turned up? There we go. All right. So come up here so you can hit the button.
I do the voice.
Try breathing 5 times if you're angry. Try taking a walk. That might calm you down.
I love that.
Okay. He's right. This is relaxing. But I'm still a little angry.
Oh.
Let's try 5 breathing. And these are all the characters that we used to make this story. Guys. Bye.
Awesome. That was so good. Good job. Who's up next? Ikwas.
Hi, my name is Iklas, and my SDG project is a heart pencil with love notes that you can read. This will help your emotions when you are sad. So this is how you use it. You break the puzzle apart and solve it. Then once you solve the puzzle, you can read the love notes. You can make your own, and I hope this helps.
Love this. I love the notes inside it. Good job. All right, who's up? Got Grayson, you want to go? Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Grayson. My SDG project is a coloring page. Please color when you feel mad or angry or frustrated. If they can color it if you have a soft cover, no hard cover, and anyone can color it. And cousins, I use paper, pencil, and marker. You can make it yourself. Hope it helps your emotions.
Good job. Here, good job. Who wants to go next? Aaron, come on up.
Hi, my name is Aaron, and I made a role-playing game. You will roll a dice,
by number and color and draw a shape. And when your emotions calm down, you could create one, and it could help a lot of people.
Awesome. So it's a roll by number. So you need a dice, and when you roll a 1, it tells you the color and the object. I love that, Aaron.
When it puts 1, you need to draw yellow the shapes.
And the shapes that it's asking. So if you roll 1 time, so it's giving you options. So if you want to roll again and you get a second one, then you roll a different shape, right?
Yeah.
I love that.
With a different color.
I love that. Good job. And the colors are mixed up too. I love that. Ian, you want to come up, baby? I'll help you. Come on. Just come up through here, sweetheart. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Come up through here. Tegan. You want to tell them your name?
Hi, my name is Ian.
And what did you make, sweetheart? Did you make a Is this a picture?
Mm-hmm.
And do they color it? Color? Is that what they do? They color it when they are feeling an emotion, right? Yes. This is so cute. I love this, Ian. Good job. Color when they're feeling sad. Angel. Ready? Here we go. Okay, ready?
Hi, I'm Angel.
Mm-hmm.
This is my
Yep. You're right. It's a what? Breathing wand. Yeah. How do we use it?
I got you move the bees right here,
Mm-hmm.
and I got you breathe.
So you breathe in when you move the bead?
Yes.
And then once we breathe in and move all the beads, what do we do? What do you do through here? Do you breathe through the heart? Good. And it's a breathing wand, right?
Yeah.
I love this. Good job. And you're going to move the beads. I love it. Good job. All right. Who has not went? Has everyone went? Okay. Jenna, come on up.
Hi, my name is Jenna, and my SDG3 project is a wheel of healthy food. So when you spin it, it will land on like dairy and if it lands on like vegetables and stuff like that, you should eat more of that. And it like tells you how much you should eat.
How many servings?
Yeah, how much.
So when you
how
spin
much
it.
servings.
What's it say on the Be Kind?
It says every day.
Every day. So this tells you how much fruits from the food group we need to eat each day. But on Be Kind, it's every day. I love this, Jenna. Good job. Did everyone get to go?
Yeah.
Who said no?
Yeah.
Oh, Louise, come on. We just got one more. Ready? Okay.
Hi, my name is Louise. So I made I spy and you need to find the
Here it is.
you need to find the grass and lion, heart, and people and shoes, and let's see if you can find all of them. And I made this is because I want to make people be happy and calm, and the heart gives people and love, and I made this is because
I want people to be strong and brave, and when people are sad and mad, they can do this, and frustrated and some and sad and mad and brave and and I want to make people happy and brave and strong, and
This is so good. Good job, Louise. Love it. All right. I think that was pretty much it, right, guys? We good? Did everyone get a chance to go? Okay. I think everyone already went.
Okay, we're just jumping back in because that was awesome. Elizabeth Polo said it best. She said it was awesome sauce. The chat was so busy and so active. It was really wonderful. And I don't know how to thank your second graders for giving us so many ideas, because no matter how young or old you are, we all need help, kind of managing our big feeling moments. And I was wondering if the two students with the flower pot, if we could just take a moment and if we could all kind of live, they talked about taking a breath, saying the statement out loud and taking a breath. I thought this would be really great for everybody that's joining us live to have a moment to like recenter ourselves. So is that a chance, Mrs. Hayes, that we could do that?
Absolutely. You two girls, come up. Decide which flower pot you want to use. I know. Choices. All right. So we're using your pot.
Okay, and before we start, do you take the breath? Do we all say the statement out loud and then take a breath? I want to make sure we get it right. We want to encourage our live audience to stop what you're doing and also just take this moment with Mrs. Hayes' students. So how do we do it? What are the instructions?
You take a pair and then you take a deep breath.
Okay, so we should take a deep breath first.
Then what do we say?
And then we read
You read this. So what does that say, girls?
I matter.
So we're going to say I matter. So deep breath. I matter.
I matter.
I feel better already. That was wonderful. Thank you so much.
Good job.
What's the next one? I think there were like four petals. Let's try these 4 petals.
Well, there's 2 more. So we'll do
2 more. Perfect.
We'll do this one. Yeah. So what's this one say? And then we'll deep breath and say it.
Today will be a great day.
Okay. Today
will be a great day.
Okay. And then your last one says what? One more.
I am
enough.
I am so deep breath.
I
am enough. Wow. Lori, what do you think on your end?
I can't stop smiling. My face hurts from smiling so much. You are all so absolutely wonderful. I have so many ideas now on different ways to kind of regulate my emotions. We were saying we were absolutely amazed at the vocabulary that you were able to talk about, and you're able to use some of these big words that sometimes are hard to describe, but you describe them so well around emotions and our health. I want to start a business plan for you all and get all these things to market so we can all get copies or create them as well. So really great job, second graders. I'm really impressed with all of you. You're inventors and your counselors and your supporters, and you're just absolutely amazing public speakers.
And
what do we say?
Yeah, and Mrs. Hayes, all the different projects, like each one was so creative. I just thought calling up the flower one was something that like a live audience could all do at the same time.
Yeah.
I also saw a brief, like there's a Mundo sighting. So I don't know if they remember that I'm the Mundo connection. We're the Mundo connection.
Show.
Yay!
I see. I don't have
it.
There you go. You can sit there.
Because guess what? I feel like what we're doing. Oh, by the way, of all, you were so excited. Your coding, that was really incredible. But what we're all doing and your classroom is doing by breaking down these classroom walls, we are learning about the world with the world. And everyone that joined us live had this opportunity to learn with you. And we are just so grateful.
Well, we are so blessed, and we actually published a book of all the ideas that they shared, and I'm bringing it to ISTE when I do the playground of the SDGs, so people can see their amazing ideas, and hopefully some people got some pictures that I can use in the presentation as well as in the book. So I'm pretty proud of each of them.
Now, Mrs. Hayes, is this something that like the rest of us could purchase?
I think you can. It's through the Student Treasures that publishes the book. So yeah, I think they can.
Well, we would really love if you could like send us the link, because we'd really love to support what you're doing and get that book into the hands of other classrooms. That would be a great giveaway for events that we're doing. We'd love to support you.
Yeah, and it says healthy habits, and below it says how we made a difference in the world. So it's pretty cool.
Well, you are really doing that. You're not just talking about doing it, you are actively doing it.
What do we say? Thank you. This was an amazing opportunity, and we are so blessed that you ask us every year to present. So we are just super thankful.
Oh, well, and I just have to go back. I don't know if they were able to see all of the comments that were coming in, but even just Mrs. Bennett in Canada was talking about she loved the closing breathing activity. She's going to share that with her students. But honestly, I think we'd like to buy a bunch of those books because in a way to as a giveaway from the DCI to classrooms that I know would totally be supportive and on board. And I think that the best way to end that is what Elizabeth just said. She's so happy right now. And I know, Lori, you keep talking about how much you're smiling, but this is just really why we do what we're doing today, by putting the spotlight on others. So, Mrs. Hayes, you are wonderful.
You take off, let me just say that I love that you're spotlighting all ages, because sometimes the littles kind of get a shaft on things because people seem to think that they are not capable of doing so much. And this class is a good testament of how creative and amazing that littles can be if you just give them that opportunity. So thank you so much for having us again.
It is a pleasure.
Yes, thank you so much. You are all wonderful. Enjoy the rest of your Earth Day.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Perfect. Thank you.
Have a fantastic day.
Do you see that, Mrs. Hayes? Littles are great presenters. Yay!
Thank you, Craig. That's wonderful. And I don't know if you saw, but we also have Texas in the house too. Heather was here. She was talking about what she's doing. And I think she said it earlier, and I can't find it in the chat now, but she mentioned that she's planting trees today for Earth Day. So kudos to Mrs. Kudos to her class in Texas.
And yes, because she helped kick us off on April 5th. And so it's just, and I know that she even joined on Friday. We had our Latin America team host in Spanish, and she was active, but she was also very grateful that those presenters, there were some presenters presenting in English as well, so that she could, be active about it. But it's really, I can't thank our community enough, that power of showing up, because it really does matter. And it's really like, I can't think of a better way than putting the spotlight on others and just celebrating, because some of those things, like even not, I'll talk about Mrs. Hayes right now. It wasn't necessarily about technology, right? Like the
Right.
bells and whistles of technology. It's
Mhm.
like the bells and whistles of being human, right?
That's
And that's what we do. We celebrate that idea of use tech for good is even if it's just that you are willing to break down your classroom walls and like share about something that you're passionate about, that is the power of using tech for good.
It absolutely is. Yes. And I have to tell you, right now there's a study hall happening in here. So they're all listening to all of you right now and being incredibly respectful. So I want to give a shout out to the students that are here as well.
And Mrs. Brantley, there we go. They are planting trees and celebrating with you. We really appreciate that. That's just really wonderful. Well, I know that our next session wasn't intended until I think 11:15. So I don't know on their end if we are supposed to wait till 11:15. I can see they're backstage.
You can see them.
But I am excited because this is about, and I'm going to buy them a little bit of time, nature tech, right? Like this is going to be that focus.
Yeah.
And I want to talk about in our global, this is back to our cohort, Lori, during lockdown. And I loved what an organization in the UK was doing when we were in lockdown in the beginning of the pandemic, and the importance of bringing, nature sounds into our homes. And do you remember that? It was they live streamed a rock. I just thought it was brilliant. Live streamed a rock. It was 2 hours of live streaming a rock. And then they also had a live stream of a stream for 2 hours, and they had a live stream of sheep. And it was that importance of bringing, nature inside. So no matter where you lived during lockdown, that you could bring those nature sounds, inside. So our next presenter is talking about nature tech. And I'm really excited about this because I loved that idea of, and I always thought how great it would be if not that classrooms went for 2 hours and streamed, but if we had a global, like little video clips of what nature sounds are around the world, it would give us an opportunity to recognize that there are more things that make us the same than make us different.
Oh, I love
Right.
that. Yeah, absolutely.
And it would be really great to have a collage of little snippets of
just
nature around the world.
That would
Nature
be amazing.
sounds.
I love it. You always have great ideas. Yeah, I was on a call recently with Jen Williams, and before everyone got on, she, instead of putting music on like you often get, she had it was a video of like an aerial view going over like a ski resort, so you got to just watch the snow, and it was beautiful. And I'm like, what a great way to enter us all in and kind of get us settled for it. So it definitely is something we can do. All right, so it looks like Mr. Ferrone says he's ready, but most of the he has a few minutes before everybody's ready, but we can certainly hop in and start to say hello if we want. So Andrew,
that'll be great. And then I promise I'll get that live stream of the rock because I thought it was genius. I'll put that once they get going, I'll put that in the chat just because if anybody's really inspired, it would be really, I'd love to do it. Get video clips of nature sounds around the world.
That's right. Sounds like a great global project to do next. All right, I'm going to pull Mr. Ferrone up here. There he is.
Hey, fancy seeing you again.
Hey, I'm traveling
today. To another
traveling today, which you're road tripping today. I love it for Earth Day. I love it. Going to a new school.
Oh yeah, we're in Mechanicville right now.
Awesome. Do you want to tell us a little bit about Mechanicville? For those that are out of the country.
So it's kind of funny. I actually grew up in Mechanicville. I don't live there now, but this is the same school that I went to. Actually, the elementary school is in a different place. But and the students will talk a little bit about Mechanicville and where it's located and all that good stuff. But Mechanicville is an awesome small city. It's actually smaller than most towns, but it's a small city in New York State. I think it might be one of the smallest cities in the state, if not the smallest. It's 1 square mile, Mechanicville. Wow. So the entire city is 1 square mile, but the school district includes more than just like Mechanicville. So we are in upstate New York, and the students will tell you a little bit more about Mechanicville, but the teachers here have been using technology in some really creative ways. And these students have been doing some awesome hands-on experimental learning using, some high-tech stuff and some low-tech stuff that they're going to talk about.
Awesome. I think it's too, for everybody that's joining in live, is that you and Lori are actually, so Lori would support right? You work together,
We
but
do.
and you support. How many schools do you support within your? You could say it better than I. I wouldn't get the whole
We have
terminology.
31 school districts out of our BOCES in upstate New York. That's 5 counties, in upstate New York. So about just under 40,000 students that we support with anything with technology in the classroom. Andrew has a lens where he likes to infuse the part of it. I tend to be more the coding, robotics, computer science. And then we also have on our team 2 people that are library media specialists that really bring in that side as well. So we like to try to keep everything all inclusive to be able to bring to schools anything they need to make sure that we're enriching the experiences for students.
Well, I'll just add that is the dream team right there.
Absolutely.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. So are you ready, Mr. Ferrone? Are we ready to?
Ready. Are you ready?
Okay.
All right. So I have here behind me. And
Well,
come
before you, we're going to go behind screen so you can introduce. But if you need us, we will just ask us to come back up. Okay.
Sounds good. And let us know if we're not squared in the camera or anything, because we're just going to be on the one screen. Okay.
Perfect.
So I am here with 3rd graders from Mechanicville Elementary School. And we will start off with Kenzie, and we're going to have one student come up at a time as we walk through our presentation and teach you a little bit about some of the animals that live in and around our school and across our state. And we're also going to talk to you a little bit about how the teachers here help these students learn about different animals, both local and from far away. So I'm going to share our screen and pull up the slides. All right. All right. And can we all see that? It looks like you can. Awesome. All right. Let me just make sure you're on camera, Kens. Okay. And if for some reason we aren't on camera, just let us know. All right. Go ahead. Nice and loud and clear.
Hi, everybody. I'm excited to introduce our presentation, which is all about animals in New York State. We are 3rd graders coming to you live from Mechanicville Elementary School, home of the Red Raiders. Hi, I'm a student in 3rd grade at Mechanicville Elementary School. Mechanicville is located in New York State, and you can see it on the tiny dot on the map. We are in the northeast corner of the United States. We can drive 3 hours south to be in New York City or 2 hours north to be in Canada. We have shivering cold winters, sweaty hot summers, and the leaves change colors in the fall. Our first European settlers came in 1764, and our name Mechanicville came from the early 1800s. The name came from settlers who mainly worked in the mechanical arts as carpenters and millers. Now there's some quick history of Mechanicville.
Ready, Vincent?
Mhm.
All right.
In science class, we have been studying animals. We learned about their habitats, adaptations, behaviors, diet, and even their behavior of animals that live on school property.
Liam and Skylar?
We have been learning with high-tech electronics and devices. These include VR headsets, live animal cameras, and trail cameras. I'm also excited to share that we also did some low-tech learning, like trail walking, looking for animal signs, and school identification. My favorite parts were when we were searching for animal signs in the woods.
Yeah. All right. Porter and Gigi, come on up. Porter, I think you're first, right, bud? All right.
Our entire grade level used VR headsets to explore places and habitats from around the world.
Some of the places we've gone to are the Great Barrier Reef, Ancient Egypt, American History Museum, and the Amazon rainforest.
Visiting these places have helped us see how other habitats are similar and different from the habitats in our location.
Brianna? Lana?
Hold up.
Nice and loud.
For animal identification, we brought in lots of animal parts, including their skulls, so we can try to identify what animal is from and to find out if they were big or not big, if they had sharp teeth or non-sharp teeth, if they're omnivores, carnivores, or herbivores. We also can find a lot of information by looking at its bones. If you do want to try identifying an animal, go try to find some animal bones near your house when you have the time.
All right, Kingston and Muriel? Yep. Which one of you is first? Go ahead, Kingston. Nice and loud, bud.
For one of our projects, we use motion-activated cameras to capture pictures, videos, and lots of data about animals that live around the school. The way the cameras work is if it senses motion, then it immediately starts recording and takes a picture. At the same moment, it records the time, date, temperature, and other information that gives us lots of cool data.
The type of camera we use is called a stealth cam, and they took really cool pictures and videos.
Yeah. All right, Isabella? So now the students will kind of talk to you a little bit about the students broke up into groups and they dove deeper into specific species of animals using our trail cameras in order to learn to gather data and learn more about those animals. So they'll kind of talk to you about each specific animal that they captured on camera behind the school.
The animal my group studied was the white-tailed deer. We found that they lived in the woods, near creeks, and in fields. Based on our data, we figured out that they move more when there is cold temperatures. We saw about 30 pictures of deer, and it seemed like the colder it was, the more deer pictures we saw.
Yeah. Good, did you? Oh, 1 second. Let me go to the next scene. Oh, here you go.
This is another image of the white-tailed deer walking right past our school. Out of all of the animals, we got the most pictures of deer.
Yeah. Oopsie. So, Coyote Group, Vincent and Skylar.
I'm Skylar. Today I'm gonna be telling you with my friend Vincent. I'm gonna be telling you about the eastern coyotes. We put a camera in the forest behind the school. We put a camera in the forest behind the school. After a couple of weeks, we got some good pictures and a lot of data. I couldn't believe that the coyotes lived behind our school.
Based on the data we figured out that coyotes are most active at night. We got 6 pictures for coyotes, and all of the coyote pictures were all at night. So that's how we figured that out.
Good. That's good use of your data. Nice job. Red Fox.
Hi, our trail cameras captured 5 red fox videos, and 4 out of the 5 videos were at night, so I conclude that red foxes are more active than daytime. Also, a red fox is one of my favorite animals.
Really?
This is another red fox video. It was crazy to see that red foxes live so close to the playground where we have recess every day.
It's wild. All right, gray squirrel group. I think it's Liam and Kingston, right? Go ahead.
The animal we studied was the gray squirrel. Gray squirrels are very common in our area, and most people have them in or near their homes.
Sure. Emma?
We have been we set up cameras in 2 different locations around the school. From our recordings and images, we have found out that gray squirrels are most active / awake during the daytime. They also alternate between slow and fast movements at different times.
Cool. So kind of the opposite of the coyote. All the coyote images were at night, and all the gray squirrel images were during the day. Kind of crazy to think about that. Good job. All right, raccoon. My raccoon group. So Brianna and Porter, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Brianna.
Our animal is the raccoon. We filled up on a lot of data. They like hanging out by streams. They mostly stay in groups of 1 to 2. We gathered a lot of photographs on the side of a stream. We put cameras on the side of the stream to take photos of raccoons, and a lot of the photos were at night. So our conclusion is that they're mostly nocturnal and they're omnivores.
And they're omnivores.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
They only eat
They
rats.
eat, or omnivores mean they eat both. That's good.
Oh.
Interesting conclusion. All right, go ahead.
We also figured out that they like to live near streams and they're good climbers.
For sure. I feel like the camera that was near a stream got all of our raccoon pictures, but the other one that was in a field didn't get any raccoon pictures. Interesting. And definitely good climbers because we saw them on the tree. All right. Yeah. Come on up.
Welcome to Guess That Animal.
So right now we're going to play a game, and we're going to start with a video, and then we're going to actually show you some things. So this will be our last slide of our presentation part, but the game is called, what's the game called?
Guess That Animal.
So the first one's a video. So we're going to show you a video. How many times should we show it to them?
Twice.
Twice? All right. So we're going to show you the video twice, and you have to guess that animal. So you can guess through the chat, or you can, Mary Alice or Laura, you can unmute and let us know what they're saying in the chat. All right? Snow. Oh, that's a tough one. Because it's far away. Should we play it for him one more time?
Yeah.
Right in front of the playground. Guess that animal. Let's go right over here. Let's look in the comments.
Can you? We have three that so far that have answered. We have coyote and lion and another coyote.
I see coyote,
Yep.
lion, coyote. Is
Yep.
anybody correct so far?
No.
Nobody yet.
Uh-oh.
Keep guessing.
Was it we have another person who thinks maybe it's a red fox?
Mrs. Johnson said red fox. Is she right?
Yep, it's right.
Congratulations, Mrs. Johnson. You are correct. Nice job.
Mr. Drezek want to know if maybe one of the teacher's dogs got loose.
It's very possible. Awesome. Good job. Are you up for another round of Guess That Animal?
Let's do it. This is fun.
Okay. Let's stop presenting because this one you're going to actually have to look at the animal's skull in order to guess. All right. So everyone stay quiet. Don't give any hints. I'm going to call Reese up here, and she's going to show you an animal skull, and you're going to have to guess. Give them, and you can take the bottom jaw off, give them a close look, talk to them about that skull so they can really see.
So this is round 2 of Guess That Animal. This time I'm going to show you a skull of an animal and give you some hints. Hint 1, it has sharp teeth, which means it's a carnivore. Its eyes are towards the front of its skull, which means it's a predator. And it has a long snout, which means it has a good sense of smell. And it's one of the animals that we caught on camera. Now guess that animal.
So far in the chat, we have fox, and Dr. Joseph wants to know if elephant is one of the choices.
No.
I said that because I love elephants. All right, we also have coyote. Somebody said a cat, and a couple more said coyote. Anyone getting it right yet?
That is correct. It is a coyote.
Wonderful. Oh, I thought maybe it was a house cat. So it is a coyote.
Nice job.
Oh, and somebody thought maybe it was an alligator.
Oh.
Or a wolf.
Well, coyotes aren't everywhere. Nice job. Boys and girls, anybody want to show the next skull for another round of Guess That Animal? We could do 2 more rounds if you're up for it. All right. Who is going to do this one? Go ahead. Come on up, Porter. This is an interesting one. I think this one's a little bit more challenging than the first 2. We'll see. Hold it up so that they can see it on the screen. And the teeth are they pointy or are they flat?
The teeth are flat.
Flat. So what does that tell you if the teeth are flat? That it's eating meat or that it's eating not meat? Vegetables. Vegetation.
I forgot.
Well, think. What would you need sharp teeth for? You need sharp teeth for ripping to eating other animals. These are flat teeth, so this is not an animal that eats other animals. It eats actually plants.
So this animal eats plants, and the eyes are mostly towards the back, so it's a prey, and
good.
It has a small sense of smell.
Yeah, not a big nasal cavity. What do you think?
So far, we have a lot of people who think this is super fun. And Dr. Kern says that we need to get Jerry Pallotta, who's an author of the Who Would Win research books, to have you for them, right? So far, we have beaver, New York City subway rat, raccoon, coyote. We have a couple of different choices, but you did say that. Say it again, because I'm not sure that everyone in the chat heard it. What kind of food do they eat mostly?
They eat plants, so they are herbivores.
Herbivores.
The eyes are mostly at the back of the skull, and that means it's a prey. And
interesting.
It has a small sense of smell.
And nobody has it correct so far.
I'm thinking rabbit.
The closest.
Nope.
The closest is beaver.
The closest is beaver.
It's in the beaver family, and it lives around here.
Is it a woodchuck?
You can say it louder.
Yes, it is. It's a woodchuck.
Hey, I got it. It's a woodchuck. Can you do the speaking fast little rhyme with the woodchuck? Do you know that one?
Yeah, but not fast.
Oh, all right. Show me how fast you do it, then I'll do it back to you. How much, right?
How much wood can a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
A woodchuck would chuck as much wood as a woodchuck could chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood.
Oh, she's fast.
Wow.
Awesome.
Really
Nice
well
job, guys. All right, one more round of Guess That Animal.
Oh, we're in for it. Let's go.
Okay. We have one more we can do after it.
This one is.
Well, you can take the top off. So talk about its teeth.
Its teeth are sharp, which means it's a predator. And its eyes are mostly in the front. That means it's.
Well, that means it's a predator too.
Yes.
The sharp teeth means that it eats what?
Carnivore.
Carnivore, yep.
And its its nose has a strong scent of smell because it's big. You can tell.
So hold up nice and close, so that way they can really see. Give them a side view.
don't see any guesses coming in. I think you might have stumped us. So we'll give another second or two. People have some ideas. But show us those teeth again. Oh, Mr. Drezek thinks it's a spider monkey. And then somebody thinks maybe it's a beaver. Somebody said a warthog. Do we have warthogs up this way? I don't think so.
Nope. No spider monkey, no beaver, no warthog.
Space aliens. A red fox?
Is it a red fox?
No. Are we getting close? Is it the coyote? I think we already did the coyote. No, it can't be that one.
It's in the cat family.
Oh, could it be like a bobcat?
Yes.
It is. All right.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah.
Yep. Somebody else thought maybe it was a skunk or a raccoon or a deer. And then we had one that thought it was a big cat. So we had lots of ideas, but wow, that was great.
Awesome.
So how cool is it that Mr. Ferrone has all these skulls for you to check out?
Very cool.
Yeah. Yep. Dr. Curran said that they have bobcats in Connecticut too. And Mr. Drezek said he was way off in his choice. Yeah. So really well done. Anything else to share? Did you say you have one more, or is that the last one?
We can share another one, or we can go to questions, whatever. I don't know what the time looks like.
Go ahead. Let's do another one. We're having so much
One
fun.
more round? All right. We have two skulls here. So boys and girls, who wants to share? All right, who wants to do this one? I think this would be an easy one. Go ahead.
You could do both if you want.
Okay. And then I'll let Kenzie talk to you about this one, and who hasn't had a chance?
It has big nose, so it can smell really well. And it has eyes, I think, towards the front, so it's a predator.
Not a predator. Its eyes are kind of more on the side. So
Its eyes are on the side, so it is a prey.
Yep.
And its teeth are kind of sharp.
But mostly flat, right?
But mostly flat. So that means it eats grass.
So you can really show the teeth like that if you want.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah, look at that.
So they have sharp little ridges, but they're mostly flat.
Who's thinking?
I think this is an easier one, right?
Yeah. I see some people in the comments who got it right.
So what is the right answer? Why don't you share with us?
It's a deer.
It is a deer. How about that?
That's a bonus question. Is it a male or a female?
Oh, is it a male or a female deer for a bonus question?
Mr. Drezek is making me giggle. He said moose shark, but I think only the male deer have the antlers, correct?
Yep, it is a male.
And Mrs. Mackenzie thought maybe it was a dinosaur. That would be cool. Who knows? Maybe there were some. And then Mrs. Brantley said we need to take Mr. Drezek to the zoo. So maybe you guys can help with his identifications.
Oh, cool. Is that your grandma on there?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's cool fun fact.
And it's funny. Kenzie's grandma actually used to babysit me all the time when I was a kid.
Are you
And
serious?
so I literally, I grew up running through. They have all this beautiful land. I grew up running through their land
They
and
have
just
a lot of animals.
having so much fun. So it's funny.
That is super fun. How about that?
All right, last round. Boys and girls, stay nice and quiet. So we can have our final round of Guess That Animal before we'll open up to questions. This one I think is the hardest one.
Challenge.
Look how small that one is compared to the others. Look at those teeth on there too.
So
Yeah.
are the teeth sharp or flat?
They are flat teeth.
Which tells you what?
It is a herbivore.
Good.
And the eyes are on the side, so it is prey.
Huh. I didn't know that the eyes on the side meant prey. That's a new thing for me to learn.
They have to be able to see predators coming.
Yes. So in the chat, we have snake, squirrel. Somebody said not a snake. We have raccoon as a guess.
Squirrel again.
Squirrel again.
Anybody get it right so far?
Nope.
No.
This is a tricky one. Hold it up so they can still see it.
Can I go back to one that was said earlier? Because I'm looking at the teeth and I'm wondering if it's like the what do you call it?
Like the wood,
A woodchuck?
The woodchuck.
Right,
This
it's
is
kind of like the woodchuck. So is it like a beaver? Because they also have those kind of teeth.
Oh,
no
rabbit.
Is it rabbit?
yes, it's a cocktail rabbit.
Awesome. It looks like we got a couple that figured that one out at the end.
That one's so deceiving because rabbits are so cute and their skulls are
not.
Okay.
Someone up here said like a trash panda.
Oh.
Yeah, we got that one right there.
All
Lots
right.
of good choices here.
Nice job. All right, so boys and girls, let's all sit nice and calm, and we'll open it up to questions now. I know we have a little bit of a glare here. Does anybody have any questions for these hardworking third graders? Bless you.
Yes, I know you love it when I ask you to share the story, but can you explain how you have all of these skulls?
Yeah, well, I have like a weird side hobby thing where I actually do skull cleaning for taxidermists and museums and places like that. So, and they are, in case anyone's interested, the way the skulls are cleaned is actually by using dermestid beetles. So I put them in a container with a bunch of little bugs, and they eat all the flesh, and then I clean them up, and it's really disgusting. And Lori loves making me explain that.
I do, because who knew this was a job? This is such an amazing thing. Here's another choice.
Yes, I had to jump in, and really, if this class would like a visit with Jerry Pilata, honestly, he's in the process of writing another book. I mean, he has an alphabet book on skulls, but there is like a skull museum. I can't remember where that skull museum is. Have you ever? It's somewhere in the United States. I know it's not in Connecticut. It's not in New England. Have you ever been there? Because
No.
I feel like your class would be really great, detectives to help that children's author. I don't know if they know him or not, but I just had to jump in and say,
Oh, they
this
definitely
was
know his books.
so well researched.
Yeah, absolutely.
Look at Michael Drezek asking about being dishwasher safe.
Well, we did have a real question too. We had somebody ask how you decided where to put the cameras.
How did we decide where to put the cameras? That's a great question. I didn't decide. They decided. So who wants to answer that? Go ahead, Skylar.
So we put it in the forest behind our school, and we got some really good photos.
But how did you decide where you're going to put it? Remember, we went out, and this is just a small group that represents the entire third grade. So they went out, the entire grade went out there, and they couldn't just hang it on a random tree. How did you figure out where exactly you wanted to put that? Go ahead, Reese.
So we saw places that had like water, that we thought mostly there would be animals. And when we went outside in the woods with the whole third grade, we put places where we saw those footprints and all those like signs that we found out there were animals there, to see what kind of animals they were.
Yeah. And what kind of signs we looked for? You said footprints, things animals need, like water, scat. Can you explain what scat is?
Scat is animal poop.
Awesome.
Awesome. We had another question come through while you were explaining that one. We also had two different people who said where you can see skulls: the New York State Museum right in Albany, and then the Smithsonian Museum of Natural History has a collection of skeletons.
That's
so
cool.
Place to see other things. Mrs. Lescalt asked, what animal were you most surprised to see?
What animal? Was there an animal that you were like, I didn't know they lived right behind our school? Go ahead, Mira.
Red fox.
Red fox? Anybody else?
Raccoons.
Raccoons.
Yeah.
Coyotes.
Coyotes. Yeah, right?
Red fox.
Red fox. Deer.
Most likely red fox or coyote.
Yeah, it's crazy. And it was really wild. What I liked is where they put one of the cameras, you could actually see the playground and the school in the background. So it was like weird to see those animals in a spot where they play and go outside all the time.
Yeah, that had to be a kind of a shocker for all of you, for sure. Yeah, that is so cool. Excellent. All right. Mary Alice, did you have anything more you wanted to ask?
Okay. The fox is my favorite. And I found it really interesting that you said that the fox comes out at night. I don't know if you can see my screen, but I think this is probably not the norm. Like, obviously, you see this is during the day. It was a baby. I don't know if that fox was sick. I don't know. But we called this fox just in my home. This is right outside my home. We called this fox Socks because it looked like the fox was wearing a pair of socks. But I wonder now that you found the fox, you don't see the fox necessarily during the day, if there was something wrong with that fox, because it showed up during the day. But
And this time of year, usually the young ones aren't as careful as the adult ones. So it's not, I don't think it's not terribly uncommon, but definitely they move way more often at night than during the day.
Okay.
Yeah, we had another question come through too. The 5th graders upstairs, Miss Spilbert's class, would love to know what your favorite animal was for what you saw.
Your favorite animal? Nice and loud.
Squirrel, because I love squirrels.
Squirrel?
Squirrels are great.
Coyote. The one that was most surprising and the one that I liked to see was the coyote.
I have to say red fox and coyote.
Oh.
They're just so cute.
Cool. Awesome. Was there any animal that you wish you saw that you think lives around here that we didn't see? Yeah.
Eagle.
An eagle. Yeah, it was hard to capture birds because where we put them, we're mainly looking for ground animals, right? Not so much flying
That's
animals.
true.
So a lot of those birds, you're right. But we could maybe move them to another spot that might capture more birds. Good. Gigi. Yeah. Yeah, we didn't get any rabbits, which was surprising because there's a lot of rabbits in this area. So again, I bet you we can move it into more of a brushy area and find some and get some rabbits.
Yeah. All right. One last question for you. Did you see any baby animals?
No, I don't think so. Yeah. The deer.
Not really.
No,
Now,
no
most
deer. We saw baby deer.
younger deer, but most baby animals are born in the springtime. And if you could tell through the pictures, we did most of our research during the winter. So a lot of the baby animals weren't born just yet. If we put the cameras out right now, I'll bet you we get some baby animals.
Awesome. That is amazing. Yeah. And you can think about the different habitats and such as well. So really great job, all of you 3rd graders.
I wanted to show too. Here I am. I look distracted, but we've been really lucky. This is right outside our house too. Again, this was in the spring, and the baby was all by itself. And then I just know that when you see a baby by itself, the mother is nearby, and you're not supposed to you're not supposed to interfere. You're supposed to, let the mom come and get the baby. But anyways, it's just, nature is so exciting. And to have you share what that nature the cam trail, like that was so special. I even think what we were talking about before, Lori, about if we ever had snippets of around the world, what does a nature cam catch up, and the different animals that you would see, it was really fabulous. And what a great way to model how to use tech for good. And all the intergenerational comments in the chat, it was just awesome. You were all
interactive too, getting us to try to use our skills. You all taught us about different skulls, so we had no idea. I've never seen skulls of any of those animals before.
That's cool.
So cool.
They did a good job. They're doing some really great things here in Mechanicville, and these students have worked very hard. They know their animals. So
they certainly do. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Ferrone, for doing the quick travel from one school to another, so we can see all the great things that you're doing.
No worries. Have a wonderful afternoon, boys and girls. You say bye.
Bye. This was awesome. You're wicked smart. What a great way to celebrate Earth Day with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Awesome. That was amazing. So I think we're going right to the next group, right?
Yes. We're good to go.
So
we're going to 4th grade.
All right. Let me pull up 4th grade. Welcome.
Yay!
So good to see all of you.
Uh-oh, I don't know. We can't hear you. Okay.
Oh, we're going to get her in just a second. Okay. Awesome.
The beauty of being live.
That's right. That's right. I also have the presentation for this group.
Okay,
So
great.
I'm going to be sharing, which means I won't be able to see my screen. So if you see
I'll
something,
pull up
I need to know.
comments. I'll be on the lookout. Here we go.
Awesome.
You ready to pull them up?
All right, let's try this again.
Do you
All
hear
right.
us now?
Yes! Yay!
Welcome, everyone.
Hello. So, for those of you who don't know me, I am Heather Brown. We are in rural Illinois in the northwest corner in a little town called Rock Falls. This is East Coloma Nelson Elementary. We're a K-8 district with a little over 200 total students. So it's very small. And so all these kids you see behind me are our entire 4th grade class. Every 4th grader is in this room with me right now. So nice and little. And I apologize, I have a cold. But we're really excited to be here and talk to you guys about media literacy today.
Okay, this is such an important topic, and to hear from 4th graders on, how to evaluate resources online, this is going to be really fabulous. This is going to inspire and empower other students in classrooms around the world. And we have a really active global audience joining us today. So I'm really excited about this.
Yes, me too.
In fact, talking about global, look who's joining us, one of our team members from Mexico.
Hello.
Hello. They're all saying hola.
Hola. Hola a todos. Buenos días. Good morning to everyone. I'm Eugenia, and I'm located in Monterrey, Mexico. Okay, I am just 2 hours from the border from Texas. So I'm really, really excited to join today and see what you're going to show us. I can't wait.
We are excited to share with you. And one of the things that I also wanted to highlight is there's this new book out called Graham and Gran Save the Summer that is meant for like 3rd grade through 8th grade. That's all about digital literacy. I highly recommend any educator, parent, whoever, check this out, because not only does it talk about media literacy, but it is hysterical. Like seriously, laugh out loud type stuff. And there's even references us parents get and find hysterical. And it asks the students to solve the mysteries before it gives them the actual answers. So this is an awesome book that these kids, I think, should read, but they haven't gotten to yet. But we also are focusing on media literacy. So
fantastic. So we'll go behind the screens. We'll still be able to hear you, and we'll help monitor the chat as well. Like we said, there's a large global audience joining in today. And so we want to thank them for their participation as well. So we'll just be behind the scenes, and you just take it away.
That sounds good. So I want to start by introducing what this project is. So these 4th graders are actually still working on making an interactive magazine, because as a STEAM teacher in a small district, we have different things that happen. So like last Friday, I had the sub, we had testing, things like that. And so our timeline got a little messed up. So this is a work in progress, but this is our Unmasking the Truth digital media literacy magazine for you. And to start, we are going to have Elise, Annie, Ellie, and Charlie come up and tell you a little bit about why it's important to report false information. Come on up. Well, make sure you can see yourself in the... Yep.
False information can be dangerous to other people. You should tell an adult if you see false information.
Yes. Will you please go to the next slide? There we go. So this is the slide that they made about making sure to report false information. Would you like to add anything else about why it's important to report false information?
If you don't report it, it can cause to bigger things that you don't want to happen and that nobody wants to happen.
And since you're a child, who might you want to report this information to?
teacher, parents, like guardians, stuff like that.
Okay. Thank you very much. So those were our experts on reporting our false information. And on most of these slides, there's also links to different articles that you can view. That makes it interactive. And later, we're also going to be adding some videos as well. On our next slide, we have Gemma and Gwen talking about being polite online.
You should be polite online so you don't hurt others' feelings.
Make sure not to post pictures others don't want you posted online.
Why is that important?
Because if you post something that nobody wants you to post, it might hurt their feelings, and it might.
And we don't want to hurt people's feelings,
Yes.
right? Is there anything else you two would like to add?
Just make sure you're like nice to people because you don't know how they're like this,
Oh, I like that. In case you couldn't hear, she said that you need to make sure to be polite because you don't know what other people are going through in their lives. Great job. Thank you. Our next group is Delaney and Lucas about not talking to strangers.
Okay. The strangers might be not safe. They might try to find where you live or hurt you.
Don't talk to strangers because you don't know them.
Right. Is there anything else you would like to add about making sure we don't talk to strangers?
No.
Okay. And next up, we have Trevor and Dixie talking to us a little bit about age limits and why they are so important. Dixie, you're first.
You can get in trouble if you're on the wrong app.
You could see things you weren't supposed to see, like violence or swearing.
And something that I really want to add to this is with all this new AI out there, it's really important to make sure that you're paying attention to those age limits because like ChatGPT is 13 and older, versus school AI that's appropriate for all ages. And you even have Mundo that I have seen as well. I'm very excited to play with Mundo as well. Thank you. And next up, we have Peyton and Ella about thinking before you post something.
You need to make sure what you post won't stop you from getting a job.
Can you give an example of that?
So, like, for example, if you are, like, online, you just think something is really funny and you post it, later on, it can be, like, it could, like, for example, be, like, maybe harmful to other people, maybe not make them sad or something. And that might hurt your reputation and making you not being able to get a job later on.
Wonderful.
You might get in trouble for posting something.
Right. And we don't want to get in trouble, do we? No, because it's not safe, especially when we're young, right?
Yep.
Thank you. Here's one that I have found especially interesting because growing up before all this cyberbullying happened, it was just starting when I was a kid. But now I'm thankful that I don't live in the world today growing up because cyberbullying is a very, very real thing. So next up, we have Abby and Lane to tell us a little bit about cyberbullying.
It can happen because of jealousy and grief and makes people feel bad.
Cyberbullying is hurting people online.
And I see that it looks like our
Wait, that's not our slide.
Yep, we know. Our magazine got out of order, but it's in there somewhere. There it is. So is there anything else you guys would like to add to
Yes.
about cyberbullying? Go for it, Abby.
So cyberbullying can, how do you explain it? It can really hurt others' feelings because, like, would you like someone to say like a really rude comment on the internet? Maybe like if you have your own YouTube channel and someone doesn't like your video, would you like if they posted a really mean comment on there?
Right. So you have to think about how you would feel, right? Yeah. Excellent. I like that. Thank you very much. Do you have more? You look like you're ready to say more.
Yes, I have one more thing. You should not cyberbully because you can get in huge trouble, especially if like the let's say YouTube, whoever's like the person who whoever's like the person who I don't know the head of YouTube finds out about it, you could get in really big trouble for it, probably.
Yes. Yes, you can. Because we have to be respectful, right?
Yes.
And a lot of times when you sign up for different groups, it makes you sign something that says that you have to be respectful. Great job, guys.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Sophie and Bella talking about the importance of using multiple sources.
You need multiple sources so you can find important information.
You need multiple sources. Make sure facts are truthful.
Can you guys give an example of this? Go for it.
So like if you're doing a class project and someone says like,
You can use my example that I always do.
okay, like someone in this classroom is like, say they're a female and they say they're a male, you can use multiple sources to find if someone is like telling the truth or not.
Yes. So the example I always give is one that makes the kids laugh. I would say something like, well, I posted online that Bella's a boy. But now we all know that she's not because she's here in our school, but other people online wouldn't know that. So that's why it's important to have those multiple sources to really fact check, right? Excellent. Thank you. Oh, here's a big one. I hope your passwords aren't 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Caden and Lily, come on up and tell us why. Oh, Caden and Lily, come on up, but I'm telling them why. Or do you want to talk? Okay. So they elected to have me talk for them. And they wanted to point out that we should always keep passwords safe so that your accounts don't get hacked. And we don't want our accounts to get hacked. We don't want our money to be stolen. We don't want our personal information to be taken either. And so that's one of the many reasons why it's important to keep our passwords safe. And we should also not share them with anyone other than like an adult in our family in case they need something, right? Is there anything else you two would like to add? Okay, I didn't think so. I thought I'd offer. They're my shy ones today. Go ahead. Oh. Now, the funny thing about this next one is last week, all of us teachers got an email saying it was from our superintendent to fill out this form and give our email and passwords. But guess what? Gray and Isaiah would know better because they are experts at scamming. Well, not actually scamming, but finding scams. Go ahead, you're okay.
Scams can confuse people and can be harmful.
Make sure you have good passwords and be careful of anything that sounds too good to be true.
Is there anything else you would like to add?
Yes. So it could, if you share your personal information with somebody, then you could end up scammed or something like that, and then somebody could find where you live going through that.
And we don't want people to know where we live, right? Yes. That's not safe. Go ahead, Greg. Talk right to the camera.
Also, you should pick up all phone calls, because it could be someone that has your child if you have a child. But also be careful, because people can call you to track your location.
Yes, very true. We have to be safe, right? Now, we have one group who didn't quite get theirs done, but I'm going to invite them up in case they want to talk a little bit about why it's important to be honest online. If you would like to come up, you can come say a few words, okay? Come on up.
Honesty is important because you need to always tell the truth, but also you don't want to lie.
Okay.
If you lie, you get into a total of bad things. Like if you lie to someone online, they could, I guess, do things to other people instead of, like imagine having your Roblox account. You lie to them and say your Roblox account is blah blah blah. Well, imagine that account is actually bam. You can easily get logged out of it for lying.
Okay, so part of it is to protect ourselves, right?
Yeah.
And part of it is to make sure that we're being honest too, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah.
Is there anyone else who has something they would like to add?
On the road tags, you can also get reported for lying and also stealing accounts.
Oh, so you can get reported for stealing accounts and lying as well. So that was our presentation. Like I said, we are still adding more. We want to add some videos and things, but being in a small school district, we get pulled every which way. So we never know where I'm going to be. Do we have any questions that these kids would be anxious to answer?
Have you seen any questions in the chat? I know you were monitoring the chat, Mary Alice.
I feel like we got more like affirmations about what you're doing, and that you were living those ISTE digital citizenship pillars, not only about being informed but being alert. And this is something like what your class is doing is really going to help like all ages, because this happens to everybody of all ages, no matter how young or old you are. So I really want, and I feel like what was happening in the chat was like, I want to applaud your students, because this type of learning is going to like inform them like throughout, 5th grade, 6th grade, middle school, high school, college, life. They are going to be ahead of the game because they happen to have a teacher that carved out time and space to make this a priority. And this is my hope for all classrooms, like everywhere, that these types of priorities are the foundation on everything that we do.
Well, thank you. And I also want to, we're pointing. I also want to point out that these are things that we can start teaching as low as kindergarten, right, and then build upon it on the way up. So that way, by the time they hit high school, they are already very informed and can help others as well.
Yeah, it's critical.
It really is, for sure.
I love it. Here's, were you able to see the comments as you were presenting?
We got to see a few of them.
Okay. Yeah.
Great job type of things.
Yes. Fabulous resources. I know that we got to show your Canva, but when your Canva is ready, we would love to continue to like help share it. And, because you've made an impact, obviously, in your own classroom, in your own school, in your own community, but we'd love to help continue to make those positive ripples and share the work that your students are doing, so that it can help other classrooms. Would that be okay?
Would you be okay with sharing your book around the world? Yes.
Okay.
That would be amazing. I think they would be all for it. We have some Nellies over here, but that's normal.
Yeah, you can just let the students know that, like, really, honestly, what we like to do is we like to shine the to shine a light on school communities, right? On teachers, on librarians, on ed tech coaches, on students that really are making this a priority and modeling and inspiring for us all how we might get involved in learning like this. And so I feel like I'd love to know before we end today. I know you created your presentation in Canva, and I just would love to know from your students, like, why that is such a powerful tool, and why others, if they haven't already used it in their classroom, why it would be something that would really, benefit them as well.
So why do we like Canva? Why do you feel Canva is really powerful? Abby, why don't you come up here?
I think Canva's really powerful because you can do like all sorts of things. You can make maybe a birthday card on Canva. You can like make some really inspiring stuff to put on the internet about safety and all kinds of stuff.
So you would use it to promote safety?
Yes.
Perfect. Any other ideas on why Canva is such an amazing app to use? Come on up, Bella.
You can design different designs all over Canva and other people could use them.
Oh, so she pointed out that you can create something and then share it out, just like what we're doing, right? And so it benefits more than just us. That is an excellent one. Let's do one more. Come on up, Peyton.
Mrs. Brown, do you read that comment though right now? Take a moment so your class gets to see it.
Oh, it says, my school in Ottawa, Canada would love to read your magazine.
Yay. There's other schools.
Yes. Yeah. I told you. Okay, Peyton, explain why we love to use Canva.
So I feel like it could be, if you are trying to make something for like a project on Canva, there's a bunch of different tools to help you do that. Like you can get pictures for it. You can easily get like text boxes, and we got pretty much everything using Canva. You can make links easily. So that's my thoughts on why it's good. So.
Yes, being able to provide those links in an easy way. You can download it as a PDF and it's right there. A school in New York wants to see it too. How about that? It's so funny because I have most of the class cheering and then I have two like, ah! They are amazing. And I have to also give a special shout out to Mrs. Jones, the actual 4th grade teacher, for letting us do this crazy project and letting my creativity run wild as usual.
I just love it.
Yeah, and
come over.
Can you share the name of that book again that you think we should all read? Maybe we could do a global read on that book.
Graham and Gran Save the Summer.
Awesome. I'll have to take a peek for that one. I haven't seen that one before.
It was just released early April. So it is a very fresh book. And I mean, it is hysterical. There were times when I was reading that my husband would look at me and go, "What's wrong with you?" I'm like, "It's just funny." And then he goes, "It's a kid's book." I'm like, "I don't care." So yes, I highly recommend Graham and Gran Save the Summer.
Oh, I love it. And Mrs. Brown, I have to say, I really want to just comment and say I'm so grateful that you and our paths literally crossed. And while we were at FETC, I'm beside myself. FETC, yes, that I pitched this idea, right? Like that we'd love to celebrate you and your students and your school community, and just because we were in the right place at the right time, like thank you for your willingness, thank you for what you do. And that we're really happy that we got to put the spotlight onto you, because I feel like into your students, into your school community, because we need more moments like this where we are celebrating and we are recognizing the amazing ways that young people are using tech for good.
And we have to thank you for hosting this, because we need someone to help share what we do. And this is how we all learn.
Yes, this is incredible. So thank you so much. And we look forward to continuing to learn with you and your students and showcasing them. Oh, yeah. And I love it. Winnie is holding up Mundo. I'll hold up my Mundo. And for you to also take a chance to to try out Mundo as well with your students?
I've played a little with it, but not with students yet.
Okay, this is wonderful.
Perfect.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
You guys are awesome. You're changing the world. I love it.
I love it too. So great.
This was
Wonderful.
really wonderful.
Yep. And it looks like we have another class that's ready to.
We do. Let's see.
I'll add them. Oh, you got them?
Get them? Okay, wonderful.
Who's going to pull it up?
I'm
going to look towards my camera here.
Right here.
Ta-da! Hi, friends.
Oh, do you know how long we've wanted to celebrate what you do in the classroom? This is the first time that we've had the opportunity to, to celebrate the amazing things that you do every single day. But to have you and your class join us for the Global Student Showcase, it is an honor, because I have watched from afar and admired from afar all the things that you do to make a positive difference and make a positive ripple. So it really is a treat to have you and your students join us today.
The world is amazed right now that I have no words, because I'm a very talkative person. Mary Alice, thank you, everybody. No, it's our honor to be here, and we're so glad to just be able to share what we're doing, what we're learning, and obviously everything is about tech for good. It's up to you. If we're ready to go, we're going to just jump in.
Yes, we can be in the background. We'll be able to hear everything, but I do know that your students are like SDG warriors. They are experts, and I'm so looking forward to the opportunity to learn, with your students.
And will we be able to share our screen?
Yes, you'll be able to share your screen, and if you need us, we'll all pop back up.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Perfect.
So everybody, thank you. This is a SDGs 3 Good Health and Wellbeing project called the Good Vibes Kit that actually started last year with this group of students in their 3rd grade. They were learning about youth advocates and being a good citizen, and they were inspired by so many around the world. They did some research, Malala, Greta, all kinds. And then we took that global learning and feeling and said, let's think globally, but we're going to act locally. And we're going to do that in our school community. And so they started to brainstorm, what does our school need, or what are we noticing that we could help with and use tech to help with? And so they noticed that their classmates had a lot of things going on with feelings and regulation of feelings. And it wasn't easy to label at first. It wasn't just we needed focus or calm or happiness. It was a bunch of things. So we came up with good vibes, and that's sending good vibes to someone else to help them. And so a kit came about from this idea. And so they did a lot of research. So I'm going to show you the beginning part, and then they're going to take over and tell you about each of the things they created. So let's go here, present, and almost. So let's see, this should be the first part. And what you're going to see on your screen now is our star of our technology, Wakelet. Our Tech for Good was possible through Wakelet because we were using these spaces to collaborate. We had all of our learning in it, our ideas. They started brainstorming. So each of the groups, as you can see here, had their own space to work in. And so they could keep up with each other and check in on each other and collaborate. And all of their different, all of their different ideas. They started thinking of stress release and different texture items. How about a playlist with videos and coloring? I mean, just the amazing ideas that came out of them. So I am going to stop sharing here and go back to you here. And they're going to come up one at a time and tell you what they created. And they'll show it to you too. All right, so group one, come on up.
Hi, my name is Nathan.
Hi, my name is Jackson.
We decided to make a sensory cube.
A sensory cube is a cube with fidgets on each side. It is for touching and focusing your mind. We chose to make a sensory cube because if you have multiple needs, you can get one item instead of 6.
Want to show them?
Okay. On my sensory cube, I have a sponge. I have some pom-poms. I have some sandpaper.
Here you go.
Some sandpaper, some little gems, over there, some bracelet beads, and soft fabric.
Okay.
On my sensory cube, I have bubble wrap.
You show it closer.
I have bubble wrap, popcorn kernels, papers, straws,
Yeah.
foam, cotton, and tape.
Okay. And who's the next group? All right, group number 2. They focused on drawing and doodling.
Hi, my
Okay,
name is
you get
Max.
closer.
Hi, my name is Ida. My partner and I focused on art as in good vibes. Our coloring and doodling is mainly about motivational words in nature. It helps others to put their focus to art instead of any bad emotions. We have over 20 sketches that me and my partner drew, which everyone can enjoy. One of the drawings that I did was a moon with a tent and some trees on it. Here it is.
Beautiful.
One of the drawings I drew was a bird with some plants on the side.
Awesome. All right, thank you. Next group. Just want to slide over so they can fit it. And you get very close, please. Get up. Closer,
Hi.
closer. Hold on. Up. Okay. Loud.
Hi, my name is Nathan.
Hi, my name is Kellen.
We decided to make a digital playlist in Wakelet.
It can help kids feel happy, relaxed, focused, and calm.
And teachers can put it in a calm space in the classroom.
The categories are visual relaxation, guided meditation, and calming.
Also, motivation, confidence, and activities.
For example, we have live cameras from the San Diego Zoo in visual relaxation, and
for another example, in the motivation category, we have a pep talk from Kid President.
Our last example is in guided meditation. There is a breathe bubble video.
We have over 30 songs and videos
for everyone to watch and enjoy.
So let's show them the paper that's in the kit. All right, here you go. That's how you would get to the playlist, right? Yes. All right, there it is. And we have one group left over. Come on up here. You're going to read from here. You can stand up. Go ahead, stand up. Stand up. Okay. And then get closer this way. All right. And then you're going to get closer and go. Who goes first? You? Go ahead. Read.
Oh, hi, my name is Tyler.
Hi, my name is Philomena.
We made soothing and calming fidgets.
They're very useful for people who are bored.
I made a squishy fidget ball made from some sand and a balloon.
I made a silent fidget stick named Stray Soothers. It's made of beads, duct tape, pipe cleaners, and popsicle sticks.
Really show it. Here we go. Get close. Get close. There we go.
Can I show mine?
Yes. And then for the other one. All right.
My squishy ball is useful for its unique feeling and calming sensation.
My fidget stick is useful for fiddling, and it's mostly silent.
I think, in my opinion, it's very suitable for people who like to fiddle while they work.
I think it is very fittable and suitable for everyone. It is also very satisfying.
Okay. Do you want to show the other ones you have? There were a lot of prototypes going into this before we kind of figured out what was going to work the best, right? There's another one, different colors. You can slide the beads up and down. And then I just want to show this one here. So this one, actually, this whole project is now turning into their 4th grade continuation of this big project. They took this one idea and decided it was the most marketable, and they're doing an entrepreneurship unit, and they have a business, and they're going to sell this. It's called the Stripes what?
Soother!
Stripes Soother. Good for any vibe that you need. So that's going to go there. Before we end with this part, I have to shout out my 4th graders from last year who are now 5th graders. I am shouting out my friends Richa and Christian, Zach, Taruna, Liam, and Jackson, who were actually the advertising team last year for this kit. So everything that they have is in this bin that would go to a teacher to borrow in the classroom. It has this lid with one of the things they designed last year. They had some other awesome drawings and flyers that they made for it. So they definitely deserve that recognition for all their hard work. And I really want to show the digital playlist, because you didn't get to see it, you only got to hear about it. So definitely they made hands-on things with technology being the guiding thing, because really with that Wakelet, I mean, it's all in one space. If you're not using it, you should get into it. My students were able to collaborate. If someone was absent, they could jump back in, and it's all for the same reason, tech for good, right? But I want to definitely show you this playlist. It is amazing. And everybody really had a hand in this. So I'm going to present this to you. One more thing. Here it comes. Believe, relieve. Here it comes. Yes, that was their tagline also. Good vibes, believe or leave room. There are categories. We have visual relaxation, all these beautiful videos in it, ocean waves. They told you about the animals there. We have guided meditation category, calming they came up with, strategies. So it does depend on what good vibes you need, right? Yeah. Motivation. There's a lot in here. Confidence. And then we did add in activities, silk. This is sand and the light bright. If you haven't tried these are fantastic. And so Nathan and Kellen showed you the QR code that you could scan and you get to this, and I will share that out. And let me just stop that to get my friends back on screen so you can see their awesomeness again. Here is everybody. Get in there, get in there. Oh, and even though it's their project, I really wanted to add a piece to it for everybody. So I wanted to show that we are really into AI right now, right? Right. We're very into it, and we're into Microsoft Copilot. So shout out to Microsoft Copilot and Microsoft Designer. We were able to make a good vibes coloring sheet. And there's more, but I just wanted to add one in. That is everything. It's a lot, but it's all that in one big thing here. I mean, that's everything we did. It's all in our box to share. And that is it.
I'm jumping back in because this is something that like everybody needs, no matter how young or old you are, right? And I love, so that kit goes to another classroom. Is that how it works?
We're going to let the teachers borrow it, see how it works out, and then we can keep tweaking it. And then the hope is to make one for every classroom.
Okay, well, my colleague Eugenia is joining in from Mexico, and I'm thinking that this isn't just something that goes within your school. What are you thinking, Eugenia? Oh, you're on mute. There we go.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm back in. Yeah, I was thinking that how about sharing all these amazing things that you just showed up with some schools in Mexico or in Argentina. I think that making these good vibes go further and totally global, that will totally make a difference because we all need good vibes, right? Every single day. So like making these connections or special connections with kids from Mexico, I'm thinking about the one or two very special schools that work with us will totally make a very good difference.
Would love to. Anyone around the world. Argentina is special to my heart. I actually have family there.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, Javier, one of our Latin American collaborators, is from Argentina. He will be on Friday on our Global Student Showcase. So yeah, we can make connections and make this totally global.
All right.
Yeah, because this is the thing where you make a difference, right? Like you're passionate about something, you make a difference, and you're making the difference in your classroom, in your school, in your larger community. But why we like to do this Global Student Showcase and shine the light on others is because you have that ripple effect. Like that Good Vibes kit is unbelievable for your school community, but it's unbelievable for everybody. And so if we can help on our end to help get the word out, get the idea of the good vibes, maybe from that Wakelet, there could be, you tell me, are there ideas already in there that like somebody from someplace else could say, oh, we have these supplies, we could do our own sort of makeshift good vibes kit.
Absolutely. That was actually one of the things we wanted to make the items something that anybody could do, like with classroom items. I'm a STEAM teacher, so we had those things. I mean, it just was simple stuff in the classroom that they were able to, use. Everything was here already.
And, I see that Jamie Donnelly is joining live from Texas, and Jamie runs Global Maker Day, which happens to be in October. And what you just spoke about, that you just pick items that you already have, right? Like this isn't something that you have to go and get, but I'm really thinking this is a wonderful, like if now you gave credit to your now fifth graders, like next year in October, here's Jamie saying, yes, if your next group or you invite your fifth graders to come back down, because this is something that in Global Maker Day, we could have other classrooms literally making the kits during your session with items that they have in your classroom. So this is just the beginning. So I hope that your class is like, okay, yeah, like, why not add these other layers of community outreach? Because you're helping other students in other classrooms in really significant ways.
Yeah, actually, and I was thinking that if you already have those materials, you can also use the AI Mundo to just ask him, okay, we got these materials and we want to make something that makes people happy. Which ideas can you propose so we can work them out? Using Mundo as a tutor always helps and bring a lot of great results.
In fact, I think that Mrs. Hayes has our Mundo now, but I think that Mrs. Hayes should send our Mundo to your classroom next. And it would be really great to see if your students, especially if they're already using Copilot, what they would think about, Mundo in action as, an idea starter, as a classroom assistant. So that would be great.
Yep. AI wasn't really on our radar when we started last year. And then, it blew up and I started getting into it. So I didn't really so they haven't really done it by themselves. That was just me. But I would love to use Mundo and do that. Because now, like you said, you can ask it to help with the ideas. But I have to give credit. I always tell them that we're smarter than the computers, and they did all the research. They found all the ideas. They were on Amazon comparing, what does it look like? I mean, they did it all. It's all in those Wakelets, and I'll definitely share it all out. I don't have that link right there, but and the playlist too. The playlist is its own thing, really, and that stands alone. But the whole kit together is really the beauty of it. I'm just really proud of them.
Yes, I'm really proud. This is just really wonderful. And, to go even back with you just said about AI, we never had an intention of having a classroom assistant through the DCI. It just kind of really happened very naturally on a team meeting with Eugenia. And then I know that Heather Brantley has been joining in throughout the day, popping in and out, but I do know that she's planting a tree right now. But her middle schoolers, in using AI, it was like, how could we have a classroom assistant specific around digital citizenship? So I think we'll say to Mrs. Hayes, the next time that Mundo needs a trip, let's send Mundo the plush. And this is inspired, and I know that you are great friends with Mary Jalland in Scotland. So this all is because of her herd of elephants we decided to get a plush. But it would be really wonderful if Mundo could get some good vibes from your students.
We would be honored to have Mundo. It would be amazing. I did see Miss Hayes. She's my bestie, my sis in Ohio, and we've been excited to see their adventures on it. With it, and now we're gonna have ours. All right.
Yeah, so this will be great. This will be really wonderful. I know that the comments have been active. I do love the one about seeing an Edu Guardian in action. Love to see what you're doing. I love that. Do you want to share? Because I didn't even get a chance, Mrs. Brown, if you're watching, I didn't even get a chance to give that shout out to the Edu Guardians. But you want to give it out for Mrs. Brown for us?
Where me or her? Where is she?
Yeah, no, for you, for being part of the
remember
community.
I'm not sure I'm going to remember all the names. There was a core 5 friends who, they came up with this idea for all of us, and we started joining in, and now we're all Edu Guardians with them, under them, and we're all going to meet up at ISTE, and they just keep cranking out the most amazing creative things for us, and it's just this beauty of those online connections, and all came from one prompt, by the way.
Oh, yes. One prompt, one person makes a difference, and how one becomes many. And again, that Edu Guardians, how you just described it, that's the power of use tech for good.
Yes.
Look at Jamie's jumping in there too. I love it.
I think she made her Edu Guardian. I feel like she did hers in the, she generated an AI picture of it. I believe so. We have to get all of you.
I know. I think she had her Meta glasses on, right, Jamie? Oh, they're good. All the names. The original, good.
Don't forget, I just get nervous.
There we go. All the OGs right there. I'm glad that we're able to give them. And Mrs. Brown, I'm so sorry I didn't do that during your session, but I'm glad that during the Global Student Showcase, we got to say something really, really special about that, because that's the power of one person, in that case 5 people, right, saying we want to do something, we want to really build around community, and then it just has those ripple effects, and one becomes many. So I really love that. I love it. Well, this was a real treat. I meant it when you first came on, that it's been a long time coming for us to have the opportunity to have you join us, and that we got to celebrate all the wonderful things that you do to make such a difference. And so thank you to your students who are changing the world, honestly, making such a positive difference.
Thank you so much. And for believing in me as a friend, by the way, just giving that opportunity and giving me that confidence. And I'm just so proud of them. I just can't say anymore.
Well, yeah, I'm already going to invite you for October for Global Maker Day. So you'll have to come back as 5th graders. We'll have to arrange it. And I feel like it'd be a great session. The 5th graders coming back with the new 4th graders to, talk about students teaching students. That'll be really wonderful. And then other classrooms creating a good vibe kit. I'm really excited about it.
How about each classroom having its own kit?
Yes.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much.
This was wonderful. All right, terrific. Thank you. Keep being awesome.
Thank you. You are awesome.
Thank you.
Bye.
Terrific. Okay, Juenia, this has been, I know you got to go live on Friday. Yes. The Latin America team got to go live on Friday. And some of the sessions, I know from Heather Brantley too, that she was grateful that it was in English. Some of those sessions were in English as well, so she could participate. But this is just, this is what we did last year. This is the work that we've been doing in general, where it doesn't matter how young or old you are, or what languages you speak, or where you live. This is something that is really important to have as headline stories, because it's so positive.
Yeah, and to promote this kind of practices at our Global Student Showcase truly makes a difference in the classroom. It was the first time, for example, for those set to join us totally live. And they were really nervous that they were going to show everything in a good way, that tech doesn't fail, etc. And tech did fail, but that's not the important thing. The important thing is that you get, the teachers get into their students, into this conversation, to share out what they are working on, to share out that it's not only a school project, it's something that it's making a difference, not only locally, but it can also make a difference globally, and share it out with other schools and throughout technology, using technology for good. I think that's the most important message that we are giving with this kind of events and the things that we do. It fills our hearts. It just something that we love to highlight. And it's our practice, right, to share out what other educators are doing, especially we just saw with their hearts, right? What are they doing with their students? The students are also really happy. They love to share, and they totally learn in a different and significant way.
And to see the, you know, the active, you know, audience that we have, global audience. But one of those sessions, it was like, oh, that's my, you know, my grandparent. Like the idea that, you know, carving out time and space where you invite the outside community to come and learn with students, it ends up having that two-way street. So when you and I, we're just lucky enough, we get to work with school communities around the world, you know, providing professional learning opportunities exactly like this, really based in project-based learning, passion-based learning, but in intergenerational, like, that's at the core of what's different, like what we do, because we want this to be that side by side learning, and we've been in this together for a really long time.
Yes,
and to have a day where you get to showcase like this, it's really important, because it inspires other people to say, I want that type of learning. And even if it's not about any tech tool, this is nothing to do about you have to be tech savvy at all.
No.
All you need is this willingness and disposition to be a learner, right? And to be curious.
Yes.
And a lot of the sessions, like even the good vibes, that, I mean, they used Wakelet, but the tangible part has nothing to do with tech, right?
Yeah, totally. And
the
that's
part about just break down your willingness to break down classroom walls and to connect and collaborate with other classrooms and have an authentic audience, learning audience.
Totally. And we are ready for our next session.
Yes.
So
Let's see if Lori, once you were ready, we were just buying some time for you. Okay.
The two, you want me to pull up both? I think you're on mute.
All right, you don't have to pull me up on the other one. I will just be on Miss Miller's one. Yep, perfect. Perfect. So we are here, excited. You can hear us?
Yes. And this is exciting because all day long you've been kind of facilitating, and now, you know, that we get to really see, we saw bookcases before, but now we really get to see, you know, the school community. So Hueni and I will go behind the screens, and you already know the drill. If you need us, we're here.
Awesome. Thank you. I'm going to invite their teacher up to say hello first, and then she's going to introduce her students. So Miss Miller, are you going to come up first, and then we'll get Rosie up. So we're ready to go. Oh, you want me to pull that up? Let me pull the presentation up to present and share screen. And we're going to go to the fairy tale business ones, correct?
Yeah.
All right, we're going to share that screen. Awesome. Should be coming up. We'll put it in present mode once it loads. Okay. Come on. It doesn't want to go. Oh, there it goes. Okay. We're working on it. We're just getting the Chromebook's working a little slow here to get the presentation up. But while we're getting started, our students are being absolutely amazing, sitting here nice and quiet, being good digital citizens. And then we'll get this up and running, or there we go. All right, I might have to leave it in not in present mode just because it's not loading for it. Oh, maybe it is. So these students have been working really hard. You saw Mr. Ferrone earlier. Mr. Ferrone also worked with these students on this project. So another one that he's had a hand in working with the amazing students at Minerva. Looks like we're ready. Do you want to
We did a project about fairy tale businesses. Our student Lane is going to start by telling you a little bit about our school and our town. So just come right here. Hi, I'm Lane.
Hi, I'm Lane, and
tell them what our project was.
so our project was like we come up with this fairy tale business based off of a fairy tale book.
Okay.
And our school is Minerva Central School, and it is a small, personal, special school district with about 120 students, pre-K through 12th grade. So basically, this is about us. Minerva is beautiful, rural town of about 800 people located in the Adirondack Park in New York State in the USA.
All right. Thanks, Lane. Rosie's going to come up next and tell us a little bit about the details of the project and where the kids got their ideas.
So, how we got our ideas is Miss Miller, our librarian. She got a big tote of books, like just plain fairy tale books, dumped them all over the tables, and we skimmed through them. We even read a few pages, maybe. I don't really know. And we picked a story, and then we came up with our business. And this is third and fourth combined, technically. And we kind of slapped on a business with the fairy tales, and we made a slideshow.
Let me go to the next slide here for you. Rosie, you're still here. Talk a little bit about why we did this project. What did you learn from this?
So most of us learned how to create a log or something. What is it?
You use
Links.
Google products.
We
Google
used
apps.
a bunch of Google stuff. We made a slideshow. Lizzie's going to talk more about that later, though.
Rosie, you've got one more, so stay up here. Okay, so the kids are did this project to work on developing their technology skills. You can see on this slide all the creative ideas that they came up with for their businesses. Some of them are just really imaginative. Some of them are pretty straightforward, but they've all had their own unique ideas that they came up with. Rosie is going to tell you more specifically about her idea. So first, they just picked a tale, came up with their business idea to go with it. Rosie, tell us about your idea.
So my idea was Goldilocks Realty and also a furniture store. More details in that too. And I really thought of the fairy tale Goldilocks because we all know she went to a house. So I thought, what would be a job that involves like a house? Like, think of that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Rosie. All right. Introduce yourself.
So I'm Abby, and so basically what we did was that we got on a little waffle thing, I think it's called, and then we pressed the new button. We went to Google Slides. We named it Fairy Time, like your fairy how do I say this? Basically, you named it what you want, and it's for your fairy tale business. And then you have like a folder, and you put it in it.
In your Google Drive, right?
In your Google Drive, yeah.
Okay, so you learned to organize your Google Drive?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Thanks, Abby. All right, come on up, Lizzie. Introduce yourself first and tell us what part you're going to explain.
I'm Elizabeth, and we used Google Slides to make a slide to show our idea, and we put images of our books and our logo.
Tell us about your idea. What's your business?
My business is Red Rose and Snow White's Florist. It sells flowers and stuff.
So those are some screenshots from your slideshow. Okay, excellent. Thank you. All right, Robbie, introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about how you designed your slideshow.
So, my name is Robbie, and so my idea was the Three Little Pigs Building Company, and the name is Pigs Build. But how I put the name, you could find it around. You can make your words bolded. You could underline them and so much more. Also, you could take a picture. You can take a picture or of yourself or things, or just grab a picture. Like in one of my
slides.
Slides. Also, I made another title. So I searched up a picture, put it in, and I tried to customize it. How to customize it is you can make it wide, tall, and anything like that.
Excellent. And how did you take the pictures that are on this slide that we see here?
So I took the pictures when you have to go to insert, then go to the first thing you see, go to the side, and there's two different kinds how I got it. You can take a picture, or you could find a picture and put it in.
Okay, so you can search for them or use your device's camera.
Yeah.
Thank you, Robbie. All right, Silas, come on up. Tell us how you use Google Docs in this project. Introduce yourself first.
Hi, my name is Silas, and I use Google Docs to make a list of my services.
How did you do that? Did you make a table?
Yeah.
Okay, and then where did you get the ideas for your services? Look right here, Silas. This is the camera.
I in the Three Little Pigs, I made a dirt bike shop, and I figured out a bunch of ideas of prices.
Okay. Are your prices realistic?
Yes.
How did you make them realistic?
I searched up on Google.
A little research?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Silas. All right, Annabella and Lane are going to tell you about their services as well. Annabella, why don't you start? Stand right on there, and you're looking at this camera right here.
We created a doc with lists of services, and we learned how to format a table and link on docs into the slides.
Okay, tell me a little bit about your idea and the services that you offer, because yours is super unique.
To see pigs was $10. If you want to adopt little pigs was $50. Feed pigs was $17. Old pigs was $12. 2 common bracelets for kids under ages 14, 12. People over 14 and up. Bracelets 20. Pig rice 27.
Those are some good services for a pig farm. All right, Lane, stand right there again. Tell us what your business is.
So mine was
You're looking right here.
Mine was a bakery, and I bake cookies and cakes and lots of other stuff.
Tell us about the design of this slide here.
And we linked stuff. We put links in our slideshow for the list of services. I put 2 links in mine, one for toys and one for cakes and stuff.
Okay, cool idea. Thank you, Lane. All right, Riley, come on up.
Hello, my name is Riley. We figured out how to use Google Maps by researching what the best place is for our shops. Like mine, I'm a logging company, so I picked the place with the most trees, and it's based on where your place is and what you do. It's like for logging companies, you pick trees. For boat companies, you go next to the sea. Or basically whatever you want for this.
Okay. And then how did you use Google Maps to make those slides?
Oh, we hit, what's it called? Control V, Control C.
You learned a shortcut for
Yeah.
a screenshot, right?
Yeah. So we used shortcuts and we printed it on the Google Maps. We used Google Maps. We had a shortcut, and then we just printed it onto the, what's it called? Slides. Yeah.
All right. Excellent. Thank you, Riley. All right. Aubrey, you're going to stand there and you're going to talk into the mic here. Tell us all about the logos because we haven't mentioned that yet.
So my logo is the one with the shoe. It says Red Riding Hood, Red Riding Hood Boutique, because my what I wanted to do was because I found a story and it was called Red Riding Hood's Boutique. Well, no, Red Riding Hood, the Little Red Riding Hood, and I really liked it because I don't know, I just thought of a children's kit, like a clothing for children. So that, and then I have pants, shoes, shirt, and skirt. And then I wanted to choose a shoe because that's what I found. And then how I got the circles, I went to shapes, and then I picked how big I wanted it, and then I went to color, and I did and then I picked red because I thought Red Riding Hood has a red coat. So
I didn't even make that connection. Do you remember what the app was called that you used to design your logo?
Google Drawing.
Excellent. Good. And your logo is so clear. It would look perfect on the sign outside your business. Good job. Anything else?
And I really liked the shoes because I don't know, I just wanted to choose something from my list of services that I really liked, and I don't know, that's how I like it.
Good job. Thank you. All right, Mia, stand there, look at the camera here. Tell us all what you learned from this project, what you feel like you're better at because you did the project.
Okay, so basically we learned how to use technology and how to use all the slides and docs and how you get the things you used on docs onto your slide. So we created links and Miss Miller helped us. And this was fairy tale business, as you can see. And she just helped us get everything in order, and now we know how to use technology and create links.
Thank you, Mia. All right, do you want to bring it back to the camera on here?
So we're coming back to you. We're gonna take off this.
Now you'll get to see a little bit better about what they were. Yep. All right, All right. My students worked so hard on this, and honestly, their abilities with the Google products would kind of blow you away for what a third or fourth grader could do.
So were there any questions that came in the chat that you'd like to ask us? Anything else that you'd like from our wonderful students here?
I feel like there were a lot of affirmations, more than, were you able to see the comments as we pulled them up while you were presenting?
No, we could only see our slideshow.
Yeah, we could only see the slideshow while
okay. We could go back. Let me just go back. I love this one from Dr. Joseph, taking this idea and bringing it, to his district. I definitely want you to know I gave a shout out just because to librarians are the heart of schools, and I just want to say that publicly.
Yeah.
And
Very lucky
I
lucky to
mean,
have Miss Miller. She is absolutely amazing. She does great things with all her students. So it's been a
yes.
pleasure
So I
working.
wanted to pull up some other, just so that you get to see it. Some of the other comments.
One question says, do any of you have an interest in actually starting a business one day? Yeah.
A lot of hands up there.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Awesome.
Now you've got a better idea of how to do that.
Yep.
For
All
sure.
the parts that go into it.
This one says, I'd like to see the bakery come to life, Lane.
Lane already has a business. One of the students was saying that he already has a business he does with his family. So definitely business people here. You know? Yep. Yep. And I see one. So they would love to see the bakery come to life. That would be amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lane.
Yep.
Someone commented that they'd like to see your bakery come to life and ship treats to Illinois.
You ready to ship your treats?
You better get baking.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess there's going to be more to it than just the computer side.
Wait, well, what design it is?
Oh, they want to know which design you're thinking of. So actually,
Well, Mrs. Brown, if you get a chance, what design? I love that.
I love that too. Right there. That's a business person right there, right?
Yes, Lori, I can't remember the name, but Margaret Atkinson, when she taught middle school, she was connected. I wish I could remember the name, but she connected and they actually had like a classroom business. I know they have one at Lakeshore. Do you remember the name of that? Real Scholars or?
Yeah, I know Lakeshore had one. I
There's
just
a
don't remember
program.
the name. Yeah, Lakeshore, I think, and Mr. Drezek, I guess, isn't on right now, but I think they made buttons or some sort of chains or something along those
Kind
lines.
kids. Yes. Kind kids are cool. But I mean, because just watching this, I was thinking about that this literally, and then they raise money and then the money goes to like different community projects that really matter to their school community. I wish I could remember the actual name of I think it's through Real Scholars, but there's like one more step to that. Real Scholars and something else for that program. But what you're doing is making like not only a difference in, I mean, how fun. First of all, it's really fun, but it's making a positive difference.
Yeah, definitely.
We get
So there's
another
a question on
question
the
up
screen.
here.
Can you all see that? Yeah, it says, which G Suite app did you think was the most challenging to learn how to use? Go ahead. What do you think?
Probably Google Maps.
Google Maps? Yeah. So they when you think about all the different tools they use Google Slides, Google Maps, Google Drawings. What else did you use? Google Docs. Yep. And then all of those were stored in your folder, which was in Google Drive. Yeah, absolutely. So what was the most difficult? We heard maps. What else?
I think the most difficult was finding the book.
Finding the book. So when she brought all the books in and deciding which one to choose, that's a person after my own heart right there. Oh, there's always more books than time to read them. Absolutely, yes. What was it? Yeah, so learning to link. Yeah, so they had to bring a lot of things from docs into slides, they said, and learning how to link them. That Control C, Control V, copy and paste. Yep, learning those shortcuts. Yep, absolutely. Anything else? Anything else?
Anybody else want to share what they thought was difficult?
I love that the inspiration, like when you talk about like books, right? And the shout out back to our librarians out there. You know, that fairy tales were at the heart of all of this. That's where the inspiration came.
Yeah, their ideas were really cool. That might have been the best day of the whole thing to see them come up with their ideas for their businesses.
Yep. Control K for hyperlinks is a go-to of mine. So what do you think Control K does? What do you think? Yes. Go ahead. Either one.
Like, I think that means, like, when you, like, press it, I think, like, it just...
What do you think happens? What happens when you do Control K? Yes.
I think it brings you to the site.
Does Control K bring you to a site? That's what they want to know.
So it makes a link. We're playing with that.
Yeah, it makes the hyperlinks. Oh, there you go. Right. She was saying for the hyperlinks. That's a new one for me. Thank you for teaching me something.
Okay, that's new to me too. I didn't even know that was a command. So that's all new to me.
Yeah, I always just do the Control C, Control V. That's my usual go tool. Yes.
Mr. Ferrone commented he's at a different school right now, and he said these 3rd and 4th graders could teach Google 101 to adults.
You think you guys could do that? Yeah. Be your business, right?
Yeah.
Teaching adults. That's right. They're all in for teaching adults. They're pretty excited about that idea.
And I really love that. Did you? I didn't want to make sure you didn't miss it. Thank you, Tracy, for giving that shout out about loving librarians, because it's so important.
Tracy is also an amazing librarian. So yes.
A hub of our schools, I'll tell you.
100%. Yep, they do it all. Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you, all of you. Anyone have any last things you'd like to say before we sign off?
Thank you for coming.
Thank you for coming. Yep. What do you want to say back there? Just waving.
I wanted to say thank you, and
And she says thank you. She's just very excited.
I love G Suite.
He loves using the G Suite, so he's learning the Google Space or Google Workspace for Education. He's very happy with those tools.
And I love librarians.
And they love librarians.
Yes, I love that. Well, thank you for your willingness to teach us and to inspire us, because what you're doing is gonna be borrowed. That idea being borrowed and happening in other classrooms, which is in other libraries, which is really exciting.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much. Want to wave goodbye?
Thanks for changing the world.
Bye-bye.
Terrific. Okay.
Awesome.
This is really awesome. Guess what? We have one session left.
Okay.
And we have the opportunity. It's Jen Williams and Take Action Global. They'll be joining us and as part of their Earth Day celebration. So I know because of our time zones, you might have missed Evo's session, but Evo was early on this morning, and he joined from the UK, and he is doing something for Sustainability Week where he's going, it's like a road trip throughout the UK, and he's going to be driving and going to different schools each day. Wow. So I know that Jen Williams has been, and Take Action Global has been a great partner of ours. We always like to connect and collaborate because she just does such great work. So she joined us on April 5th, and I know she gets to join us again today. So that is exciting. Lori, you want to jump up in here with us now that you, ta-da.
Okay, you're on mute. Just let me, no, you need to unmute yourself.
I did it. Did I? No.
No, she needs to do
it. I have to unmute. I'm sorry. That was totally on me.
Perfect.
That's my first rodeo.
I love it. Well, as we just get ready for our last session with Take Action Global and Jen Williams, who got to join us on the 5th of April as well, just would love to hear just your take on, everything that's happened today, Lori. And same with Rob, because this might be Rob's first rodeo with us.
Indeed. In fact, these were my future students I just got to watch present. So that was a lot of fun for me personally. And, seeing how all this streaming is working and getting to see it on the other side has been really fun. And my goodness, such great projects from kids all over the world and really great ideas. I've been very impressed with everybody's enthusiasm and their passion for their projects and such creative ideas. I mean, I think I saw in the background one of the classrooms that said we're in our innovation era. I thought, how great is that, right? I mean, that's what we're seeing today.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's something we should all adopt. I'm in my innovation era. I love that.
I'm all in for that. I think we need it on our next t-shirt, right? You got the Digit Institute, and we're going to say that right under it. So.
Yes, this is our innovation era.
Yeah.
That'll be great. Yes.
Totally.
Awesome. Yes.
Well, I can see in our background, I know that we've got a school joining us. I love it. We've got a school joining us, and I know I can see them.
Yep, they're
and
all getting to pick out books and such now, so they're having fun walking around.
I love it. I love it. No, I mean in the background. Can you see in the background? We've got the Windward School, like already, you know, in the background, but I don't see Jen Williams yet. So, I will check with her. I'll just double check with her. So that will be our last session for the day. And while we're just talking about it, Eugenia, you're going to wrap up on the 26th. You want to talk about we still got one more day of our Global Student Showcase this month.
Yeah, we got the 26th, and it's going to be incredible. Actually, one of my best. It's going to be pre-recorded, but we are sharing that that DCI was in Talentland, this big innovative fair that takes place in Guadalajara, Jalisco every year. And we're going to talk about that, and especially with two young men, two teenagers that were there, and they also shared their projects, their innovation projects. One of them is like bringing this entrepreneurship with health and technology. So it's going to be totally amazing. And another one will give us his point of view about learning how to be an entrepreneur, and that not everyone needs to be an entrepreneur. You can be an entrepreneur at your own job or at your own work, but the thing is that you need to change your perspective and be ready for the future, right? So attending this kind of events, the ones that we're organizing, like the Global Student Showcase, Talentland, which also bring the beautiful opportunities to learn more about AI and gaming, sportsmanship. Everything was in there. So it's totally amazing how teenagers in Mexico are also bringing these opportunities and learning from the best, because we also have some important keynotes and with people all over, also from the US, that came along and gave us a lot of, really important information. So that's going to be on Friday, and we're going to go with a group, also with a group of 4 little girls from Guadalajara, that they are going to share with us their creative tech innovation projects, and also that they are making plushes out of nothing, and how they introduce Mundo also for these projects alongside. So it's going to be awesome.
You know, and Juenia, for the audience that's joining us live, the work that we get to do, our programs are available in English, Spanish, and Portuguese. Right. But I'd love for you just right now, while we're still waiting for Jen Williams to join us, is our virtual classroom exchanges, because for the classrooms that's joined us, you know, that other wonderful layer that they could add is to connect with another classroom where, you know, the classroom gets to practice English from Latin America, and then the classroom in the United States gets to practice, you know, Spanish. And then Lori, I know within her BOCES, you've already done that with Amanda. So it'd just be great to hear, so that people know, you know, that this is a possibility when they work with us.
Yeah, completely. And it's a totally, how do you say it, a totally positive and innovative way of how students learn, because it's a totally different way to share out their projects, even when they are only working for a school project in their school. They can also share it out with another classroom in a different part of the world, learning a lot of things, learning a new language, practicing it, such as the session that we had with Amanda. They also were talking about SDGs, particularly on water culture. So the 2 classrooms were talking about the different perspectives that they were living with water at their communities. One was with water scarcity, and the other one was totally opulence of water everywhere. So bringing this perspective and this, how do you say it, this empathy that students need to understand that what other students are living in other parts of the world totally makes a different learning experience that they also share. This kind of sessions will go through with them. We go hand by hand. It's nothing that you need to add on to your program. We join you wherever you are doing. So it's not extra work for the educators as well. So these interactive experiences, virtual experiences with students are totally awesome.
And, Lori, you could jump in because you were behind the scenes with Amanda. And the fact that what an authentic way to learn a language. Her students are learning, Spanish in middle school, but you want to take that, from your perspective?
Yeah. So, and I'm sorry, the class was leaving, so I had to come backstage for a little while we were saying goodbye. So I didn't hear the whole conversation. But I can tell you, I was in Amanda's class just a couple weeks ago. She wanted to introduce her students to artificial intelligence, but she also was looking at it from, learning the language, learning Spanish as well. So what she had her students do is with her 7th graders, they were learning about ordering food, like they were learning about different foods. So she put them on a program called School AI that was a Spanish cafe, and they had to practice ordering food in Spanish. And then the program would talk to them in Spanish, but also be able to be translated into English if they were stuck on a word. So they were able to do that. And then I worked with her 8th graders to explore rooms of the house where we played Jenga, and we did a whole thing where they created images using Padlet's I Can't Draw feature, and then they correlated to some questions in Spanish to be able to respond. So she just does some really cool things in her class to kind of get her students, to try new things and be explore the world. I know what we did back in 2020 or 2021 with the Global Impactor Program. She was really involved in that, where we worked with the Pure Water for the World. The students learned a hand washing song in both English and in Spanish. They have done some great work with Trojes, which is a village in Honduras. They've actually raised funds for biosand filters to send down to Honduras because they didn't have any clean water sanitation in their homes or their schools. And right now, Pure Water is developing a logo that's going to have the name of their school on those biosand filters, so that they can show the impact that they've made in that area. So she's always involved in lots of things. She also this year brought the landfill harmonic to her school, which was incredible. She was able to bring students in to actually do the performance for a live audience, which is something that, they've been traveling the world, and it's very expensive usually to go and see. But she was able to bring it to the community for free, which was pretty remarkable. So yeah, Amanda is special, and what she does with her students is just incredible.
And, if I had a shot of, being fluent in Spanish, I would have had a teacher like Amanda, honestly. I feel like all language classes should have such authentic, learning opportunities like that. And then while you were behind the scene, we were just talking about Eugenia and the DCI that will do these classroom exchanges where classroom in Latin America can practice English, classroom in, here in the United States can practice. It's a safe place to practice their Spanish and to do some real meaningful work together. So that's what we were doing. And I'm looking at the time, and I wonder if the Windward School is ready to join. I don't see Jen Williams yet, but I'm just going to pull them up because of time.
The idea in the garden.
All right. Hi, everybody.
Oh, hey. Oh, we're on.
Hi, I'm Mary Alice, and I'm joining in from Connecticut.
Hi, I'm Eugenia. I'm joining from Mexico.
And I'm Lori, and I'm joining from New York.
And I know that we are waiting for, Jen Williams, but just because of time, and I saw that you were there, I wanted to make sure that your group had enough time to get started. So I don't know if we start without Jen or
Mary Alice,
right there.
I'm actually here.
Jen, let me put my glasses on. The whole time I'm like, I gotta wait for Jen. You're there the whole time.
We're here. I flew in this morning, Mary Alice. So are you able to hear us all right?
Listen, you look like a student. Yeah. I would never have known.
Yeah, we have a great group here ready to share.
Oh, Eugenia, is it me? Lori, is it you? Did you see her?
Not until we pulled her on stage, and then I was like, wait, Jen's in the audience there. So yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay. We were buying time. I love it. Well, we're going to go behind the scenes, and we're going to let you guys just take it. You're our last session. And as you know, they save the best for last.
Aw,
That's
that's
just the way it is.
so
And to
cute.
celebrate Earth Day with you, as our last session is extra special.
Oh, we love that. Are you able to hear us okay, Mary Alice?
We can hear you perfectly.
Okay, great. Well, we're really excited to share. Happy Earth Day to you all. Thank you for inviting us to be with you today. I am here with some of our members of our team at Take Action Global. So we have Brahm and we have Riley, and we flew in. So I think Brahm wins the award from coming the farthest. He flew in from Costa Rica, but I came in from Florida. Riley came in from Michigan, and we are here at the Windward School in New York with students who are part of our Climate Action Schools program. So they have been working not just on Earth Day, but the entire year taking action for the planet. And we have some representative students and teachers who are here to tell about their experience. So we're really excited to share today. I know that there is a global audience listening in on YouTube. So if there's questions from the audience, we will watch for those, but we're going to kick it off and share a little bit with some of the students representing here today about the work that they've been doing with their arts program and their school garden. So, Seb, I'll turn it over to you.
We recently came up with the idea of starting a school garden where we could supply fruits, or I think we're starting with onions for the school, so we don't have to buy so much, and it's a great way to use some of the free space we have.
I believe that we're going to be building the garden it near the kind of, I don't want to say backyard, but kind of near where there's some sheds at the back of the school where an old garden that never really came to be was. So I believe that we're going to build the garden there. That's it.
And we also contributed in the New York Kids Times magazine article contest, where some of our students submitted some art pieces to be put into the magazine, because the theme for that was, I think it was plastic reduction and the effects of plastic on our ecosystems. So I think it was 7 students in total from the lower and middle school had submitted some stuff. I know 2 from the lower school got into the printed copy, and 1 from the middle school, including me. So,
congratulations. It's a big deal. I know that's in their double issue, Time for Kids for April with Earth Month. So we're really excited to see that. And yours was specifically the digital art, right? So.
I was put into it was digitally made and then put into the printed copy.
It's really cool. Well, before we move on to the other group, I'd love to ask you a question. So there's a lot of schools joining in, and they are often saying they're excited about doing a community garden. As you all began the process, are there any tips that you have for schools that are just starting out with a community garden? Maybe anyone you had to consult with on the school grounds as you were working through that ideation?
We did have to consult some of the teachers before we even started, and I think we have one plant guy, like a herbologist here.
Yes.
That takes care of most of the plants on the school grounds. So we had to consult him for certain areas where we are allowed to put it. And it has to be sustainable enough, because if not, it's going to end up like the other garden. And I don't think Windward wants a repeat of just a dead garden in the back. I mean, a few tips. I'd say consult with more higher ups or teachers that you know can help, because if not, it's a lot to do, so you can't just do it alone. That's my tip.
Consult with a lot of a few schools that have already built a garden. We we haven't built the garden yet, but we've like talked to like a school in India, I think, which did build like a garden.
So smart. So find others who are doing the work already and learn from them. Great tips. So it sounds like you all have here on campus, and then you also sought out others to help you through the process. So you're getting underway. Well, you have to keep us posted on how it goes. It's really cool. Another part of our program is virtual exchange, and we prioritizing using connection across the world. So I know this school connected to another school in a different part of the world. Maybe you could share with the audience on how that went.
Yeah, we connected to India, and it was very interesting to see because they built a garden there, and they showed us what some of their food looks like there and what they planted there. And it was just really interesting to see that they were also planting on in a different part of the world, and to see that they already had a garden there. I think it was really, inspiring for when we're 2.
Mm-hmm. But this group is 6th through 9th graders?
Yeah.
6th through 8th.
6th through 8th, okay. And how old were those students?
They were
They were like first through third.
First, yeah.
So much younger. Anything that surprised you about that conversation?
Just like how young they were, who wanted to help the earth and plant a garden.
Mm-hmm. So it doesn't matter what age you are, everyone can do something.
Yeah.
That's great. I know we have Joan McGettigan here, and Joan, you said that was one of your favorite parts of the program this year?
It was remarkable hearing from students that were so young and who were willing to Zoom from their homes at night so that we could learn from them, and we exchanged information about the keystone species, right? And we shared that we were the oyster and they were the drumstick. And of course, we have a completely different meaning for drumstick here in this country. So it was really interesting to hear about that plant.
Drumstick. So the oyster, that's your keystone species here in New York. Very cool. I didn't know that. Awesome. All right. Well, we have some more students that want to share. So Flynn, you want to share what you have prepared?
Is this muted?
I think that's your speaker, yes.
Yeah, is this muted? Do I click the button?
There we go.
Okay, Flynn, you're good.
Hello, my name is Flynn Mollis. I am in 6th grade. I'm a 6th grader here at the Windward School, and I am excited to be speaking to you all about Climate Action Club. Here's what we've done so far. We have been doing a lot of work to prepare for a garden at Windward. To start, we created a map of the school. We also planted carrots, peppers, onions, and elephant ear plants in a smaller garden to learn and practice the basics of gardening. We also chose a spot for a final garden by considering the amount of sunlight, water availability, and ease of access.
Nice. Harrison.
Hello, my name is Harrison. I'm in the Windward Student Council for this year. And I'm going to be talking about what the Climate Action Club is planning to do in the future. We are planning to bring a hummingbird-friendly garden to Windward School. And in order to do that, we will research native New York State hummingbird species, such as the ruby-throated hummingbird. We will also research native New York State plants, such as bee, palm, honeysuckle, and hummingbird sage. We will also begin our food waste project, where we will weigh the amount of food waste we produce every day during lunch and think about how we can reduce that waste. We also create food waste recipes where we will take the food that is thrown out the most and use that as an ingredient in recipes. Thank you for listening. My name is Harrison. Again.
Hello, my name is Sebastian Sarmiento, and I will be telling you tips to start a Climate Action Club. One of the tips are to get people excited about the good club. To get people excited, you need to tell them what it's about, how to do it, and one of the more fun parts, like starting a garden or making hummingbird nests. And talk to your friends and family to get them to start talking to others to help them to get into the club. Think about what's important and can be made in your home and in your school.
That's so true. And then I think we had some ideas that we might pursue in the future.
Will you be composting?
Would you want to share those?
Pretty sure we just heard a couple of them. The hummingbird. I think what else we're gonna make?
Like a monarch.
The monarch.
Monarch garden.
Monarch garden.
Do we have the idea of water barrels?
Yeah. Idea of collecting rainwater in water barrels.
Ooh, that could be fun.
Yeah.
Maybe hopefully more stuff to do with water because that's a big problem. And that's all I know.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
We'll be busy this year.
Yes, we will.
So thank you to you all for sharing about your program. It looks like we have some questions from the audience. And the first one was
Kimberly.
Kimberly, right over to Harrison.
So Kimberly, you asked if we're going to start composting, if we will be composting. We've already started composting. We started a couple of months back when the Climate Action Club started. We are planning on continuing this for years and years on end. Thanks for asking the question.
And I think, Harrison, if you remember when Mr. Roberti was taking you all around, the head of our facilities program, he was also talking about how important it is for the labeling. So when you all are in the dining hall, it's very clear, right, what goes into what bin. And so that's something, you know, to think about if you're going to do that at your school.
And also increasing the number of composting bins that we have. So in the lunchroom that we have 4 bins, one's for recycling, one's for trash, and 2 of them are for composting. That way it encourages students to put their trash and composting in the right bins.
So looks like we have another question. Harrison, you want to read it and then we'll see what the group says.
Any tips on environmental safe ways to get rid of pests?
Oh.
Have any tips, anyone?
I mean, my grandpa puts up fencing around the area he gardens.
Well, there are environmentally safe solutions depending on where you put your garden. If you have an in-house garden, I don't really think that's a problem. Elevated, again, not really a problem unless we're talking about centipedes. What are the things that turn into butterflies again?
Caterpillars.
Caterpillars. I am losing my mind. Caterpillars are a big problem. I don't really know. I haven't studied solutions to get rid of pests, sadly, because I don't have a garden.
You can use compost and make it into like a bugger pellet.
Oh, that's fair. Possibility.
Your chef was just in here for lunchtime and talking about a few solutions of red pepper flakes and cinnamon.
Do we all remember those lantern flies?
Oh yeah. Oh God, I hate those things.
So lantern flies are going to come back this year, and we're looking for ways we're looking for environmentally friendly ways to control them. And one of the ways that we can control them is by setting traps on trees, and so they crawl up those traps and fall into these bags. But we can look more into that.
Okay.
But this is a good question. Luca, what are you thinking?
I have like a small garden at my house, which it's less of a garden and more like a bucket with like different kinds of like herbs and plants and stuff. But usually they're like I spray it with like pests, like repellent, like not like something that would kill the bugs, because that could also like hurt the plants, but something that like wards off them, which doesn't like kill the plants. Is what I forget what it's called though.
That's great. Yeah, looks like we have another question.
Jamie Donnelly, sorry if I pronounced your name wrong. So are there any legal issues with using food grown in your own garden for students? Does that mean like serving them to students? Or just?
I think so.
I think that's
growing them and using them.
I think there are some safety regulations.
I didn't let you eat our stuff.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, Jamie, I'm pretty sure there are some legal regulations. I don't want the health department showing up at your door. So let's try not to.
At best, you just eat something. At worst, you get really, really sick. So
Let's try and not eat that if we don't have to.
Is that your same response?
Yeah.
Just not accusing of you like poisoning food or anything.
Again, as I said before,
that's great.
You don't want the health department at your door.
Yeah.
I love commercials.
Oh, nice. So is there any way to become an informed dirt nerd? So I think this goes along with your ideas around connecting out to the community. Anyone want to share about this?
I mean, I'm down, but I don't. What was the question?
Everything.
Is there any way to become
a dirt nerd?
Informed dirt nerd.
Yeah.
Well, for starting. What?
Wikipedia.
Wikipedia, the solution to life. Google solution. But in all seriousness, is there any way to become an informed dirt nerd? Yes. If you want to put in the research and the time to figure this stuff out, you can. Are you planning to start a garden, or do you just want to become a dirt nerd? Better follow-up question to that. Sadly, I'm not a dirt nerd. I don't know that much about dirt. I'm a public speaker, not someone who studies dirt. No, not yet, at least. Possibilities are endless.
I think also when you all went on the tour with our head of facilities, he was really helpful in talking about the different kinds of soil around our campus. And so I think he also gave us some tips for best location, and you all were debating. We have 3 possible locations, so we're still voting on where that's going to be. But I think soil preparation is something that we're going to spend some time in our science classes investigating what is going to be the best preparation for that soil. And of course, capturing those lanternflies.
Yeah, what's the deal with the lanternflies this year?
They're probably going to come back.
I haven't seen them.
Where are they coming back?
I haven't seen them yet.
No, you haven't seen them yet.
All right, I think we have about 5 more minutes, so maybe we can go around, and if you all want to share any messages for Earth Day that other students could take inspiration from you all, or yes, you want to talk about those?
Wait, are lanterns light bugs?
No.
No, they're
ones
different
with,
than that.
Red.
Don't worry, they're not light bugs.
So lanternflies are an invasive species. And they started coming
2 years ago?
in large numbers about a year ago, 2 years ago. Yeah.
They keep multiplying.
Wait, lanternflies are not light bugs, correct? Right.
No, they're not fireflies. I assume light bugs are fireflies.
Wait, light bugs, what does that mean exactly? Like
More like cinnamon.
cinnamon? What? Wait, what does it mean by light bugs?
I think like lightning.
Lightning?
bugs.
Lightning bugs are fire.
Probably not.
Definitely not.
Yeah,
different.
No. Luckily,
right.
I the fireflies, they're great, but just no thank you. That's all I gotta say. No thank you, man. Cinnamon is a good.
Yeah, so
I don't know what that
this is
means.
Dean Gainey, and he is in Florida. Cinnamon is for pests. Yeah, he has quite a wonderful garden.
Deanie,
thank you for telling us.
Cinnamon's a godsend. I should probably write that down.
I have it written down.
I should write a lot of stuff down.
All right. So we'll go around. You both want to start with your tips or any messages for Earth Day for the classrooms listening in?
Even though it seems quite dim with all the stuff that's going on with our climate, and you hear on the news about environments being destroyed by humans and deforestation, you can make an impact even at your age, spreading the message, because these next couple of years, people like you will be able to make a difference, because you don't see a lot of older people doing it as much. You gotta be the one to make the difference, and you have an opportunity to.
Great message. Luca?
This is to teachers and adults, just because like a lot of the students are already and will grow up to like do a lot of work, doesn't mean like that you also shouldn't do like a lot of like work to help the environment. Because like everyone can make a difference, like student. That's it.
Great message. Want to share?
I just think like maybe like try just recycle more, and like maybe you can create a garden in your town or something, or be a part of making a garden in your town if you already have one, something like that, and just
Takes a village.
And just make like a garden or something.
Great tip. Rom, you want to share anything?
I think there's so many different possibilities to help here. I think we at TAG, we try to include as many people as possible. So if you're hearing this message, you're already on the right track. But of course, if you know of any people who might not be that involved at the moment, sometimes all it takes is just making them aware of them. Because like has been told here, just the smallest thing can make a huge impact. So definitely don't be afraid to reach out to others who might not be interested right now, because it might be a little bit not in their mind, but maybe once you make them aware, they will take some action. Even the smallest bit of action can help.
That's great, bro. Right.
I think there's solutions from everybody in this room and everybody that's watching online. I think the biggest thing that we can do as adults and teachers is get out of the way of our young people and empower them to make those decisions and make those innovations and bring them to the forefront of this climate challenge that we all are living through. So we have a lot of wonderful minds out there that we can empower to make a difference.
One's up. Any tips? What's your favorite part of Earth Day?
I don't know what to say.
You want us to come back to you? We just skip you.
Sebastian, Ron, any good tips for that?
Something little can mean a lot for the earth. If one person recycles for one whole year, that is it's so important for the environment. But if one person does it, a lot more people will, and eventually the earth climate change will like slow down and completely stop.
Yes.
In 50 years, a lot of the species that you know today are going to be gone. So if you have kids, those kids might not even know of the species that you grew up with. So I think now is the time for you to get up and help those species.
There's always a way to make a difference. Anytime, anywhere, any place. What was I going to say? I was going to say something else.
Well, those are wise words, Harrison.
I was going to say something else. I forgot. What was I going to say? Damn it!
Circle back.
So circle back.
We'll come back. Well, before we sign off, we'd love to have Joan share about the Windward School and the work you all are doing here, in case anyone's just learning about you all here in New York.
The Windward School is an amazing community that we primarily serve students with dyslexia or language-based learning issues, and our students are incredibly smart and brave. And on this campus, we have 2 campuses in Westchester and 1 in New York City, and they are always working to try and make life a little bit better. And so I could not be more thrilled than to be part of this community, and all of you did a spectacular job today. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So we've had the pleasure of working with this school all year, and we came today and they showed us around their school, and they've been preparing and ready to share their messages with you. So thank you for giving us this opportunity to share. And if you have questions, please reach out. We can pass them along to this group and to their club. But thank you to Mary Alice and the whole team for hosting this celebration of Earth Day. It is great to be a part of it.
That was just awesome. And I just got in a last comment about Dyslexics Unite. I am loud and proud.
Good comment. Whoever made that, good comment.
Yeah.
That's me. That's me. So I happen to be an untraditional, non-traditional learner. And I, for a very long time, I probably, tried to be the class clown so no one would know that I learned differently. And until I got to the point where I was surrounded by educators who said, hey, this is actually your superpower. Did I come out and am I, really loud and proud about it? So I wanted to, once I heard that for the description of that school, I just wanted to add just how incredible it is your superpower. You are making a huge difference in the world. And I was so proud behind the scenes. I'm going to let my colleagues jump in and as well, because that was a wonderful way to end our Global Student Showcase today.
Yeah, I agree. Everything that you were all saying was it was so inspiring. It was so uplifting. There was so much positive energy in that room. I've been saying it all day. I just can't stop smiling. It's just, I'm so proud to be a part of this and to be able to hear from all of you. And I'm so glad that you're doing the good work and that you're doing the things that you're passionate about. So great job, everyone.
Yeah, that enthusiasm is just infectious.
Yes, absolutely. And I think that it's not only for Earth Day, but the common denominator of most of the sessions during this Global Student Showcase is this environmental worry to make a difference in the part that you are. So it's not only for Earth Day. I'm completely amazed about what you just shared, but other sessions as well that we just shared last Friday and the ones that we're going to sharing also next Friday are totally into the same subject, the same worry or the same kind of that everyone needs to do something to change the world, and each one can bring their positiveness. Each one can bring its own a contribution to make this a better world.
And, I want to give that shout out to, our live audience, Dean Gainey in particular. His middle school students they have a school garden, and they presented on April 5th as part of our Global Student Showcase. And I think, geez, we're always looking for those, authentic opportunities to connect. Kim also is joining in from Florida. She's got a school garden, so that idea that, all it takes is one person, and then one person, it becomes many. I hope that you'll be able to continue to connect and collaborate with, other school garden programs as well. And geez, it was just it was so inspiring to see what you're doing. And we're thanking you from the bottom of our heart that you allowed us to shine this light, right? Like shine the light on what you're doing and what a difference that you are sharing with your passions. So Dean, yes, all it takes is one, and then one becomes many. So this was really, Jen, we have been on this journey. We are really proud to have partnered on so many occasions with you, but to celebrate Earth Day with you it's extra special. And to have you in a school with these incredible students it's just wonderful.
Well, thank you so much for the opportunity. Happy Earth Day to you all. We'll be following along as your next event happens this Friday?
Yeah,
this Friday. With the Latin America, yes.
Oh, that's right. Yes, that's awesome. Perfect. Well, I think we can all say goodbye here. So bye, everyone. Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you
for your support. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes. And thank you to our audience, our global audience, for joining us all day long. It was really a fantastic day of learning.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining. I'm super excited about this Earth Day celebration. So yeah, let's keep doing our job because it's the best part of every single day. So thank you from the bottom of my heart for being with us today.
And Lori, you and your team, right? They're in the library all day long.
That's right. We've been here all day, and it's been absolutely amazing to see all of the different classrooms around the world. I feel so inspired. I got to keep doing the good work.
I love it. And Frank, here, that just says it all. It really was a great day. As we're getting ready to end the stream, I'm looking at, it was 5 hours, 42 minutes,
Wow.
and so many seconds, right? Just incredible. So thank you.
Great day. Yes. Thank you all for watching and for being a part of this.
Don't worry.
All
Thank
right.
you all.